What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas basketball dropped its season opener against Duke. We'll break down the good, bad, and ugly from the game. Plus, the first college football playoff rankings of 2025 have dropped. Do we agree with the committee? We will recap the NFL trade deadline as well. The Dallas Cowboys making a couple of moves yesterday on a busy day around the league. We'll get to our weekly SEC power rankings. We've got a live golf story to get into and some fun with AI as well. A loaded show, sports and fun. So much to dive into over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your morning off with us. Happy hump day, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. Beautiful morning out. It's going to be a nice day today. As we start towards the end of the week, it's going to get warmer. The weekend, Saturday could be as high as Friday could be as high as 90, BK, back to 90. Sorry about that. 80s on Saturday. But next week, it'll start to, how about Tuesday, a low of maybe 35 degrees Tuesday night. No rain, just cold and heat, some wind, but it's okay. It'll be a little bit, it'll still be 70s, next week. But there's a Tuesday, a cold front kind of comes through here, 32 degrees. I don't like to hear that.
32?
Yeah, there's 32 to 35 degrees in the hill country.
All right. That's cold. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's way too cold. But 70s, but this week, as we get towards the end of the week, it's supposed to warm up again, dude. That Friday could be 90 degrees here. Now, that's what we're talking about, brother.
That's too hot right there. Come on.
That is fall weather. Middle
of November, we're hitting 90. What are we doing?
Yeah. We need some rain, but there's no rain in sight. So
we got enough. We got enough rain this past weekend, don't you think?
We have enough rain the week before that. We can get through a little bit, maybe get some into latter part of November. That's fine with me. I just don't like when it stays dry and then we get a freeze and everything starts to crack. That's when shit goes wrong. Sorry about that, kids in the car line, but that's when stuff goes wrong.
Stuff always goes wrong when it freezes around here.
Yeah, it certainly does. But I don't know. It says 35 around here. 35 and not quite freezing. And it's only like a early morning on Tuesday. It's not staying like that during the afternoon. So It'll come and go, maybe kill some of the skeeters that have been getting into me and slapping me in the face and everything else.
I don't know if 35 is going to get you there. I think you need below 32 to kill off some of them bugs, my friend.
Yeah, you're right. You got to have a couple.
Smack yourself in the head again last night?
No, everything was good, man. Right. I got a chance to watch the first half of basketball, and then I went to bed. And it was a fun watch. It was a fun watch. Texas team is a little bit different. They look a little bit more organized. Some guys are going to get better, obviously going to get better as they start to get used to each other. But there's a couple of additions that are pretty damn good on this team, I believe. It looks different. The team looks different. It's an aggressive enough team. They go for they got rebounders now. They got rim protectors. They got guys that still can't shoot, but that's okay.
Yeah, we'll dive into the game. Some encouraging signs from last night's loss to Duke, but ultimately it was a loss to Duke and plenty of areas for Texas to clean up.
Because Duke is Duke. Duke is Duke.
Because Duke is Duke, and they're basically playing a home game last night in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And they'll get all the calls when it's all said and done.
They did that, especially in the second half. But before we dive into the game, Buck, how about the soldier shout out?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Well, if you watched the first half of the Texas basketball game, you had a good time because the Longhorns had a lead at halftime last night. 33-32 Texas, you and I were talking about it before the show, Buck. These teams were feeling each other out for the first 8-9 minutes
Yeah,
last night.
that was kind of boring. They were kind of boring, missing layups and doing what I've seen Texas do, miss little shots close to the rim,
Yeah, and look, some of that is feeling each other out. Some of that is it's your first game of the year, and
Yeah,
you know how
correct.
college basketball works these days. It's a completely new roster every single season. So for most teams, it's the first time you're playing a game, with your teammates against another team. So there's going to be a bit of a gelling process that, some of it gets resolved in the middle of the first game, but obviously some of it takes a few games to completely figure out. But yeah, feeling out process early on. And then, Duke led by as many as 9 in the first half. And there were a couple of moments early on where I think most people, myself included, just kind of felt like it was about to get out of hand. Texas was fine for the first 10 minutes. Duke went on a run. They pushed the lead to 9. It's like, oh, man, here we go. And then Texas clawed back. Give the Longhorns credit. Again, they had a 1-point lead at halftime. They got a lot of stops on the defensive end. They dominated Duke on the glass in the first half. They were plus 10 in rebounding in the first 20 minutes. All of a sudden, you're going to recess. You're up by 1. And it's like, all right, we didn't play that great of a half, but here we are. We've got the number 6 team in the country down by a point at the break. And then, the final score, Duke 75, Texas 60. But this was a 3-point game with 9.5 minutes to go. And Duke went on a couple of early runs in the second half. Texas was able to get up off the mat. But after that moment, again, where it was a 3-point game with just under 10 to play, Duke kind of took control. Texas ran out of steam. And I think the final score makes it look worse than the game actually was.
I think so.
But again, ultimately, it's a 15-point loss for Texas.
You know how wide receivers have to play catchy catch? Kendall Weaver needs to play shooty shoot. He's that same dude, man. It's the same dude you see every year. I'm thinking, dude, if you could just shoot, just stay in the gym. Don't do anything. Don't dive for loose balls. Don't do any of that. Just shoot. That may help you. That guy just can't shoot. And
the sad part is that's what Kendall Weaver did all offseason. Like, I went to the open practice last week. There were a couple of open media practices in the last month or two, and Kendall Weaver was just out by the side, just shooting.
Playing shooting by himself.
Yeah, like I'll give him credit. I mean, it's not the hardest thing to figure out, but he knows he's not a great shooter. He knows that that's where his game needs to improve, and he knows that if he wants to have a future beyond the University of Texas,
he's not a good shooter. Forget great shooter. Does he know he's not a good shooter?
I mean, he's trying to be, and I think Texas wants him to be. They ran one play last night that was specifically designed to give Kendall Weaver a good look at a 3, and it did. Like, the play was ran perfectly. Kendall Weaver was wide open. It was a great call by Sean Miller, but he just bricked it. Like, he had one bad miss last night. And look, we know he's not a great shooter.
We know that, yeah.
He needs to give you more than 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, even in his aggressive play, I mean, he can go to the rim. He does that. We know that. But and he's a decent enough ball handler, but I think that whole shooting thing is in his mind that he doesn't want to go. He's like, if I miss from out here, I definitely don't want to miss close to the rim. So it's got to be a dunk.
Yeah, he was 1 of 5 last night. I mean, we could start with the disappointments before we get back into some of the goods. Like, you're not going to beat a team.
I think the way he plays is wonderful if you got a bunch of other guys that can shoot. But just when he gets open, it's just like, damn, you got to take it, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. He only played 15 minutes last night, which, considering he started the game, I thought that was a little bit of a surprise. But I mean, he was expected to be one of this team's best players, and he was 1 of 5 last night for 3 points. And then Tremont Mark, who's 24 years old, Buck. This is his 6th year of college basketball. 2 points on 2 shots last night. He's a starter. He's supposed to be this team's best player. And he looked like he wanted to be anywhere else in the world but Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday.
Yeah, he's not, we've seen him being a streaky kind of guy. When he's off, he's really off. When he's on, he's really on. And he's really inconsistent. And that's not what I thought he would come out firing last night. I thought this was a great opportunity for him to showcase some real skills against a team like that. and he did not. That just was a weird vibe. Like you said, did he really want to be there? It was strange for a guy who's your starter, who's been around, like you said, he's like 30 years old. That was just a different look from him.
Yeah, it's disappointing too. And, this Texas offense played its best basketball of the year last year when Tremont Mark started running the point.
Right.
And that was the plan last night. He was this team's starting point guard. And again, 2 points and 1 assist. Like, he didn't really give you anything yesterday. This is a guy in Tremont Mark who 2 years ago at Arkansas averaged 16 points per game. Last year at Texas averaged 11 points per game. And last night he gave you 2. So I'm not expecting him to give you 20 a night, but you sure as hell need him to give you more than 2.
Need him to give you 15 a night.
Right. And if you're going to pull off an upset against a top 10 team and a team that just made it to the Final Four and a team that brought in the number 1 recruiting class in the country, you need, like, that was the one area where Texas had the advantage over Duke. It's experience. I know there's a lot of transfers here, but a lot of those transfers have played a lot of college basketball where you look at Duke's roster and it's just freshman after freshman after freshman. And it's like, okay, maybe this is a good time to get them this early because they're super young and you've got 22-year-olds and 24-year-olds on your roster. Maybe that will pay dividends. Well, when your 24-year-old gives you absolutely nothing, then that advantage.
Yeah, once again, I'm gonna chalk most of this off to game number 1, guys together in a big atmosphere like that. And just I hope it's just not a sign of things to come. I just think they'll get better as they grow as a group because they got a pretty good foundation. They got guys near the rim. They rebound pretty well. They out-rebounded Duke. They got after them on the boards. They do a lot of good things. It's just, man, you're looking for the shooter, you're looking for a couple. You got to have more than one.
Yeah, Jordan Pope was the one last night, but for as good as it felt like he was 3 of 10 shooting yesterday. And he did have that run early in the second half where he was basically the entire Texas offense. I mean, he made 3 threes on what felt like 5 possessions.
Yeah.
Didn't give you a ton outside of that. I like Dalen Swain a lot, the transfer from Xavier who followed Sean
he's
Miller.
A good player.
Yeah, he led Texas with 16 points. Also gave you 6 rebounds, some pretty solid defense as well.
Yeah, he's a solid basketball player. That guy's going to be good. I mean, once he gets it, once he gets, in the groove, a couple games under his belt, I think he'll be really good.
Yeah, he's a guy who averaged 11 and 6 at Xavier last year in just 28 minutes. So I think he's going to be a fan favorite. I mean, he's 6'8", got some length to him, can shoot. I think could score at all 3 levels. So he, after one game, it's one game, but I think he's the best player on this team right now.
Yes.
And we'll see what happens going forward. I also liked a little bit of what I saw from Matas Vokatitis.
Yeah, Vokatitis. I like the big body. I like the way he plays too.
And my favorite part about his stat line, he was 9 of 10 at the free throw line. So, number one, getting to the foul line, that's key, but it is hard to find big men who can stroke it like that at the charity stripe.
For sure. That's what they're going to need, especially down the stretch in the second half of games.
Yeah, that guy's got some nice touch to him. 15 points, 8 rebounds. He needs to develop a few more moves on the low block. Right now, it's literally just back somebody down and throw your shoulder into him and hope they don't call an offensive foul, which they did.
Well, you sounded like in the second half, which I didn't see much of. I saw the first half. Then I came home because, of course, I'm playing YouTube games still. But it sounded like Boozer didn't have to do much but just move his body, and he got fouls called on him.
Yeah, so that, a big reason why Texas was up 1 at halftime was Cameron Boozer, the 3rd-ranked recruit in this class, a guy who's expected to be a top 3 pick in next year's NBA draft. Texas held him scoreless in the first half. He was 0 of 7 shooting. And in the second half, he just kind of started running into people, and the refs kept calling fouls. And the game,
into the line.
If you thought the game got a little ugly in the first half, dude, it was almost unwatchable in the second half. I mean, Duke was in the bonus before the under 12. They were in the double bonus with 11 and a half minutes on the clock in the second half.
First halves of a first game, guys are missing layups. They're like right near the basket. They can't finish. That's just kind of first game kind of jitters more than anything. Yeah. That's not because they're no good or they're not used to each other. That's just first game being, away from home. That's that home court advantage for them. Charlotte, of course.
Right. Yeah. And that was kind of a theme of the night. Texas missed way too many bunnies too.
They did that a lot last year. You can't do that. You got to have those points.
Got to have those points right there. But yeah, the second half just turned into a foul fest. And, because of all of the free throws, Texas couldn't get out in transition at all. They only had 5 fast break points all night.
Wow.
And while I do think the Texas half-court offense is going to be better under Sean Miller, you can't live on half-court offense. I don't care who your coach is.
No,
I don't care who's on your team. Like, you got to get out and run. You got to get easy buckets. I think
that's where Mark is at his best too, BK, if he can get out and run. His half-court play, I mean, he just didn't play. He just didn't play well. Like you said, he just didn't look very interested last night. But he couldn't get out and run. That's where he looks good.
I don't understand. This was Texas basketball's first game in 6 months. 6 months. What am I talking about? 8 months. March was 8 months ago. Mm-hmm. It's your first game in 8 months. You've been working all off season for this moment. How is that the effort that you give?
I know.
Like, you're going to have an off night. That's fine. Like, if Tremont Mark was 2 of 12, it's like, that sucks. You want him to play better, but like, at least he was engaged. He was in the game. He was trying. 1 of 2? You're 24 years old playing against a bunch of 18-year-olds. Your last year of college basketball. You haven't played in 8 months. You're going to put up 2 shots?
Against Duke? Yeah, that's nuts.
That guy's almost older than me. I don't feel bad talking smack about him. Let's go. Need a little more from you, Tremont. If this team's going to be anything in the SEC this year, number 12 is going to have to be a big part of things.
Or they're going to find a bench spot for him. Somebody else is going to have to get in there and give his an effort at least.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So, yeah, look, Texas couldn't get out and run. That helps your offense get into a rhythm. Buck, Duke shot 22 free throws in the second half.
Wow.
I don't want to put all of it on the stripes. Like, it was a problem for Texas last year, not being able to defend without fouling in big spots. It was a problem last night. Like, a lot of the fouls needed to be called. Some of them didn't. But yeah, you give a team 22 free throws. You can't get out and run after a made free throw. Like, you need turnovers, you need live ball turnovers, you need rebounds off of missed shots. And Duke didn't have a lot of either of those in the second half because they were living at the foul line.
For sure.
So, some positives. Texas, too many turnovers, though. I think the biggest annoyance with last night's game, Texas had 16 turnovers, only 6 assists. Like, I don't think that's going to continue with Sean Miller. I think he's too good.
Yeah, who's going to be the true point guard now? I mean, if Mark he's going to still get another opportunity, but he's not going to get a lot with this coach, I don't believe.
Well, that's the issue, is like, it's the same thing as last year where Texas doesn't really have a true point guard. And it's the same thing we said about Steve Sarkisian in year 1. Same thing I said about Jim Schlossnagle in year 1, although things obviously worked out really well for him. But like, I will never get on a coach for roster construction in his first year because, Sean Miller didn't have a full recruiting cycle. He didn't have like a full year to get his roster to look the way that he wanted. But there is no true point guard on this team right now. Again, they got Simeon Wilcher, the transfer from St. John's, who is probably the closest thing to a natural point on this roster. He's just not good enough, I don't think. But that's like, Tremont Mark is supposed to be that guy. It feels like that was the plan going into the season.
Yeah, he looked like he didn't want to be the guard. It looked like he wanted to be out on the wing somewhere. He looked like he didn't want to bring it up. And last year, he just, at the end of the season, he wanted to be the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
I don't understand why you don't want to be the guy. Like you said, you're 24 years old, a great opportunity. You're playing against, a national basketball team in Duke. Everybody's eyes are on that game. And that's how you perform in the first game. And no interest whatsoever, it looked like,
That's a bad showing. Yeah, in Texas, look, they need something from Tremont Mark. They need somebody to step up and be their point guard this year. Someone's got to run this offense. And, the starting 5 last night was interesting. I didn't love it. And you look at the minutes played, it was clear Sean Miller realized that he couldn't rely on those guys. But I just didn't think there was enough scoring in the starting 5. Jordan Pope coming in off the bench, he provided the spark for the offense. I think he might have to be a starter going forward. But, not having a true point guard, that's still an issue from last year that unfortunately didn't get resolved. Some things did. Texas clearly has size. They out-rebounded Duke. That's a big deal.
Yes, it is.
Vokatitis gives you something on the glass. Traore, who's still banged up on a minutes restriction, he gave you 9 rebounds in 18 minutes. Like those guys are giving you size and depth on the front line that you didn't have last year under Rodney Terry. So that's a nice positive.
You
But
need to be able to shoot the ball.
For Sean Miller's offense to be what it can be, what we've seen it be during his stops at Xavier in Arizona, you got to have somebody running the point. And again, no in-season transfer portal, same conversation like you have with football. So this is what you got. You got to find a way to make it work. And I think Tremont Mark is the biggest part of that. So there you go. Man, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with moral victory, first game of first year of coach, but
sure,
a year 2 or 3 of this thing,
and you're not playing, you're not playing Southern or somebody like that. You're playing a pretty good basketball team that they're going to get better as the season goes on. That group at Duke, as they start to gather themselves, they're going to be pretty good too.
Yeah, I think so. It's a Duke team that made it to the Final Four last year. John Shire's done a tremendous job filling in for Coach K, and I mean they're always a contender. It's Duke.
Yes.
Duke is Duke, like you say.
Duke
you
is
say
Duke,
it for a reason. They're really good. So you fought with them hard for about 30 minutes. Things went off the rails a little bit down the stretch, but some positives to take away. I want Texas basketball to be able to win games like that. And
sure,
Chris Del Conte does too. That's why he got rid of Rodney Terry and brought in Sean Miller. He wants this team to be able to compete at the highest level. So again, game 1, year 1, give it a pass. No big deal. A lot of time for this team to get better. I will always want Texas basketball to be able to hang with teams like that. I get it. We're not going to beat Duke, but I would like to. We've never beat Duke. I would like to beat teams like Duke from time to time. And hopefully we see that down the road. All right. Next game for Texas basketball this Saturday, the Homo against Lafayette.
Yeah, Lafayette from Easton, PA. Nice.
Is that where they're from?
Yeah, right down the street. That's Lehigh Lafayette was the big football game in my area of the woods back in Bethlehem. Is right down the road. Easton, PA, home of Larry Holmes. Lafayette's not basketball. I mean, it's one of those games that they should have fun, get everything straight in that game. It's like Lehigh playing the other day, playing Houston. It's very similar to what that'll look like.
Lafayette out of the Patriot League. Do you know their mascot, Buck?
The Leopards?
The Leopards. Well done. The Lafayette Leopards will be in town. Yeah,
I told you that was the game that if you were when Lehigh would play Lafayette in Bethlehem up on the hill there, on the baked potato hill, kids would go to that game, and when the national anthem would be played, everybody had, all the police stood at attention, and the kids would run through the gates and get into the stadium because they wouldn't chase you. They had to stay at attention for the national anthem. So the kids in the neighborhoods knew that's how they got into games for free.
That's amazing.
They would just stand there. They would be saluting, and the kids would walk right through the gate, and they would know it. They wouldn't put there because they had to stay at it. It was the craziest thing. Somebody found that out, and that got around to the neighborhoods in Bethlehem, to all the steel mill kids, and they would go. Listen, 60, 70 kids at one time, right through the gates, and right into the stadium. You couldn't find those kids. They'd be standing around watching the game. That was a big deal for them. Lehigh Lafayette. That was amazing.
That is epic. Wow.
Don't try that at UT, please.
No.
They'll drop that salute and yank you so quick.
Well, now, I mean, yeah, they've got some cops and security, but they also just have employees of the university working. So it's like they don't have to stand and salute.
No.
They're actually supposed to not do that. The anthem's going on. They're still scanning tickets and waving the metal detector at you.
Oh, yeah.
So they, boy, that's awesome. I can't believe. Did y'all ever get caught? They never got caught. They never cracked down on that.
No, I did it one time. But it was a yearly thing. That was around the time I was still, once I started playing football, once I started getting into Pop Warner, I did it one time. I didn't feel bad. I just got in there to check out, that was big time football for me, Lehigh Lafayette, because that was a big rivalry. And, did it once. Never did it again because by that time I was going to games at that time of the year. I was playing games at that time of the year. So, but my friends, my non-football friends, they were still going up there. Hey, it's Lehigh. Hey, we can get in the game. How many tickets? Oh, you don't need any tickets. Just follow me.
Wait for the anthem, and then we're in.
We're in.
Did anyone run by and just nut punch a cop before
No, dude. No. They probably shoot you for that. You can't do that. Just
Yeah,
get on by.
they'll track you down for that one for sure. That's a great story right there. Yeah, the next 4 games for Texas, all at home against cupcake teams that they should beat. So you should see this team gain some confidence. You should see this team start to gel and mesh together. They got Lafayette, FDU, which don't sleep on FDU. That's Fairleigh Dickinson. Remember the tournament run they went on a couple of years ago. Kansas City and Ryder. Those are your next 4 games, all here in Austin. And then after that, you will head to Maui Thanksgiving week for the Maui Invitational.
Nice.
The schedule starts to ramp up again. So there it is. Texas drops the season opener against Duke 75-60. I didn't see a Sean Miller postgame press conference, unfortunately. So no sound from the coach. Some positive takeaways, but just not good enough down the stretch and not good enough from Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver. My biggest takeaways.
I still like Kendall Weaver. I like his aggressive play. It's just, dude, just can't shoot. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. He still gives you a lot of value. He didn't play a ton last night, which is interesting, but
I think they're just trying to get people in the game. They're just trying to move a lot of people in the game. I can understand that in game 1, especially at that level, playing a group like that. That's good for everybody.
Yeah.
You got blown out, but you really didn't get blown out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was it was more like a slow burn.
No, it was a 3-point game with 9.5 minutes left. And for 30 minutes, you were right there. Duke pulled away late. Again, they were in the double bonus for the last 11 minutes of the game. So a lot of them pulling away was just making their free throws. And Texas got stagnant on offense. Stop me if you've heard that before. And things started to get a little ridiculous. But again, plenty of positive takeaways. I said it before the game. We'll say it after the game. I mean, that game took place on November 4th. The season ends in April, technically. I don't know if Texas is making it to April, but season ends in March. Plenty of time to get some things figured out. And I think just based on Twitter and based on talking to some friends, it feels like more positive sentiment from game 1, despite the final score. It feels like people were encouraged for the most part by what they saw from Sean Miller. Maybe still in the honeymoon phase, but again, some positives to take away from the game. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. What say you? How do you feel about Duke 75, Texas 60? We'll get back into some Longhorn basketball a little bit later. We've got some college football playoff rankings, though, we need to dive into, and we'll do that in a moment. But before we get there, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the guys over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, folks, for all your Longhorn gear, polos, caps, you name it. They've got it at Sue Patrick. And, folks, $59 or more on orders online, free curbside pickup just for you. But as we said, they got plenty of parking space. The Jelly Cats are there. Everything that you need that's Longhorn, anything for your tailgating party. You'll be back here in 2 weeks tailgating. So you're going to need to have all your tailgating accessories. They've got it at Sue Patrick just for you. They got all the great books there. All the great presents they're starting to come in stuff for Christmas. You know, Mom may need that chef hat for Thanksgiving. Dad may need it too, but Mom generally doesn't let Dad get in the kitchen unless he's outside doing the turkey and the whatever that fried turkey. I'm not a fried turkey guy, but put a chef hat on Dad and throw him out in the garage and let him burn up the place, you know? They got everything that you want, folks, at Sue Patrick's for sure. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, please, while you're there.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Love AV consultations as well. Tom McKay texting in saying it's amazing how many Texas fans will constantly make excuses for this pathetic basketball team. But yet the football team wins by 3. They suck. And they should all be banished to hell. Fans are hilarious. There's Tom McKay's thoughts on the text line.
Different sport, man. Different sport.
I disagree with that, but whether you agree or disagree, you should still call Tom McKay. There's one thing we can all agree on. He is going to give you the home TV setup of your dreams. You see the 2 TVs behind me. You hear about the 4 TV man cave that I have in the other room. Love my AV consultation setup. It makes sports watching so much more enjoyable. And he can do the same for you, whether it's a bunch of screens on one wall, or if you want that big 85-incher like the Buck, or if you want the giant home theater room, you can get it all with AV Consultations, indoors or outdoors, plus surround sound speakers, not just for your TV, but you can get them all over the house. So you can play music from your phone in every single room at the crib. They do whole home lighting as well. Everything looks great. Everything works great. Everything is so easy to use. You can control most of it from your phone as well. They're the best at what they do, and they've been doing what they do since 1988. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. You can find out more at avconsultations.com.
And of course, it's Unwind Wednesday over at Tony C's Pizza. Half-price bottles of beer with your pizza or your Italian meal there. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza and that great Italian food right from the cookbook, family cookbook of the Ciola family. Locations right beside the Del Diamond, Highway 79 in Round Rock. Anderson Lane, BK. Been a part of BK for over 15 years. 2 for 1 Tuesdays yesterday. I know you missed out on that. You're probably pretty busy. You didn't get your 2 for 1 yesterday, but 2 for 1 Tuesday. But Unwind Wednesday. That's the place to be today to get that half-price bottle of wine with your wonderful meal at Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's. Also, a shout out to centextickets.com. We mentioned it. The Homo for Texas basketball is this Saturday. If you want to be in the building when the Longhorns play at Moody Center for the first time, you can get your tickets at centextickets.com. Every basketball game, men's and women's, all season long. The only place you need to go to find a seat is Centex Tickets. Also, the last 2 home football games, Arkansas, Texas A&M, 2 rivalry games sandwiched around Thanksgiving. If you want to be at DKR for either or both, head to centextickets.com. And don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. They are trying to save you money. We are trying to save you money. 10% off. All you have to do is type in CENTEX10 at checkout, and you'll be good to go at centextickets.com.
Love it.
All right. Yeah, expectations are everything. Texas basketball wants to make the tourney every year with the occasional Sweet 16 run. Yeah, going back to Tom's text, I mean, they just fired their coach. Fans want to make excuses. They literally just fired their coach because making the tournament wasn't good enough. So I don't like.
You got to give the new coach. Got to give the new coach at least more than one game.
Right, Texas went 5-7 in their first year. They kept Steve Sarkisian, and things worked out really well. So. I think you're going to give a coach a little bit more than one game when you're playing a top 6 team on the road, but just my 2 cents. All right. Buck, the first college football playoff rankings of the 2025 season dropped last night. We'll do a little screen share for those of you who are tuned in. We'll start with Texas, and then we'll go kind of around the country and talk about some of the biggest storylines from the first CFP drop. Texas coming in at number 11. The Longhorns were number 13 in the AP and coaches poll. So shout out to the playoff committee for getting it right. Also, Texas is 1 spot ahead of Oklahoma. The Sooners are at 12. I think we touched on this a little bit on Monday.
Yes.
OU was ranked ahead of Texas in the AP poll and in the coaches poll. And it's like, what are we doing here? These 2 teams literally played on a neutral field less than a month ago. And one team kicked the crap out of the other team, and yet the other team is ranked higher? What are we doing here?
Yeah, it seems like a team like Louisville should be right behind Texas. Why OU is even there? I know it's SEC love and all that other stuff, but, I mean, there's some other teams I think, even with the one loss that they have, Georgia Tech got surprised last week. Louisville's been pretty good. I don't even know why, going past it, I don't even know why Miami's on the board. They suck.
All right.
They suck, dude.
I guess we'll go to the other stuff first, and then we'll get back to Texas.
Yeah, go to some of that other stuff. Look at that stuff.
Well, what bothers you the most? The fact that Miami is ranked?
If there is a spot that's the lowest of the low, that's where they should be. They should be over there where Tennessee is.
I mean,
and that's my SEC bias.
Yeah, I mean, Miami did beat Notre Dame this year. They did beat a pretty good South Florida team this year. They did beat a Florida team that unfortunately beat Texas this year. So, I mean, they're a 2-loss team. Like, just pretty much every other 2-loss team is ranked out of a power conference.
Yeah, maybe the expectations should stop it. I know people in Miami and the alums of Miami football have this high ceiling for themselves and what they're all about. But, dude, as long as you got that guy coaching, you can always count on November there being a loss in November. So you don't have to worry about the undefeated days of the anymore as long as that guy's the coach. He's going to blow one, or generally in November he blows two.
Well, he blew one in October, and then he blew one on November 1st, right? Because they've lost back-to-back games at Miami. And, yeah, I think their chances of making the college football playoffs, according to the analytics, are less than 10.
Yeah, I would say,
10%, I should say. So, yeah, I think Miami's pretty much out. Like, they need a miracle. They've got to run the table. They also need some teams around them to lose so they can get to the ACC championship game.
For sure.
They might have to win the ACC championship to get a spot at this point. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have much issue with them being 12 or with them being 18. I would have much of an issue if they were number 12. I don't have much of an issue with them being number 18. I can live.
And on that note, as we're just talking some of that stuff, the head coach Brom at Louisville, all this talk about all these SC schools and all these places for somebody to get a job is, I know he's such a hometown guy. He went there. He's made roots there at Louisville. Is that a guy that you think would just say to Louisville, bye, if Auburn called on him? Obviously Auburn would be I guess maybe I shouldn't say that. I keep wanting to say, we did that yesterday with Chris. Auburn's a better job. It's a good job. Is that a better job than Louisville and what he's built at Louisville? Not really, right?
Yeah, I think Auburn's a better job than Louisville. Auburn's won national championships before.
Right.
I don't think Louisville's won national.
No, Louisville's only screwed us when it comes down to the nitty gritty. That's what happens. They find ways to screw it up. But is he a guy that would he leave that a program that he's kind of built and been a part of?
I don't know. It's a fair question. Jeff Brom's from Louisville, played his college football at Louisville, started his coaching career at Louisville.
Yeah.
You feel like maybe this was a dream job for him, and this is only his third year there. So, he's built up something pretty good. They're ranked number 15 right now.
And he's in the ACC.
And the ACC obviously is an easier path to the playoff at Louisville than he does at Auburn, but you don't have the money and the resources and the facilities at Louisville that you do at Auburn.
Yeah, I gotta believe some of these people are just want to interview him at least.
Yeah, I would think so. You're seeing his name linked to some of the vacancies right now across college football. I don't think he's the hottest name on the trail, but if Louisville gets into the playoff this year, which again is a possibility right now, they're on the fast track to an ACC championship game, and they win that, they'll be in. Then he'll get some opportunities for sure. And Louisville, I know it's Kentucky, but they do play Kentucky in their final game of the year. Obviously a big rivalry in that bluegrass state. Like, he puts a whooping on Kentucky. There may be some SEC teams who are like, all right, it's Kentucky, but it is an SEC team. If they win that game by 3 touchdowns, maybe he can coach in this league.
Yeah, he's not leaving there for Kentucky. I don't know. Or maybe I'm wrong. That's kind of dumb to say. No, he's not going to basketball. He's already in a basketball school. He don't want to go to another basketball school.
Oh, he ain't going to Rick Pitino this thing here.
No.
He ain't. I guess it was Kentucky to Louisville for Pitino, and he also was at the Celtics in between, so maybe.
Yeah, but back to OU, they're right. I guess they're where they should be. That's fine, as long as they're behind Texas.
Yeah, they have to be behind Texas. It was a joke in the other polls that they weren't, but the good news is you no longer have to care one bit about the other 2 polls. This is all that matters. So when you watch Texas play next week against Georgia, whatever their CFP ranking is, when next week's rankings come out next Tuesday, that's the number and that's obviously the number that matters in terms of the college football playoff committee.
Now, and the 2 teams in front of Texas right now, as you go on, they get on that second line. I think BYU plays Texas Tech this week in Lubbock. The group in Lubbock can't afford another loss, I don't believe.
No, huge game in the Big 12, right? You've got BYU at 7, Texas Tech at 8. Yeah, they play Saturday morning. I think it's an 11 a.m. game in Lubbock.
Good for them.
That's where College Game Day is going to be this week. So, yeah, huge game. I don't know if it's necessarily an elimination game, but BYU is undefeated right now. Texas Tech does have 1 loss, so it feels more important for the Raider Rash to get a victory this weekend Texas Tech, I think, is a pretty big favorite. I think they're like a 10-point favorite right now in that one. So I would expect the Red Raiders to take care of business. But yeah, you've got two Big 12 teams in the top 10 right now. My biggest issue from a Texas standpoint is the fact that the Longhorns are behind Notre Dame right now. That doesn't make sense to me. Both teams have 2 losses. Notre Dame is the highest ranked 2-loss team, coming in at number 10. Texas, the second highest ranked 2-loss team, coming in at number 11. Notre Dame's best win is against number 19 USC. Texas has 2 wins against top 16 teams in the CFP rankings, with a neutral site victory over Oklahoma and the home victory over Vanderbilt. So Texas has 2 top 16 wins. Notre Dame's best win is against number 19, and yet Notre Dame is ahead of Texas right now. I don't get that.
Sort of like Duke is Duke.
Yeah, well, Texas is Texas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know what Notre Dame football is, but, like, it's not like it's blue blood versus nobody here. This was like Notre Dame in Virginia. It's like, all right, yeah, of course Notre Dame's going to get the nod.
Well, and they got nobody to play from this point on.
Right, that's the scary part. So, again, the situation for Texas is obvious. You run the table, you're in the playoff. It will not matter one iota what any other team across college football does.
Right.
You win these last 3 games of the regular season, you'll be in. All right. But if you lose one of these 3, you can't lose 2. If you lose 2, you're done. Everybody knows that. If you lose one of these 3 and you end up 9-3, then what happens around the nation is going to directly impact whether or not you get one of the 12 spots. And Notre Dame is one of those teams that you're going to start rooting for to lose. I don't think any Longhorn fan is going to have a problem with that. But, like, Notre Dame being ahead of Texas right now, despite not having the quality wins, is a little disappointing, because that tells you the committee feels like they are better than Texas. And again, these change by the week, but I don't want to get to a point where we're comparing resumes here and Notre Dame gets in over Texas, even if
they won't get in over Texas because of what happened on the last week when Texas whips the shit out of Texas A&M. They can't say anything. There won't be any discussion, because A&M will come in here undefeated, ready to go, excited, filled with turkey and stuffing and cheap bottles of wine, and they'll get beat up. And what can they say then? The committee can say nothing then, right? Or is that too late?
No, I mean, I think that would be a huge win for Texas, right? Again, if
you haven't counted that as a win yet, you're not still stumbling and bumbling about that game, are you?
I haven't been stumbling and bumbling about that
game.
I
think maybe you sound a little nervous, like that's not going to happen.
You're thinking about Wags here, sir.
Or I may be thinking about you and Georgia. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
I'm not picking Georgia as a win right there. I can tell you that. That's not going to change between now and next Saturday. Unless
are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Unless Georgia has like 5 key players get injured in Starkville this weekend. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that.
I can't change your mind on that. There's nothing that's going to change your mind even next week as we get ready. Some unbelievable news like Wingo has grown a new thumb.
Well, if Kirby Smart decides to suspend every single player who's ever gotten in trouble off the field for the Texas game, then I will change my mind. If he decides he wants to run a disciplined program, then yeah, I will change my mind. Texas is going to win. They don't have all those criminals out there playing. Outside of that, that ain't happening.
Come on, man. I got to find a way to just get we have to get over that. We've got to find a way to get over that Georgia thing, period.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I know what happened here in Austin. If the game was here in Austin, I'd feel good about Texas's chances. I just know that Georgia's 37-1 in their last 38 home games. Right now, maybe the good news for Texas, that one came earlier this year. So this year's Georgia team has proven that they can be beat at home. Hell, they almost lost twice at home. Ole Miss almost got them a few weeks ago, but almost is not what we're looking for here.
No, we're not. Look, we can't have almostes. No.
Almost. Ole Miss had a 2-score lead in the fourth quarter between the hedges, and they couldn't get it done. So it takes a lot to beat them there. And I don't know, with this Texas team, as good as they've played, or as good as they just played, feels like the offense has figured some things out. They're getting healthier. They've got 2 weeks to prep. Despite all of those things going in the Longhorns' favor, I don't know if this is the team that's good enough to go into Sanford and get a win.
I'm still there too. I'm not quite sure. I'll be ready by Monday. I'll be fired up. This thing is over between the head. This is over between the hedges. Texas is going to be ready next week.
Okay. It sounds like you're already there. Sounds like you don't have to wait till Monday.
No, I got to wait till Monday.
All right.
I got to wait till Monday. I had to see where some of these goofy chips may fall. If they, I got to see if Wingo's thumb is going to be okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. It sounds like he's going to play next week. I don't know if he'll be 100%. Steve Sarkisian told us that yesterday, that he might not be 100%, but he's going to be out there.
Yes, just hand it off to him. You don't have to throw it to him. Hand it to him. Stick it in his belly.
Does what happens with Georgia and Mississippi State this weekend impact your thoughts on next weekend's game?
No, I think that'll be a dogfight for a while, but it's not going to be for long. I think, it's just right now Georgia's playing win games. Kirby's in that mode of he's not scoreboard watching to see if they win by this point spread. He's just escaping and then letting his, for real big games like the following week talk.
It's pretty insane. And this is where reputation matters a lot, Buck. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
This
You're
is
right.
Where, what Georgia has done in the SEC really matters. Texas doesn't get this benefit of the doubt, and that's fine.
No.
Even though Texas went 7-1 in the conference last year and they made it to the SEC championship game, they didn't win the conference, and they also have only been in this league for a year and a half now. So they have not earned this. But let's go down the line. Georgia's schedule this year. And, everyone's like, oh, I heard it on the playoff selection show last night. It's like, boy, eye test must not matter very much for Texas because they are barely winning games. And here they are ranked number 11. Georgia needed a miracle 4th and 6 and overtime to beat Tennessee this year. They obviously lost to Alabama. They needed a couple of incredibly favorable calls to go their way against Auburn. How bad were the calls? The ref who officiated that game got suspended for the rest of the year by the league because the calls were such BS in favor of the Dogs. They were down by 2 scores against Ole Miss at home, came back and won. And then last week, Florida was up 3 in the 4th quarter with the 4th and 1 at Georgia's 17-yard line. And Georgia was able to barely claw back and win. So they win. That's what matters. They win. That's all you really care about.
It does matter for them because, over the last 2 years, they don't really drill people like the Alabamas used to be 70 or 80 points to 14. That's just not the way they play. It doesn't seem right. You're right, but they can get away with those close games, and they're Georgia. Yeah, Texas can do the same thing. It's like, oh, look at who they play in the SEC. Look what they're doing against Mississippi State and Kentucky. They're barely getting by.
Right. And it's, look, Texas has 2 losses. Georgia has 1. This is not an argument that the Longhorns should be ahead of Georgia or anything. I do think it's funny. People, Georgia's such a dominant team. They're so good. And it's like, no, they're playing a lot of bad teams in the SEC close, kind of like Texas is. And for one team, it's, man, they're so awesome. And for the other team, it's like, God, they did that against them? How could they? They must not be very good. But that's a reputation play. Texas has to earn that, I suppose. So there you go. Annoyed by the Notre Dame thing. If the season ended today, by the way, Texas would not be in the playoff. I know they're ranked number 11 in a 12-team field. But, Buck, I'll go ahead and do another screen share here to show you what the bracket would look like if the playoffs started today. Thankfully, it doesn't. But because you have to have a G5 team in there, and because you have to have 5 conference champions in there, that means Texas and Oklahoma are the first 2 teams out, despite being ranked 11 and 12, because you have to have Virginia in there representing the ACC, and then you've got Memphis right now as your G5 rep. No top 25 G5 teams last night, by the way. So we'll see how that thing shakes out. But, yeah, Texas, again, not in the bracket as of this moment.
But once again, as you said, win out.
Yeah, that makes it simple. You want to take the decision out of the committee's hands, all you have to do is win out. And You want to leave it up to chance, you go 2-1 in these final 3 games and end the year 9-3.
No, win out and, beat Georgia by a field goal. That'll matter. Sorry about that, Georgia. But that will matter. There's no style points now.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you beat a top 5 Georgia team, you beat a top 3 Texas A&M team. Like, it won't be
no.
Oh, you barely beat them, or you needed this.
Oh, look at how you got by Kentucky. They won't be talking about that then.
No, winning at Georgia, you send a message with the win at Georgia. And if A&M comes into town 11-0 like you want, you send a message by beating an undefeated team ranked in the top 3. So resume boosting opportunities for sure for the Longhorns. They already have 2 top 16 wins. They were 2 top 10 wins at the time. Let's go ahead and remind the people about that. And you've got obviously some golden opportunities here to make your resume look a hell of a lot better down the stretch.
Yeah, and once again, Ohio State's getting by Michigan this year, folks. That's not Michigan will run the ball down their throats. That's not going to happen.
Since you're such a big Aggie fan, I'm curious. Yes. Are you upset that A&M was ranked below Ohio State and Indiana?
No, I'm fine.
Okay,
I'm fine because, as you said, even if they play that last game and they're undefeated against Texas, they lose. They're still going.
Yeah. There's
I know you don't want them. You don't want them in sight of the college playoffs at all.
No,
I do.
I want them to lose their next 4 games to go 8-4.
No, I want them to win them. I want them to win until Texas. They'll get in, and then they'll lose in the first round they play. That'll be wonderful.
Yeah, it would be pretty hilarious, actually.
Yes, it would be hilarious.
Yeah, best season of A&M football in a long time. They can't beat Texas. They don't win the SEC championship, and they lose in the first playoff game.
How's that sound?
Well, I'd prefer them to go 8-4. I'm more comfortable with that. I'm used to that.
Yeah, but, that's more like what you're used to. I want them to have some success in their minds.
If it's got to be that, if they've got to be 11-0 coming to Austin on Black Friday, then all right, give me what you just said. A loss to Texas, a loss in the SEC title game if they get there, and a loss in the first round of the playoff.
Yeah, they go that route, and Texas goes its route. College game day will have to miss Thursday. They don't get to go home. They'll have to be here on that Friday for that game. That game will be huge.
That's a good point. Like, I don't know if game day has ever done a Black Friday game. Someone can let me know if they have.
Somebody's going to do something that Friday. It's going to be nationally all over. That's going to be huge.
It's a huge game. I mean, it was a huge game last year in College Station. Like, not as huge because A&M wasn't in the top 3 in the country, but, it was winner goes to Atlanta. Massive game. And that was on a Saturday. So there was a little more pomp and circumstance from like the broadcast standpoint to set the stage because you had all of Saturday to do it. This year, obviously, it's on Black Friday night. So I don't know. I would guess game day is going to be somewhere else on Saturday like they usually do. But if it's especially if it's 9-2 Texas, as in the Longhorns beat Georgia and Arkansas, and A&M rolls in here at a perfect 11-0, then
they got to come here. It's crazy.
You better have somebody. You might have like the Fowler Herbie crew, which I know you love those 2 guys.
Yeah.
You might get the number 1 broadcast crew, but you're probably not going to get all of game day. It'll just be.
Oh, they can have McAfee. I don't need that guy jumping around and acting goofy. They can keep Nick Saban and McAfee. They can go home for Thanksgiving.
You don't like either of them?
I mean, I think Nick Saban. I like him, the looser Nick Saban, having some fun. Old guy having some fun. I'm not a big McAfee fan. All the success in the world, that's been great for him, and that's good. But I'm not a big fan of all for his stick.
Yeah, he's an acquired taste that hasn't been acquired by everybody.
Right.
But, he's more of a guy who's there for the young crowd, I think.
For sure.
All of his bits and shenanigans and taking the shirt off and doing high dives into pools and all that stuff. Like that's.
Yeah, I'm over him quicker than I was over Lee Corso. I mean, I lasted with Lee Corso a long time till 4 or 5 years ago. That started to get kind of old, and soon people will tell me I'm starting to get old. That it's just a matter of time before it all happens to us all. So, but it's just his stick is just it's too on you too quick.
Lee Corso's shtick got old because he got old and he lost the ability to speak English.
Yeah. Guy came back after a
for
stroke and jumped in there.
I felt
You're
horrible for that guy. Like, he clearly wanted to be there, so it's not like he was being, held for ransom or anything like that. But he was like not in a good way for the last few years. And
Dude, I was when the ball dropped on New Year's and Dick Clark was still doing it after his stroke, and he could hardly, he was having a hard time communicating. I was like, good for him. Go get him, Dick Clark. But then after about the second year of that, when they finally said, no, you just can't do this. It's just not working. It's scaring our young people away. Old guy with a stroke. Kids aren't understanding this, and why are they not changing up? That it just had to happen.
Oh man, that is funny. Yeah, I don't remember that, but
oh my God,
yeah.
You probably never watched the Dick Clark New Year's special. I mean, he was awesome for so many years. He had a stroke, and BK, he was trying to do that after a stroke, and he wasn't quite rehabbed enough. It was like somebody behind a chair, making sure that he didn't lean one way and the chair would fall over. It's one of those deals.
Sounds like you.
I'm fine. What are you talking about? I don't fall. I got my relaxed the back chair. You don't see me falling anywhere. I haven't fallen out of this chair. I've been in this chair for 3 years now. You haven't seen me on the ground yet. Hell, you barely know if I got to take a pee in a plastic cup back here.
Have you done that more than once?
No, just the one time that the folks never saw it. They never caught on.
I never did either. That's impressive.
No, just one time.
I'm mad at myself for not being able to catch that.
You didn't notice that, huh? You noticed when I disappeared and I had to blow my nose. You can notice that, but
yeah.
None of you caught on to the day that I had to go so bad that I got my little what is it? This is the
Oh, don't show it. Does it still have stains in it?
No, dude. It's the mixing container for if you're doing paint, little paint stuff in there. It's that. It's right here. It's always there. But I'm very calm and very casual. I'm not like I'm not Louisiana man where I just whip it out and start peeing all over the daggum computer, Yeah. That's what they would do. Louisiana man would just, Ed Orgeron would just take it out, pee all over it, and still keep talking.
Well, we would know that, and we might get kicked off of YouTube. We are Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't know if we're allowed to be that unfiltered. And also, if you pissed on your computer, I assume it would break.
Probably.
It's just like getting liquid on your computer. It's going to cause some problems there. So we would lose you. I think it'd be pretty obvious if you whipped it out and went full Louisiana man and just started taking a leak on the screen.
I'll just say this. We've gone now 3 years of doing this, and I've not had to even excuse myself to go. Like, I've had a bad stomach where I've done pretty well. I like, me, I just won't crap on myself. As I get older and I get into, mid-70s, well, I just turned 70, so I said mid-70s. I'm just got to be 70. If I have to start having stomach issues, I'll just disappear off the screen. That's when you know that I'm gone to the bathroom, because I'm not crapping on myself. I'm crapping in your shoe or on your towel or on your desk, in the back of your car, in the back seat. I'm not doing that on myself.
So you're going to have to take a crap so bad that you leave the show, drive to my place, get a shoe, and take a crap in it?
Well, I mean, I can go to my bathroom down here, but I'm not going to sit here and wait till the very last second and there's stuff shooting into my relaxed back chair, and I'd go, oh, I got to go. I'm not doing that. I have a lot of pride in priding myself that, I know as time goes on and guys are wearing diapers and things like that, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it. I've done it, behind a gas station when the bathroom at the gas station was, somebody was in there with their kid and the kid was using the bathroom and I had to go and I pulled over and I went behind the gas station, just leaned up against the building and took her. I mean, I do that if I'm at the golf course. I'm not doing it in my pants.
You can't wait for someone to leave the bathroom.
No, dude, my stomach was on fire. If my stomach, if you know that feeling, you've been there before. Maybe not.
I've had my stomach on fire. I just feel like I'm able to wait a couple extra seconds.
No. I remember I stopped at my son's place and went into the bathroom. And I didn't even say hello.
Well, I guarantee you, maybe I shouldn't guarantee this based on the story you just said, but if someone was in your son's bathroom, you wouldn't have gone to the side of his building and taken a shit on his building. You would have waited a few extra seconds.
Oh, no, dude. There was boxes in that bathroom liquor by, got a liquor store. There's some boxes in there. I would have sat right beside the guy that was, if there would have been somebody in there, I would have squatted right there in that box.
What if the door's locked? You're going to just drop trow in the middle of the store?
Well, I mean, they got a back room. So in that back room, there was boxes. I would have loaded 2 boxes together and thrown some paper towel there and gone. I'm not doing that in my pants. That's not a part of the deal.
Oh my God. You can wait for a toilet.
No, I can't. I don't know. You don't get it. You haven't been to that. Tom or Wags will tell you there's a point of no return. Yeah. And there are people that are listening to this show. They know where the point of no return is, that they will pull over on the side. I'll lean against the car.
That's just bad discipline by you.
That's not bad discipline.
You don't have the guts. You don't have the stomach. You don't have the internals that I do.
I don't.
Soft, sir.
I may be soft, but I know some guys who learned a lesson when I told them when we were going to Atlantic City that I had to pee, and I had already had to pee like a half hour before, and I told them like 6 times, guys, no, there's Atlantic City. We can see the lights of Atlantic City. You can wait. We'll be there in 10 minutes. I said, I've already told you 3 times I have to pee. All you have to do is pull over on the side. You're too busy wanting to get to Atlantic City. I got to get this urine out of me. So I'll open up the back door of the car and I'll pee. And I didn't realize that the wind blew it back into the back of the driver's neck and into the front seat. And I said, hey, you were warned several times.
Yep. I don't blame you for that one, because you were disciplined. You had a plan. You were trying to pull over and get to a bathroom. Yes. You did what you had to do in that situation.
And the other situations, I'm going to do what I have to do too. It's not going in my pants.
Well, everyone's
it's going in your trunk or your back seat.
Adult diapers. It may be time, Buck. It may be time. It doesn't sound like you can contain your innards anymore.
No, first of all, I don't need that. There's plenty of spaces. We're men. The universe is our bathroom. It's just up to you,
Yeah.
How you feel. And I don't feel like shitting in my pants. Sorry. So the universe, there's trees out there. There's all kinds of things I can do before I do that.
Yeah.
It's just not, I will have to be in a nursing home and there's nothing I can do. I can't get up. I'll roll on the floor maybe if I have to.
Yeah, you'll be at the nursing home. They'll be like, you need to wear diapers. And it's like, no, give me your shoe instead.
No, give me the bedpan. Let me lean over the edge. I can do this.
Yeah. Is that a purse you have, ma'am? Yeah, let me borrow that for a second.
Anything. I'm just not. I made my mind up a long time ago. And I just didn't do this as I got older. I made up my mind in my teenage years that that's just not going to happen. So if you want to go out and drink all night long, when I wasn't sober, when I was a drunk, if you want to go out and drink all night long, eat bad stuff, and then, grab a piece of pizza on 6th Street and then not find a bathroom, you better get up, find a wall or an alleyway or a car that you can lean against. You just learn that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not walking home. I'm not walking with limp-legged with a piece of crap in my pants. I'm not going to do that, I'm sorry, folks. We're supposed to be talking sports. I'm sorry.
We're really emphasizing the unfiltered part of our name today.
I'm just telling you,
dude, that is going to be the worst day of your life. I'm sure you've had some bad days. We've all had some bad days, but like when you get just to the point of old to where you can't control it. Like right now, you can still control it. Like you're making the conscious decision to crap outside or crap in a box or crap on someone's chest. You're doing that. But you're going to get to a point, we all are, if we're lucky, where you can't control that anymore. And I hope you call me right after that happens.
Dude, I will be in tears that day. I will cry. Whoever I'm around, I will be sobbing that I just did this. I can be 97.5 years old. And if that happens, I will start sobbing right in front of somebody. If I'm fortunate enough to have my wife around and that happens, I will come in and have her throw me in the shower and hose me down. But I will cry like a baby when that happens to me because I know the end is near.
Dude, you're going to call me in like 20 years when this show is long done. And you're just going to say, BK, it happened. And I'm going to know exactly what you're talking about. And I'm going to drive to go see you and just give you a hug.
I'll be in tears. I will be in tears at the home or wherever I am or living out in the shed or living with the dog. I will be in tears. I've had that, the bit I told you about on the golf course when I had to go. I was at the 18th hole. I was at the 18th tee box. I was almost done, and I came up and my stomach started bubbling. And I said, guys, excuse me. I took the towel off my bag. I walked over into the woods, leaned up against a tree, did it, used the towel, got back to the tee box, hit my ball, went about my business. And every time I'd go to that place, to that Muni, I would go, you think that towel's still there?
I feel bad for whoever had to clean up that night.
Oh no, it was in the woods. I felt bad for the deer.
Yeah, well, the crab decomposes. The towel still may be there.
But I don't know what people expect. I'm just not going to do that. I think people understand. There are those out there who know exactly what I'm saying.
That is awesome. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Do you know exactly what the Buck is saying? Are you willing to crap in someone's shoe, crap in someone's box, crap on someone's head?
I can get my ass in this if I had to. The one that if need be, BK, I can get this to a point where it's not going to happen in my pants.
Please don't do that.
Okay, I'm just telling you, there's alternatives.
If you have to drop a deuce that bad where you're thinking about using a small ass bucket, just take a second, go to the bathroom.
What about my trash can here? Look at the size of this thing with papers in it. It can absorb everything.
There you go. You got toilet paper right there at your disposal. Nicely done.
I hope you kids understand that. That'd be a lesson to you kids, tip for you kids in the car line too. Don't crap yourself at school. Don't. There's a locker. There's shoes. There's the gym.
No, don't crap it. Don't crap in the locker here. You're gonna get in trouble for that one. Don't do that.
Well, don't crap in your pants. I'll just say that.
Yeah, if you can make it to a locker, you can open someone's locker. You can make it to a bathroom in the hallway.
Kids, there's always a time when you can't take that next step. You know, that deal over at the store that day. I mean, my wife is in the car with me. She goes, "Where are you going?" I said, "I have to use the bathroom." She goes, "Well, we're only 15 minutes away." And I was like, as soon as she said that we're 15 minutes away, I'm like, "Are you 15 minutes? It's like 15 years. What are you talking about?"
No. Oh yeah. With the woman, it's like if you don't pull over right away, you're gonna get yelled at instantly. Like,
oh yeah,
she tells you can wait an hour and a half.
I don't understand how women can do it. They can tell you they have to go pee, but then a half hour later, it's like, "Oh no, I'm fine. I can't go to the bathroom in that place. I can hold this for another hour." I'm like, how do you do that?
Oh wow, that's not women I have encountered in my life. That's good.
Yeah, how they hold that, I don't know. They say they tell you a couple times, "No, I don't want to go in that gas station. No, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go into this Walmart. No, there looks like a nice place." But they can hold it forever. How do they do that? What is in that? What is in that urine that they have that they can hold that? Mine's is filled with juices and all kinds of stuff, tingly stuff that make you go.
All right.
Right. Enough.
Urine juices. That may be the point of no return. Speaking of point of no return. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line. Someone says bye week Bucky is off the rails today. Yeah, can you tell Texas is not playing a football game this weekend?
Yes, no doubt.
We will talk some Texas football in hour two. More sound to get to from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. We also have SEC power rankings to discuss, and we have to talk a little NFL trade deadline. The Cowboys adding to their roster yesterday, a bit of a head scratcher for a lot of folks out there. We'll dive into all of it, but before we do any of it, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
So to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, make sure that your home is ready, whether it be winter, summer. It's going to get a little cooler next week. Make sure that home is winterized. I said it's going to be close to 35 degrees, maybe on Tuesday morning. Make sure that everything is working properly, folks, to have your home winterized, whether it's a week, a couple days. You don't want anything to go wrong in your home. And our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they've been doing a fantastic job when it comes to heating and, of course, air conditioning. And now they even do plumbing. So if there's a problem with your plumbing, please call on the people that do it the best. And that's Woods Comfort System. Nobody does it better.
No way. Like you said, been around for nearly 70 years here in Central Texas. They're the very best at what they do. woodscomfortsystems.com, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Buck, I'm an idiot. We're 70 minutes into the show. I've had this unopened can of OLIPOP.
What?
right next to me. I forgot to mention this during our first break, and I'm like, you know what? I got to save the sound, the cracking of the can for the people. I don't know if you can hear this. Let's see.
Yeah.
That's the sound of a soda right there. That's what OLIPOP is. It is a soda, but unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. We've been talking a lot about digestion over these last few minutes.
Yes.
If you want to regulate your gut health, you could do that with OLIPOP. 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers in this can of OLIPOP. So every time you drink this, you're going to be supporting your taste buds because it tastes great. But you're also going to be supporting your digestive system as well. It is the best of both worlds, something that tastes great, but is also great for you. More than 20 different flavors of OLIPOP to choose from. This is Bucky's favorite, the classic grape, one of my favorites too.
Yes.
And get you some wherever you buy your groceries. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Love it.
Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Was Mike out at your place yesterday?
He was out of my place. They're finishing up. They're going to smooth out some of the stuff that they did on Thursday, and then I can paint where the back of the behind the washer was destroyed by the original home builders here, who couldn't take 2 seconds to put the proper piece on the spout there. So they are wonderful. They came in a hurry. You know, it took them 2 days. You know, they've moved some drywall around. But boy, are they good. He is fantastic.
Yeah, they can do pretty much anything to your home to make it just a more enjoyable place to live. Kitchen remodels, bathroom renovations. You want to add on to your outdoor space. You want to add on to your indoor space. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Nobody does it better. They've been around for 40 years as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. Little Texas football conversation. More sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference here. Here's Sark talking about the Longhorns being able to win on the lines of scrimmage against Vanderbilt. Obviously, a huge difference in the game was the play of the Texas offensive line. Maybe their best performance of the season. Definitely their best performance of the season from a pass blocking standpoint. They also did a good enough job to help Texas get over the century mark in rushing yards. Not great, but better than a lot of what we've seen so far against good teams in 2025. Here's Sark talking about his team being able to win up front against the Commodores.
Yeah, I'm excited because I think we're getting better. I really do. I think we're getting better as a team. And again, that's why I don't think the score was kind of indicative of how the game went. We got to play better in the fourth quarter. Don't get me wrong. But we're playing better football right now. We're taking care of the ball. We've had 1 turnover in 4 games. We're taking care of the ball better. We're creating turnovers. We're stopping the run. We're starting to run the ball better. We need to run it better. We're converting third downs. We're doing a lot of things really well. We're playing better at the line of scrimmage now on both sides of the ball. So we're getting better. And so, yeah, to your point, I am excited that we were able to play a team in that style of game and minimize their strengths and make it a strength of ours. And so there was a lot of things to point to in that game where it's like, okay, we're starting to hit our stride a little bit more. And there's some things to clean up. We're not a finished product, but we're getting better. And that's a credit to our players of working at their craft. That's a credit to the coaches of trying to put players in the right position to be successful, whether it's schematically or personnel grouping wise. But I think there's a level of confidence right now with our team of, man, we're getting better. We got to stay the course because we're going to need to be better over the next 3 weeks for sure.
Sounds like a guy who's trying to talk himself into it, that we're getting better. We're getting better. We're almost there. We're close. No, your run game sucks. It's just, it was nice to have 100 yards, but my God, your run game is not near where it should be, or it has to be over the next 3 weeks. Your passing game has to stay sharp because that's what's going to win the games for you. Your run game is you're not going to bowl anybody over the next couple of weeks. So your passing game and your protection has to be what it is. Your runners and your offensive line, whatever you want to call it, aren't in sync. We're getting close. No, you're not. They're not.
I think you're being overly critical here. I mean, Steve Sarkisian wasn't asked about the run game. He was talking about the whole team. And don't you think they looked better on Saturday than they had looked?
Oh, I think the team is getting better every week as a team. certain parts of the team are getting better, certain parts aren't. And the run game is not, the run game doesn't, it's not all of a sudden going to be where, they're, 150-yard rushers. What do you say? We haven't had a 100-yard rusher yet, much less trying to get 150 or, like they did last year. That part isn't there. They're not in sync or whatever. But I don't think they're getting in better in that phase. I'd rather for them to keep getting better in pass protection, BK, and throwing the ball and finding the open guys, because they've got enough talent, with the throws and the wide receivers to score a bunch of points and just be okay running. There's sometimes being okay running, and especially this year for this offense, is going to be over. You just can't get blasted. You can't have nothing.
Well, they weren't tremendous running the football against Vanderbilt, but they were better running the football against Vanderbilt. I mean, they had 47 rushing yards as a team against Kentucky. They had 72 rushing yards as a team against Mississippi State. They had 100 against Vandy. It's not a strength. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but that is positive. We're moving in the right direction, at least.
Well, I mean, that's what he's saying. I'm saying he's saying that. He's wishing that upon. Okay, maybe they'll have 102. Maybe then next week he can say, no, we got a little bit better. And that's true. You got a little bit better.
Yeah.
You're not where you're not where you and then of course he'll say we're not a finished product. Well, we're in game, 9, 10. Coach, you need to be reaching a crescendo almost. You don't need to be, we're getting better by, we're getting there. No, you need to be there. It's time to be there. I think this team should have been there, but it's just not a strength of theirs. And so okay, they got better from going from 40 yards to 100 yards, but it's I think they should be much better. And I think we all should think they should be much better, but that's not their strength. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian did say, I think we played this sound on Monday, he said in his post game that was something they're going to work on. Like he acknowledged that the run game isn't quite where it needs to be, and he talked more about the run timing. I think that was the phrase that he used. Just, guys aren't hitting the holes when they need to, where they need to, and just everything is a bit off right now. So Sark did say, since the Vanderbilt game went final, like that is the thing that we're working on here in the bye week. But I don't know. I mean, the hope is they are reaching their crescendo right now. I thought the Vanderbilt game was the best game that they played. The last 5 minutes got out of hand. None of that happens if the refs just do their job. Texas should have won that game 41-16. And I know they didn't. Refs miss calls all the time, and you got to do better than that down the stretch. It doesn't excuse the secondary. They can't just take the last 5 minutes off because
I think they're doing great in the passing game, because that offensive line, that was tremendous. I'm just saying they're not doing that. They're not. I'm not jumping up and down about the run game.
That's fair, but like as a whole, would you not say that was?
I'm looking for the team. The team effort is there. Period.
Okay, yeah, like that's you're talking about
the secondary
crescendo.
Yeah, the secondary got it all screwed up at the end, but they found a way to win.
So, do you think this Texas team is playing its best football right now? Like, do you think they're at that crescendo that you're talking about?
No, I think they can still play better. I mean, and they will next week. They'll have to play. I think they will play their best game, and they may win by a point against Georgia. That's the way I want to feel next week. I want to feel that they're going to be at their best against Georgia, and then against, whatever you have to do against Arkansas, but at A&M, that's when they, as this thing starts to build. I don't know if that makes it that their run game will be better, but I think their pass game will continue to get better. Their defense will get a little bit better in the fourth quarter than they need to be. Than they have been, but I'm not expecting the run game to all of a sudden flip around. No, I'm not expecting them to all of a sudden be these dynamic, gaping hole type of offensive line running backs right now. But you can't just get knocked backwards. That's the part. You can't put it all on the quarterback. But if that part
they didn't get knocked backwards by Vandy. They had one negative play in the entire game against the Commodores. So it's sad that that's what this thing has come to, but like that was a very positive sign because they were getting knocked backwards by Kentucky a few weeks ago. They did not get knocked backwards by a very solid Vanderbilt defensive line.
Yeah, we were looking for, what did we talk about, 130 yards in that game? 120?
I think so. Again, I'm not arguing that the run game is that good. I'm just like, I think this offense is playing its best football right now. Like, you're harping on that. They've scored 79 points in the last 2 games. Like, this offense is doing its best that it's done all season long. And
Giving
that's
max credit for the quarterback play, the play calling, and the offensive line play for sure.
yeah. And that's, if you have to rely on that, that's fine. I don't disagree with you. You want more from your run game, but I think
no. You want more from
your
your
other
run games,
stuff is really good.
But I prefer the quarterback not get punched in the mouth and get sacked 6 times. I'd rather for him to be, clean pocketed where he can throw and guys are confident up front that they know what they're doing than to worry about them gouging teams in the run, because it's a lot of combinations. As the head coach said, it's not just the offensive line, it's setting up things, but to me there's not much to set up,
Well, I think we're looking for carryover from the Vanderbilt game for the offense, and I think the one thing more than anything else that you want to carry over to Athens next Saturday is the play of the offensive line.
For sure. Protect the quarterback, please.
0 sacks allowed, 1 TFL allowed against what was a top 20 scoring defense in college football before Saturday. Like, you dominated up front. And like, that combination of 5 offensive linemen, don't change that. There's been too much changing, I think, at times with this offense. It feels like there's a different game plan every week. Like, I think of the Oklahoma and Kentucky back-to-back, where it's like Texas finally found something that worked in the second half against OU, and then they just did something completely different against Kentucky. It's like, you found something that worked. Stick with that. And I definitely think you found something that worked with Cole Hudson at left guard and Connor Robertson at center, Buck.
No doubt. That's big time right there. As I said, you're always going to have some slip-ups in your offensive line because nobody's getting a clean pocket. Hell, quarterbacks in the NFL with the greatest offensive lines don't have total clean pockets all the time. So that's you're going to have times. That's what a good quarterback does. You're going to be able to throw at people in his face. That's a part of the position. I think as a team, just win the game. And if you have to throw a bunch of times, protect the quarterback and throw. But my expectations of just don't, like you said, just don't get knocked back. Just run it enough. I work in progress. The progress is there right now. You're winning the games. That's what matters.
And the progress is that you've scored 79 points in the last 2 games after having your worst
finding a way to win the game. And you're not turning the ball over. You're not giving the ball to the other team.
That's key too. Yeah, and you talk about clean pockets for Arch Manning. The Longhorns only allowed 6 pressures against Vanderbilt. Their previous best in an SEC game was 18 in the win over Oklahoma. But remember that Florida game, they gave up 36 pressures to Arch Manning. The offensive line was awful. I thought the game plan was awful as well. It's clear that this coaching staff has made it more of a point of emphasis for Arch Manning to get the ball out of his hands quickly. But again, even in the Vandy game, there were times where Arch had to look at his second or third option. Credit to him for resetting his footwork and making accurate throws pretty much throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that dude he looked comfortable and looked like he felt comfortable with what he was seeing in front of him with the guys not pressuring him immediately. Yeah. He didn't have that immediate pressure. He had the regular quarterback pressure that you get, by the time you get to 1,003. You're going to have that. If the ball isn't gone by then, you're going to get pressure no matter where you are or who's blocking it in front of you. They can't block them forever. So, no, I'm excited about the offense. I think the offense will get better. And if the run game gets better, that's bonus. That's added bonus for this team right now. This time of the year, that would be incredible.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's I don't think you can rely on the run game, but the good news is you feel like you have a bit of an identity right now, and you found a couple of things that have worked.
And that's what they'll work on this week. They got to find 2 or 3 run plays that get them 4 and 5 yards, and we can rely on that. This guy, there's a weak link on that side. Georgia's got a weak link on their defensive line somewhere too, that Texas can take advantage of for 4 or 5 yards or 3 or 4 yards at a clip. But they can't do 1 point, whatever yard. We can't see those same numbers we saw before. Or if we do, who cares if they throw for 380 yards? Nobody's going to care.
Yeah, that's,
I'm not going to come back bitching on Monday if they beat Georgia and the quarterback's thrown for 5 touchdowns and 360 yards and they rush the ball for 40. I'm not going to say, you know what? you know what? They still can't run the ball. Well, I know that already. But you know
You
what?
will. You will definitely be saying that if
No,
that's what happens.
I will
You'll
say,
be happy they
you know
won,
what?
but you'll be saying that the run game is still a problem.
Well, yeah, if the coach tells me how we're getting close on the run game. If he says that, I'm going to say, no, you're not. You're not getting close. But you know what you're doing? You're passing the ball well. You're protecting the quarterback, and you calling the plays. You're calling the right things. Whatever you've done over the last couple of weeks to get your team a win, you've done that. I'm not going to be jumping up and down. I won't say anything about it. I'll just say, you know what? It is what it is. But if they can throw the ball for I don't like beating my head against the wall. I've been a running back coach from the first time I coached football, and that's what I've been. Kick returning guy, running back coach. Never coached wide receivers. Never coached another position. I just know this. I know still, even as a run back guy, I don't want to beat my head against the wall trying to prove that we're a running team when we're not. Why waste a down?
Right. Yeah. We'll see if Texas is able to do something on the ground against Georgia. I mean, as good as Vanderbilt is, they're not as good as Georgia. And
they're not.
I still have my doubts and skepticism about the Texas offensive line. But again, you found a group of 5 that, okay, now you know that's your best starting 5. So you've got 2 weeks of practice to keep working with them. Like, figure it out, get better there, and hopefully.
Yeah, what are the runs that we can have some success with?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, what running back is
the
getting in the
line,
game?
They can't go back to just giving up a bunch of pressures in the game, too. They've got to do a good job in pass pro like they did against Vanderbilt. But yeah,
that's
they got to
get
some running lanes open too. But yeah, I mean, I like that group of 5. Don't change that.
And I think more so than anything, it was the aggression that they play with. The linemen that they put in that game Saturday were the same group that it looked like they played against Oklahoma. There was some aggressive play by those guys. They weren't taking a back seat to getting punched and moving around. They were the aggressors, and they have obviously going to Georgia. You can't go there timid. I mean, and it has to, because once again, if there's ever a team in college football will still be hanging around the fourth quarter, it's the Georgia Bulldogs. They have no quit in them. Their coach, they don't give up in the fourth quarter. They just keep going. They keep going forward. They keep moving forward. So you have to meet the challenge there when it comes to aggression. And that's what the 2 great games I think the Texas line has played. They've been the aggressor.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you think about the Georgia game last year in the regular season, Texas was not the aggressor.
No.
I mean, Georgia came in like a pack of hungry wolves that hadn't eaten in a month.
Yes.
They just dominated Texas in the trenches. They dominated everywhere. It wasn't just in the trenches, but like.
Well, they were fast. They were big. They were physical. They had positions that a bunch of NFL guys. I mean, they just had so many individual players that could dominate some of your best players. Some of what you thought were your best players got dominated by that group.
Texas looked timid. They looked intimidated by the Georgia G, and that was at home. So now you got to go on the road Saturday night, hostile environment against a top 5 Georgia team, assuming they beat Mississippi State this weekend.
But now you've seen this group 3. This will be the 3rd time.
Well, here's the thing. You're right. Here's the thing. As good as Texas has played, you talked about the OU game, you talked about the Vanderbilt game. Those are their 2 best games of the year, without question. Their 2 most impressive wins. We haven't really seen them play a great game on the road just yet. Like Ohio State, I mean, they were in that game. It's not like it was a blowout, but they scored 7 points offensively.
Right.
Obviously, the Kentucky game was, I'm still not sure how Texas won. The Mississippi State game, I'm even less sure how Texas won. So it's like you're going into a hostile environment and you're playing a team that's much better than the 2 you've seen in the SEC. Oh, plus the Florida game was a road game. We all know what happened there. You're playing a team that's better than any other team you've seen on the road in the SEC. And to this point in the year, you have not been the aggressor in those games. So you got to have a different mindset, I think. And you obviously were the aggressor against Vanderbilt. Shoot, you were up 17-0 before the first quarter was over.
Oh, no, they got punched. They got punched, and they couldn't even counterpunch. They were just getting punched until at the end where you may have thought it was over with. You had them by the gonads in the fourth quarter, and you may have let up in some way, shape, or form, and they came back on you because they got a great little leader.
Yeah.
Little round-shouldered leader.
You're calling him little and round-shouldered.
Yeah, sort of like the defensive lineman that the Cowboys just picked up. He's a little round-shouldered in all aspects.
He's a defensive lineman. He's a defensive tackle. Isn't he supposed to be round-shouldered?
He's extra large now this time of his career.
He's 6'3", 303. Is that extra large?
Is that stout or is that
there's D tackles that are like 350? And what's Devondre Sweat then if Quinnen Williams is a fat ass?
Oh, you mean there was a time that we never called him round-shouldered Sweat? Your AI-generated guy?
Oh my God! No, there are plenty of times where people have called Devondre Sweat round-shouldered. He's listed on the Titans website 6'4", 366.
Oh my God! So that means he's 380.
So what is he if Quinnen Williams is a fatty at 303?
Yeah, the only thing about Quinnen Williams, he's still I don't know if he's playing at the level he played 3 years ago. I guess he's just gets in the way right now. I'm still a little worried about that deal, BK. I'm just they get all that capital, that draft capital to get it to. I know he can still stuff the run because he can stick his ass in one of the gaps and still make a play with the other gaps. So how long? I mean, is this a long-term deal? How many years has that guy got left with that body? That's not a squatty body, by the way.
You have to go all the way back to last season to find the last time that Quinnen Williams was a Pro Bowl player in this league. So I don't know about this few years ago stuff that you're talking
about. Oh, that's that I don't like the deal. I know you can't find a young guy like that. It's hard to find. They've been trying to, but they've been going to Michigan for years to try to find a guy that can do that. By the way, the guy that they got rid of, they could have got a bucket of ice for that dude.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith. Yeah, that's addition by subtraction for the Cowboys there.
They just said, would you like to have him on your practice squad? And they said, sure, we'll take him.
I guess the Jets are so bad, it's like, well, yeah, why not? And they need bodies to fill a roster. But, yeah, I don't think Mozzie Smith's going to be one of those dudes where it's like, oh, my God, you gave up on him that early? Look what he turned into. I think it's like, no,
they're never going to have to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't think they care about Mozzie Smith. No. They're like, wait, really, Jets? You want this guy? All right, shit, take him. He's yours. Yeah, Cowboys made a couple.
To see how this dude works out in Dallas. They need somebody. I mean, you got to do something.
Well, I think a lot of people are like believing this is a win now type of move for Dallas, and people are saying, well, the Cowboys, you guys are 3-5-1. You just lost to Jacoby Brisket in Arizona on Monday Night Football. Why are you adding to the team? This move has nothing to do with 2025. This move has everything to do with the next couple of years. So, yeah, will Quinnen Williams help the defense right now? Of course he will help the defense right now. But one guy, I don't care if it's Micah Parsons, one player is not going to fix this defense. So this is, all right, we still have our 2 first-round picks in 2026. We've got
you have one, and you know what you're going to use on one. We already know that. Offensive lineman.
Yeah. Well, you also have the second most cap space in football right now. So this is, hey, here's a start. We're getting a guy. We've got a few more years of Dak Prescott in his prime. We've got CeeDee Lamb in his prime. We've got George Pickens. Well, the Cowboys have to pay him. I think they will pay George Pickens. Like, they're looking at this as like, okay, what can we do to make sure that we've got some defensive pieces in the future? You're probably not getting Quinnen Williams in the offseason. It's probably the only time you can make a move like this. So you were getting an all-pro, 3-time Pro Bowler defensive tackle, who's one of the best run stuffers in the league, who the last 3 years, not so much this year, I'll give you credit for that. This year, he has not been a great pass rusher. The last 3 years, he's been one of the best interior pass rushers in football. You're getting him, who's under contract for 2 more years beyond this one.
Okay.
And that's the thought. So it's not really like, oh, it's Jerry Jones being an idiot thinking the Cowboys are going to win this year. No, this is probably the only time we can get a defensive tackle as good as this one. We need game wreckers on defense. We've got this extra draft capital to spend. Let's go spend it. And with the way the Cowboys,
once again, as I said, you can't get a young guy like this guy. You're not going to get that guy in the draft that walks in there and does what he does. You're right.
Well, the Cowboys have been awful at drafting lately. Like, they've been really bad on the defensive line, but like they haven't been good drafting at all. You look at the class, where Mozzie Smith was drafted. What was that? 2023, 2024? Like, the Cowboys draft class that year was a joke. The best player they got was DeMarvion Overshown in the 3rd round, and he can't stay on the field. Everybody, they got Mozzie Smith in the first round, Luke Schoonmaker in the second round, Overshown in the third round, and everybody else isn't even on the team anymore. So it's like, I do not trust the Cowboys to draft well. So to go get an impact player who's better than what you were likely going to find. I mean, Quinton Williams was a number 3 pick. You're not going to have that high of a draft pick.
I already know what he can do. You can go get a young guy that'll develop with them. He may not develop.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I don't hate the move. It is a lot to give up. I won't push back.
I thought it was just a lot to give up to what I think is an older player at this time of his career. But and like you said, this is not for. In my mind, I was thinking they're trying to do this for the now.
Right. Yeah. And if that's the case, then that's dumb. Because again, this defense is so bad. Getting Quinton Williams and Logan Wilson is not going to correct all of the other issues that you've got. I just think this is, Jerry Jones.
What does Jerry say? Has Jerry come out with anything yet? Have we not heard from him saying, because he scares me that he may be thinking this is why we're having our quarterback having a record-breaking year offensively, that this one guy can make the difference. These two guys, I'm thinking, oh, shit.
Well, it is Jerry, so I bet he will say that. And, he's going to talk because he just wants to keep the fans invested. He doesn't want to be saying next year. Remember, he's all in. This is the all-in guy we're talking about. So he's not going to say it's a future move. But I'd like to think somebody in that front office is smart enough to realize that this is not a win-now type of move. This is not a team that should be buying for 2025. But we do have some Jerry Jones sound now that you ask. Here's Jerry yesterday. Holding a mini press conference at the Star in Frisco. Here is Jerry's thoughts about the Quinton Williams trade.
I want to win a Super Bowl almost as bad as I want to bend over a Waffle House waitress. When I was younger, I'd bust nuts, and it was beautiful. Now what comes out just looks like cold grits. If you weren't with us for 7 and 10, then don't try to be with us when we go 6, 9, and 1. Anytime I have an opportunity to make my team worse, I jump on it faster than a horned-up Walmart greeter. I'm never giving up control of the Cowboys. In fact, I've developed an even dumber AI model of myself to make terrible decisions after I die. His name is Steven, and he may be fatter than a pregnant pig, but he's my son, Dadgummit. If I ever die, I hope they bury me with my dinger pills so I can go to town on Dolly Parton's jugs. I believe Quinton Williams will plug more holes than me and Steven at the Dallas Bunny Ranch. We just got a great defensive player. Now we just need 10 more and we can go 8 and 9. Quinton Williams went from a dipshit owner and coach to the same thing, just in a warmer city.
Wow. That's the ultimate right there. Wow.
There's Jerry
He's
Jones.
always got to have his dinger pills.
His first comments after the Quinton Williams trade said he wants to win a Super Bowl as bad as he wants to bend over a Waffle House waitress.
Man.
Talking about being buried with his dinger pills so he can something about Dolly Parton's jugs. Hear that one right? And
unbelievable.
Quinton Williams going from a place with a horrible owner and a bad head coach to a place with a horrible owner and a bad head coach, just in a warmer climate.
Yes.
That is Jerry Jones right there. Interesting. Yeah, usually not what your GM talks about after a trade like that, but Jerry Jones is one of one.
Boy, oh boy. What did the Jets try to unload their entire team in the trade?
Yeah, they got rid of Sauce Gardner. All right, we'll take a break. We got to get some sponsor shout outs here. We'll talk more about the Quinton Williams trade. We'll go around to the NFL, get to some of the other big deadline deals. It was a very active deadline day in the National Football League. So we'll get into all of it in a second. But first, a few more sponsor shout outs.
So our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company, this is the day right here. Get yourself a nice double with cheese fries. I had that yesterday, as a matter of fact. Didn't have that shake, but boy, they got wonderful shakes. And Hat Creek Burger Company, folks, and some locations are opened at 7 a.m. for breakfast. Mom and dad, if you want to have a little margarita at the end of the day while the kids have a burger, some fries, and hit the playscape, you can do that. Hat Creek Burger has over 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, but born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Love Hat Creek Burger Company.
Absolutely. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car. over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love them.
Absolutely. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Also, some love to the Altstadt Brewery as well. Should be a beautiful weekend here in Central Texas. Weather's going to be warming up a little bit. If you're looking for something to do, it is a Texas bye week after all. How about a trip down to Fredericksburg to check out the beautiful Altstadt Brewery? It is the perfect day trip for the beer drinker in your life. Maybe you're planning a trip to Fredericksburg and you're trying to figure out a few places to go while you're down there. Make sure you check out the Altstadt Brewery. This place is massive, and there is so much to do. They've got an outdoor beer garden. They've got live music every weekend. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine from a former Michelin star chef. And, of course, you get plenty of samples of every kind of Altstadt beer. Yeah, it's awesome. Highly recommend making a trip to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. And hey, if you can't make it down there this weekend, the good news, you can still enjoy your Altstadt beer wherever you are across the Lone Star State. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker to try, including the Schwartz beer, which is a darker beer, perfect for the fall. Get you some wherever you buy your beer. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And for folks out there that know some folks that are going to be struggling during, of course, a lot of folks in some struggles right now when it comes to food and what they're going to do for their families, not only for Thanksgiving, but for the rest of the year. Let us know. And don't be afraid to let us know. Give us a shout out. We're going to get some canned goods and some food. Now, we can't do turkeys. We can't gather turkeys. We won't be doing that, but we'll be able to help some people out, during the Thanksgiving holidays. We want to do what we can to help those people out. And it's not just the homeless. It's folks that have jobs, but have, benefited for some government programs that are going to struggle just for the Thanksgiving time. We're going to do what we can to help you out. We'll have some locations where you guys can dump off canned goods and stuff, and we'll get them to the right folks. So, be on the lookout for that over the next couple of weeks because we are there. It is the holiday season. We want folks to, we want parents and kids. I saw a lady on TV the other day, BK, who talked about during the struggles of what's going on and her not being able to get the benefits that she's been used to getting. She's having one meal a day for her in order for her family to, for her kids to have a couple meals and make it through a school day. She's eating one meal a day and working two jobs. And I'm like, damn, that just doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right in this country for that to be happening. I know it's been happening for a long, long time, but we can do what we can. I save up my pennies and coins and dollar bills. I'm going to do what I can. And I think, for our broadcast, we can do what we can do to help somebody out, whether it's one family, 5 families, 10 families. We're going to help somebody out during this holiday season.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if people know somebody who's really struggling and you've been doing it, you've been carrying the burden for that group, let us know. Let us carry some of the burden too.
Yeah, times are tough, and we're working on putting something together. More details to come, but we'll definitely be collecting some cans to give out to those who need them this Thanksgiving and holiday season. So we'll keep you posted with more information there for sure. All right, Buck, some of the other headlines from the NFL trade deadline. By the way, 8 trades made yesterday. That's the second most on deadline day since 1990. So if it felt like there was a lot of action in the NFL yesterday, it's because there was. The Cowboys made 2 of them. The other 6 trades were all made by teams with winning records. Go figure. But the other big move was Indianapolis trading 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Colts going for it. They're 7-2 right now. One of the best teams in the NFL, maybe the biggest surprise in the NFL this year. They traded 2 firsts and lifetime Longhorn Adonai Mitchell to the Jets in exchange for Sauce Gardner.
Man, if the Jets had a quarterback to go along with Garrett Wilson, wow. I mean,
Yeah,
two receivers like that.
Yeah. I mean, the Jets are still the Jets. Their quarterback play is awful, but I don't know. How good would they be if they had a better quarterback?
a lot better than they are.
Yeah, I don't know. The Jets are still the Jets, man. They suck. And good for them. They got a lot of draft capital yesterday. They got 3 first-round picks and a second with those 2 trades. I mean, they traded 2 former top 5 picks. You draft guys like that to be franchise cornerstones and you hope that you can build around them. And they couldn't, in large part because, they don't have a quarterback and they've been cycling through a bunch of different guys. They thought they finally had one with Aaron Rodgers. Now Aaron Rodgers is playing really well in Pittsburgh after they let him go. And they tried the Justin Fields thing, and Justin Fields is terrible. It's a mess. It's a mess there. And good for them for finally realizing, like, no, we do suck. Like, we need to just completely up and start from scratch. Sucks for the Jets, but who cares? It's the Jets.
Yeah, for some odd reason, I thought Sauce Gardner ended up with the Broncos. I was going to say, really? They can't have those 2 cornerbacks. But, the Colts are all in.
Yeah, I think they should be, right? Like that's a lot. The Cowboys gave up a first and a second for Quinnen Williams. The Colts gave up 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner. So they gave up a lot for a
A.D. Mitchell just hadn't worked right there for him.
No.
They had that young quarterback back there last year who, just was throwing it all over the place. Now they got Daniel Jones. I thought it may work out with Daniel Jones but it just nothing's worked out for him. Sometimes you just go to the wrong place.
Sometimes you're just a bust.
A.D. Mitchell?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I won't Look, he's played a year and a half. He has 32 catches for 464 yards and 0 touchdowns.
I'm not saying, by the way, if that's not the place for you, I don't know if this is the place that you're going to be.
Right. You go from Daniel Jones, who's an MVP candidate this year, to Justin Fields, who we just spent the last 5 minutes crapping on. It's like, believe me, I hope A.D. Mitchell turns it around. To this point, he has been a bust. Like last year, it's like, Anthony Richardson sucks. It's not his fault. And I agreed with that. And look, Indianapolis does have some other really good wide receivers. They've got Michael Pittman. They've got Alec Pierce. They've got Downs. They've got Tyler Warren, the tight end. So, there's other guys who are obviously going to get theirs, but those guys are getting theirs, and A.D. Mitchell's not getting his.
Yes.
He was a second-round pick. If he was as good as the Colts thought he was going to be, he would be playing.
There. You're right.
He'd be playing a lot more. So, look, I hope it works out. Believe me, I hope it works out in the Jets. I'm surprised that it hasn't worked out for him this year. But, I don't think the Colts are like, damn, we had to get rid of Adonai Mitchell. And I don't think it's not quite Mozzie Smith level bad.
Not there yet.
Mozzie Smith was a first-round pick also, and he's been worse than Adonai Mitchell has. But it's like
it was on its way. It was on its way to happening. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Cowboys are like, we take Mozzie. You want Mozzie? Take him. I think the Colts are like, you want A.D. Mitchell? Good luck. He's your problem now. Try to figure it out. And I hope it works because he was awesome at Texas. Very easy to root for. And unfortunately, he's going to the Jets, and that's usually where careers go to die. But
yes,
who knows? Big move by the Colts. You think the Colts are legit contenders in the NFL this year? I mean, the record says they are.
I don't know about their defense. I think offensively, I think they've got it kind of going in the right way as long as the running back stays healthy. Daniel Jones looks like a different dude, but their defense is going to give up. That deal with Pittsburgh last week, plus they couldn't protect the quarterback, and Pittsburgh does have a pretty good pass rush when they want to crank it up. So,
the Colts.
I don't know. That I just don't think they played a good game last week. They just got beat last week.
They did. Yeah, the Colts have tied for the best record in the league at 7-2. They're tied with Denver and New England, speaking of surprises.
Right.
But the Colts do have the best point differential in football, which is a stat that I like to look at. It's a stat that a lot of people like to look at to show how dominant you are. So they're not just like winning games barely. They've been beating teams down this year. Yeah, the resurgence of Daniel Jones, big reason why. Jonathan Taylor's been amazing. He's the best player on that team still. He's looking like one of those running backs that's going to defy Father Time a lot longer than most. They've got some weapons on the outside. Their O-line's good. And their defense was their weakness. So that's why they're like, shit, Kansas City looks a little down right now. Buffalo's got some issues. Like the NFC looks like a better conference. We're in the AFC. Maybe we can make a run at this thing this year. Let's see what we got.
Sure, yeah.
And Sauce Gardner's obviously a young player. I think he's under contract for the next few years too. So you don't have to worry about contract negotiations or father time catching up. We're talking about a 25-year-old here. So
Now, what are you hearing about CJ Stroud? Is his concussion one of those deals you come back this week, or is that a no?
I think
That
he's
looks
still
like a no. That looks like a real concussion.
well, he's still in the protocol, but I don't know. I think there's a chance he plays. I think it's probably too early to tell.
Yeah, Wednesday's practice day.
Yeah. I don't know. They
Dude,
play the Jags this week.
He hit his head hard.
Hit his head hard.
Oh,
Yes.
it was like he didn't do it on his own. That dude made that head snap back.
Yeah, and it hit the turf very hard. So big game for the Texans. Divisional game at home against Jacksonville on Sunday. Obviously, would love to not have Davis Mills under center. That guy.
Boy, did he look lost. I mean, I've seen him come in backup roles that he looked like he knew what he was doing. And he looked lost last week.
He's just not good. Like, I mean, I was covering the Texans down in Houston when he was starting. And it's like, he was horrible. Everybody knew he was horrible. It was just, you're buying time until you can get somebody better than him in there. They obviously got screwed by Deshaun Watson, so they were left in a tough spot there.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't think Davis Mills is one of the best backups in football or anything like that. So, that game on Sunday probably comes down to whether or not CJ Stroud can play. If Stroud plays, I fully expect them to beat Jacksonville. If he doesn't, then I would lean Jags, and that'd be a bad loss for the Texans. That dropped them to 3-6 this year. And again, they're in the same division as the Colts, who we just talked about as the best team in the NFL right now. So they are they're falling further and further behind. They need CJ Stroud to play this weekend. All right, so there's a little NFL. One trade that didn't happen, those were by far the two biggest trades. Some of the other moves, like Jacoby Myers went to Jacksonville. A couple other solid players got dealt, but the two stars that moved, Quinnen Williams to Dallas and Sauce Gardner to Indy. A.J. Brown was not traded, Buck.
No, they're not going to do that.
And that was something a lot of people were watching out of Philly. And to me, it never made sense. I mean, Philly's 6-2. They just won the Super Bowl. I know Brown hasn't had a great year, and there's been seemingly a riff in the locker room, but he's awesome.
You know what you'd have to give up to get that guy for Howie Roseman to even think about that? First of all, he's not thinking about that. He just, he talked about it yesterday about, sorry, we got another half of the year to play. That guy's a captain of the team. We can't do that. You would have to give up so much in order to get that dude.
Yeah, well, and why would Philly sell right now? They just won the Super Bowl and they're a contender again this year. They're 6-2.
No.
So
just fix that problem. Let him join the Book of the Month club or whatever he has to do. Let him pout. Let him be A.J. Brown, but get him on the field and get the ball to him. That's all you need to do.
I forgot about the Book of the Month club last year.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to go that direction and pout, just catch the ball when we throw it to you. We'll try to find you when you're open. We'll target you. We'll get you the ball. You can catch a bunch of balls in a game and then bitch about how you don't get enough throws. That's fine. As long as we win the game, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, A.J. Brown's most recent game, 4 catches, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Sounds like it's okay to me.
Why are you trading that guy when you're good? If you're bad, you trade that guy. If you're good,
right,
you keep that guy. So, yeah.
And the thing about certain locker rooms, they know exactly what that guy is. He still has captain on his jersey. So they don't think of him as being a bad guy or a cancer in the locker room. If he's still the captain of the team, they know how to deal with him. So let them deal with it. I mean, the rest of the NFL has a problem, and people have problems with that guy, the way he behaves. But you know what? If the rest of the locker room is fine with him, let's go.
Well said. Yeah, they've got a good enough
get back
culture.
to the Super Bowl.
They've got a good enough culture in Philly to withstand a little diva wide receiver.
Right.
I mean, Brown was on the team last year. He was reading a freaking book during a playoff game on the sideline.
Right.
And we've known he's a diva for a while now. It didn't matter to Philly at all last year, and it's not going to matter much this year. That team is loaded, and they're in prime position to make another run. So there you go. There's your NFL trade deadline conversation. Cowboys making a big splash. I'm more in favor of it than the Buck. Plenty of mixed opinions out there. Cowboys gave up a lot. I think it's for the future. I'm okay with the move.
As long as they still got a first-round draft choice so they can get another offensive lineman.
They've got 2. So they got 2 for Micah Parsons. They only gave up 1 to go get Quinnen Williams. Now, Parsons is a better player than Williams, but Williams is very, very good. You still have 2 first-round picks this year. You've got 1 next year. And you do lose your second-round pick this year. But, again, that feels mitigated by the fact that you have 2 firsts this year.
Yeah, take one of those linemen later on. If you're going to take him in the first, take him later in the first round. Please don't make him the 4th pick.
Oh, my God. I'll lose my mind, dude. If they're
going to take an old lineman with one of those first-round picks.
You're so right. And I'm like,
where's he going to come from, Georgia or Alabama? That's going to be the key.
I'm so mad that you're right, but you're right. I'm already we already should brace ourselves. The draft isn't until April, and it's November, and I'm like, yeah, no, they're going to spend one of their first 2 first-round picks, easy for me to say, on an offensive lineman when they need 10 defensive players.
Yeah, they need them all. Everybody in the draft on defense.
We have seen teams spend an entire draft on offense or defense.
Yes.
Like however many picks they have, they only go with that side of the football. I would not be opposed to the Cowboys doing that on defense. It's not going to happen. And look, they could use an offensive lineman, of course. They could use a running back, of course. But if they are like, you know what, we'll figure that shit out. We got to get this defense better.
Yes.
And I'm okay with it. I am perfectly okay with that. We're talking about the draft already. That's what happens when you lose to Arizona and Jacoby Brissett on Monday Night Football. Way to go, Dallas. Way to go. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Buck, did you hit all of your sponsors this morning?
No, say hello to our friends over at Daymakers Half Day Cafe. You want a great breakfast, folks, from 7 to 3. After 3 o'clock, they are closed. They do not do dinner, but you can have breakfast at lunch and lunch at breakfast. Plus, you can get yourself a cocktail very early in the morning there. You got to get your day started. Some of you do. Some of you need that little extra boost. And then have some pancakes and waffles to go along with that, just to soak it up a little bit. But they've got great food. They have a great bar right there with 14 seats right there at the counter and plenty of space there at Daymakers Half Day Cafe. Love that place.
Such a great place. Love Daymaker. Also love Ryan Hurricane.
There you go.
Part of the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan is your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Why? Because he's actually spending time in the courtroom. He's not standing on top of cars. He's not getting on Rolls Royce or getting in Rolls Royces and then getting on private jets. He's not just holding up random numbers and hosting podcasts with little girls. He's out in the courtroom. He's fighting to put money in your pocket. He wants to flood your pockets with cash. So if you get hurt in a car wreck, if you get injured on the job, don't call a jabroni. Call on Hurricane Hecht. He's been a good friend of mine for a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. He is going to fight the insurance companies to get you the money that you deserve. You're already going through enough trying to get your life back on track after a big injury. Don't fight the insurance companies by yourself. Call on Hurricane Hecht. And the best part, no fees unless he wins your case.
Nice.
512-938-8929. Find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet.
All right, some fun stories to wrap things up, Buck. We gave you some Jerry Jones sound, but we have more sound from this past football weekend. We usually do this on Wednesday.
Dude, let me ask you this. How about Tom Brady cloning his dog?
Oh, I had that written. We can start there. I had that written down too.
Dude, that is so weird. I love my pets. I don't want the same dog back.
And we knew Tom Brady was rich, but now he's cloning his own pet rich.
He needs to get Joe DiMaggio's head. If that thing is still floating, he needs to get that and do something with it.
So here's the story. The 6-time Super Bowl winning quarterback.
No, it's Ted Williams' head, I believe. It's not Joe DiMaggio's head.
Ted Williams' frozen head, yes.
Yeah.
And you sat next to Ted Williams' frozen head on a flight one time.
The greatest sit down with a star that I've ever had in my life.
It's crazy that he was still talking with that frozen head.
Just the head just sitting there in the seat in first class. That was awesome.
Pretty bizarre there. Tom Brady said yesterday in a statement that his dog, Junie, is a clone of his late dog, Lua. He said,
why don't he just clone his wife and give her all to us? Get a bunch of those and clone them out.
I wouldn't hate a few Giselle Bunchens running around
Yes.
the world right now. Yeah, one for all of us. Yeah, where do I
Yes.
sign there? Tom Brady said in a statement, quote, "I love my animals. They mean the world to me and my family. A few years ago, I worked with Colossal and leveraged their non-invasive cloning technology through a simple blood draw of our family's elderly dog before she passed. And they used that to make this new dog."
I don't want that. It's like asking for the same kid you had. I'm like, I don't want that again. There's no way. Give me another kid. Give me a different kid. I don't want the same kid. I don't want to have one kid and say, I want my next child to be just like the one I just had. No, thanks. I'll pass on that. I'll take a chance.
Yeah. That's can we clone people now?
Well, he's going to be
there?
into that. That's going to be his next deal.
Like, can Texas get a clone of Bijan Robinson for the rest of the season, perhaps?
Wow.
Can we make that happen? Yeah, the dogs were cloned by Colossal Biosciences, which is a biotech company that Brady is an investor in. The old dog died in December 2023. We don't know exactly when the new dog was made. Is that what you're supposed to say?
I don't know. What does the dog go and pee at the same tree that the other one did? I mean, what do you know?
I don't know. And look, Tom Brady, he's testing the cloning on his dog before he clones himself so he can play for another 20 years.
Oh, yeah, he'll come back to the NFL.
That's what I think is what's happening, unless Drake May is a clone of Tom Brady. He's playing pretty well these days.
No kidding, could be.
So Tom Brady, he looked like a football god on the field. Now he is playing the role of God.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on all that.
Yeah, I don't like you said. I mean, I love my family dogs, and everyone gets sad when they go, but I ain't doing that. I ain't cloning them. That's too weird for me.
Because every pet there's a bad memory with that pet. I don't want to see that pet again for the next 20 years. Forget about it. No thanks.
Is that a rescue? What do we call what Tom Brady just did?
That's not rescuing anything. That's just being. I don't know what it is. That's just going to another level. That's Tom Brady. Move on to the next level till he becomes God. Yeah.
He rescued his dead dog, I guess, by doing this.
I don't know. He wants the same behavior from this dog as he had from the other one, because that was a good one. Yeah. I'm wondering if I should clone Louis. I wish I could to be what Yogi was. That would have been nice if I could have done that. That's for sure.
That would have been nice.
I would have done that. I would have, if they were somebody said, hey, we want to just experiment to do that. This one will be just like your other Great Pyrenees. And I know what this one's like now. I definitely would have gone through that.
All right. There you go.
I would have done that.
What do you think the dogs at the shelter are thinking about this story? Can't be real thrilled.
No.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's next level rich for Tom Brady right there.
Yeah, that's got to cost. Well, for him, it's not anything because he's a part of the ownership of that deal. But for the normal, every average day Joe who's looking to put a meal on the table for Thanksgiving, they can't be cloning pets.
No, I do not have cloning pet money. I don't know what it costs, but I can tell you right now, I do not have cloning pet money.
No, that's going to cost you.
Would I like to? Yeah, but I don't want to spend it on cloning pets. I want to spend it on other cooler shit.
Yeah, like OLIPOP and, Altstadt Beer.
I would like to I already do have a mini fridge that basically only has those two things in it, but maybe full-size fridges with OLIPOP and Altstadt.
There you go.
Not a bad idea. All right, we'll bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. It's Double R. It's Wags. Gentlemen, happy humping.
Oh, what's up? Happy New Year. That's an Aaron Rodgers move with the dog thing, by the way.
Yeah, that is sort of Aaron Rodgers like, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think that he would try that before Tom Terrific. But, I will tell you, when I travel, I do carry a little air freshener of my puppy. and I put it by the bedside.
Oh my God.
So, I can't talk too much shit because I'm kind of that weird too.
Well, that is weird. That's nice and weird though. That's good stuff.
That's like carrying a picture of your dog. Yeah. I think that's okay, but there's no like dog blood or dog hair in there, is there?
No. So my wife got me this, and she's like, "This is you hang it in your truck," and I'm like, "No, because if I hang her in my truck, when the sun hits it, it's gonna fade, and we can't have that. You got to keep her, and she still smells good. Set it right by the bedside table next to my CPAP machine, and I have good sleeping every night.
Oh man,
Awesome. Still wrapped up too in the packaging. Well done there, sir.
Still wrapped up, man. Still wrapped up. Hey, did y'all talk about Live Golf? Did I miss that?
No, we missed. What's Live? What's going on in Live?
Expanding the holes. More holes.
Live is no longer Live. They're going to 4 rounds, Buck.
Oh, they couldn't take the pressure was too much for them finally, huh?
The pressure, I don't know what it was. Do you need to rebrand? Because Live is 54 in Roman numerals. So now that you're playing 72, do you have to change the name of your entire league?
No, just make it 6-7. That'll do it.
Guy,
That'll
man.
work.
Whoa,
dude.
This guy's a pro.
6-7. Just make it 6-7.
How do you do? How do you do, fellow kids?
My God.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's been a while since Bucky has bagged an HEB bagger, so he wants to make sure he can flirt with them before he throws them in his car later today.
I don't actually throw them in. I ask them to get in first, and I'll hand in the groceries.
I'm not.
And then I said, look out for the wood chips. Don't worry about the cedar chips. It's just for the smell.
And then you say, I'm testing to see if my lift gate works. Just stay in there for a second. I'm just making sure the power on the trunk.
Dude, that was an awful thing for a lady to ask me, would you like me to help you with the bags? And this was 20 years ago. This when I was just 50, and they were asking me, hey, would you like some help with your bags out to the car? And I looked at the lady who was bagging. I said, she had tattoos and everything else. She was physically fit, and I was alone. And I said, sure, come on, let's go. You get in first.
Nice.
You act like it's only happened once, which is a nice
one time.
It sounds like a bit. I think he does this often.
And it's crazy because that woman has not been heard from since.
Back in the day,
everyone just said, "Oh, it's the Rainy Street Killer." Got another one, but nope, it was the TSU murderer. Bucky
that's when
Godbolt.
HEB was pissed at me because I would take a cart on a Friday when the lonely ladies would be out. That's when I was unattached for 15 years. I'd go on a Friday and just stroll around with my cart, putting stuff in it, and then seeing anybody there shopping towards 5 o'clock. They weren't going. They didn't have a date, so I'm thinking, nice. And then I just leave the cart with the things all filled up right there in an aisle and leave.
That's awesome, dude. I love that. I love that.
And there's a big old turkey just sitting in there without being refrigerated.
That is great. Here's your
Good job,
golf
Liv.
announcement. Yeah, look, I think probably 2 reasons this happened. Number one is money, right? The more rounds of golf you play, the more money you can make, TV partners, ticket sales, whatever. And also, I think world golf ranking points. Live golfers were getting screwed by the world golf rankings, I think, because they don't like Live, but also because they're only playing 3 rounds and they didn't have as many rounds of golf to play compared to the PGA Tour guys. And also, Buck, I also, all 3 of you guys, I wonder, and Bear, Longhorn Bear with a good comment here. Like the Ryder Cup, U.S., I don't know. I mean, Team Europe had some Live guys too, but like some of the U.S.'s best players are Live guys, and they did not play very well. So I wonder if, hey, we just got to go back to 4 rounds to make sure that never happens again. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
believe me, it's about money.
Yeah. I mean, that's the number one thing here for sure.
They've had good ratings and so forth. And it's so weird because I also saw that I think now there's going to be a Saudi-backed LPGA tournament in Vegas, I think in April.
Sweet.
So it's like more money getting thrown around right here. Now they're going to the ladies, Nelly Corda.
I'm excited about PGA Tour coming back to Austin next November, which is going to be fun.
Yeah. Can't wait for that. The Omni Barton Creek. That'll be a great time.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I like that. Get more Saudi money in here. We're still looking. I've tried multiple times to get Live Golf as a sponsor on the show, to no avail. My connection there left. So now
it's the shorts thing, man. It's the shorts. Can't be out there. Got to have collared shirt, long pants. Sorry.
I'm wearing shorts right now. I'm
Although,
good.
I got shorts on to play golf today. By the way, I've seen enough of the DP tour. Thanks a lot, YouTube.
Hey, speaking of shorts, I heard you guys talking about, y'all had the urine segment earlier about taking a squirt when you're driving and stuff. So when I'm out on the road and I'm going to do personal stuff, not work stuff, I always travel in basketball shorts. My wife says you think you're in 9th grade, you wear basketball shorts everywhere. Here's what I do. I pull over and I go up to the right front tire of the car to act like, I'm checking the air or something. And you just pop it out the side and take a squirt right there. I mean, you're not standing up. I mean, just make sure you shake it so you don't get it on your shorts.
I mean, Rodney, I don't even care then. I don't care who sees me on the side of the road. If I'm pulled over, I don't even care. I'm not even pretending. I just go into the side door of the passenger seat, open up the door, and just pee. I'm not even trying to pretend I'm doing anything. But if I take a dump, you got to bend down and lean against the car that way.
That's where you look like you're just messing with your tire a little bit. You get down in a squat, and you're just touching the hubcaps. And
take the cap off and hold your other cap in your fingers. And
I'm really focusing. That's why I'm making these faces and these sounds. I'm just locked into these tires here. And then boom, you get up and you're on your way. I guess
I'm gonna have to invent a little tent where you can leave. If it's that bad, you can hit a button and the tent pops up. You slide in the tent, and there's a little mini toilet that biodegradable. You can poop right in the bucket, leave it to the side, put the top on it, and then the people that do stuff on the highways come up and they just take it and dump it.
The prisoners,
the 44-ounce,
the prisoners.
I'm sorry, guys.
Leave it for the weekend crew to come get.
Yeah,
that is great.
No,
what about the pop-up medical tent that they have on football side?
Yeah, you could just use one of those. Yeah. Believe me, you'd pay for one of those to have in the back of your car if you had to take a dump.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Wags needs to be like inflatable, where it's like you take it out, you set it down, you're like, and it pops up, and then you just screw the end off, like a pop-up pool.
That's very subtle right there.
And it doesn't have to be that big. It can be it'll look like a porta potty, and nobody would know the difference. Yeah. As long as it didn't blow over, just sit there with the bucket, take a dump, and go about your business.
Yeah. Dump it in the nearest creek and
let's move on. Yeah. And Rodney, what do you think? I'm still not doing that in my pants, right, brother?
I've only done it on my pants by mistake. Yeah, like when you shart. I mean, I have not done it on purpose. I can't shit myself on purpose.
Well, nobody's doing it on purpose. I'm just saying it can't overwhelm you. Your body can't overwhelm. Your system can't overwhelm your bowel area that you'll do that. You're doing something. You're going to BK's trunk.
I'm going to shit. I can't hold when I get when the stomach's gurgling. I can't hold that in. I gotta let that out, man. And the longer you hold it, when you do go finally get to take a dump, then it comes out all runny.
You just go to BK's car, say, let me use the keys for a second. I'm gonna put something in your trunk and just lean in the trunk with your legs dangling.
Why my car? I got a car. Go to a pickup truck and do that in the bed.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't dare let me get near your pickup because I'm going to hop over the sides and I'm going. That's great. It's just not. I'm going in my pants, boys. That's a thing. That's like one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not shit in their pants.
That's an add-on.
Yeah, that's an add-on. That's number 11.
I like that one.
Yeah. But I'm so far so good. I'm 70. BK said he wants to know when I hit that when it eventually is going to happen. He said, call him up. I said, I will be in tears. I'll be like the kid who somebody stole their Halloween candy. I will be screaming and crying when that day comes. But
if Bucky ever calls me crying, I'm not going to think like somebody he loved passed away. I'm going to think he crapped his pants.
we gotta teach him how to Facebook Live. That way when it happens, you just hit live.
Oh my God.
It's not happening, boys. I'm going to be in that home and I'm just going to be laying in that bed and I'm going to say, hey, trash can, I need to put something in the trash. And then I'm just going to get up underneath those covers and here you go. Get rid of this. I'm not doing that. It's not happening, boys. It's not going to happen.
God bless it. All right. Wags, are you okay? You got your...
Yeah, we're good here. We're all fine here. How are you?
We're good. I don't hear anything right now. I know you got people working at your house, but
it's from Star Wars, man. Harrison Ford gets on the line. We're all fine here. How are you?
If it's not from Star Whores, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. If it's not a vivid
Indiana Jones, huh?
Now we're talking.
All right, boys. I am headed to Horseshoe Bay. I got to drop off something up there and then get back this way. Listen, have a great day.
Hit them straight.
It's a beautiful day. Right. It's going to get cold. It's going to get cold next week. One day, 30s, 35 degrees on Tuesday morning.
Wrap them pipes.
I'm telling you, be prepared. Don't let that thing sneak up on you.
That's right. Wrap that rascal.
Tip for kids. Wrap your pipes and don't let that thing sneak up on you.
All right, boys. Later.
See you
later. Keep looking over your shoulder, amigo. Keep looking over your shoulder. Double R, how are you, good sir? If it gets a little loud, I'm gonna put the headphones on and look like a guy from Daft Punk here. Well, not completely, because you'll be able to see my face, but
headphones are cool. I got a real cool pair that I never wear. Yeah, you know, I invested in like studio headphones, and I never wear them.
That's just it. I can't find my effing Audio Technias anywhere, man. I brought them out to run the app one day, and now I can't find them. They got to be in like some random bag in my closet somewhere. So I've been using my gamer headset, right? And like it's also it's Bluetooth, so it's very accessible. It's ease of access and stuff. So Audio Technia, it's hardwired, but look, that's where you get the best quality from anyways, is stuff that's hardwired in. So
yeah, I got some of them Sonys like we had at the radio station.
Oh, look at you. How did now?
I got them secondhand. No,
I was going to say, did you tactfully acquire them?
Well, see, I bought them. I had always hoped when all of that was coming to an end, I'm like, please, there's got to be some remote that's going to be going on, because I was going to get me a Comrex. I was going to get me a couple of them Sennheiser headsets. I was going to make a haul.
Sennheisers are the way to go. Is Sennheiser not number one?
Oh yeah, those $449 ones,
right? Still, I mean, it doesn't matter the price of it. It's still like the quality that you get when you put the headphones on, right? And durability of them as well, right?
Yeah,
Sony's are fantastic too. So
yeah, those ones that we had at the station were beat up, but man, those were nice. Those were the high quality, like doing play-by-play wearing those things. Like, damn, I felt like Pat Summerall, for crying out loud. I had a buzz.
You half in the bag, John. You can't be Pat Summerall unless you're half in the bag. And the Giants line up the kick, and what do you know? It's a Cowboys return.
I remember he would always say, run down the field, first down for the Giants. He would say the Giants. It's like
the Giants, first down. Yeah, Pat, the good old Pat Summerall, man. Speaking of your Cowboys, making some news all around the NFL as not the landscape shifting, but pieces shifting, right? Which could ultimately rescape the land, or rescape all the land that's going around the NFL here a minute ago. What do you say, huh? Maybe a little. I mean, not down, but not out. Can the Cowboys still climb out of this thing and make a splash with going out and getting? We thought it might have been done with Wilson, right? They go out and then they go get Quentin Williams. Another icon. We were wondering if the big pieces from New York were going to move, right? We were wondering if the big pieces like Williams. I didn't know Sauce Gardner would be on the table, right? Yeah. But how about the haul that the Jets have now for the next 2 years? I mean, I don't have it right off the hand, but I believe it's like 4 first-round draft picks and 2 second, or maybe 3 second-rounders to go out for the next 2 years, 3 years here. I mean, the Jets are loaded with potential talent coming out of the college landscape as well.
Yeah.
So shout out to the Jets from, obviously acknowledging that they're not going to make any type of run in the next, 2, 3, 1 year, 2 years, maybe. So they got to rely on what they can get with their, their fruition picks here. But I mean, or potential picks rather. But I mean, my God, you want to talk about, Jerry Jones going out and making some moves to get in the pieces that Dallas needs to shore up the run stop, to be, aggressive on the edge, to patrol the middle. Yeah. Nothing happened in the back end, but maybe if you shore up some of the spots on the front end, you can maybe mask and disguise. And look, we talk about this, daily, right? It is very hard to cover anyone for 4 seconds, 3.5 to 4 seconds. It's very unfair to ask someone to do that. Now, the greatest ones can, right? They can stick with them, but you do a couple of double moves here, man, and somebody's bound to get lost, right? Or somebody's bound to get dropped. Okay, maybe if not in the first quarter, maybe after the fatigue sets in, and then in the latter quarters, like the third or fourth quarter, then maybe you start seeing defenders get dropped and stuff, right? With a good pass rush, with a great edge rush, man, you can absolutely disguise that and kind of mask that. So. Yeah. Shout out to Jerry and Jerry's never been shy at doing this, right? Like when Jerry feels like he has the chance to go get the pieces, your guys go and get the pieces, amigo. Your thoughts?
I think Jerry was kind of in a mode yesterday to where he's like, oh shit, I ran my mouth off and now I got to make a move.
What?
and I'll tell you, when it comes to Jerry, Jerry will never leave the landscape of the Cowboys. I think we know that. But when you have Mrs. Ursay Gordon over there at the Colts, it's always on the sideline making all these moves.
Especially, that's a great point, right?
That woman is making him look
that
like
that is a great. Now it ain't ever happening. Like you could have flirted with the thought that Jerry might be kind of getting out of the way, but after that, after what Mrs. Ursay is doing, after what the boss lady's doing over there successfully.
Yeah.
Staying out of the way too, right? She's not getting in anybody's way.
There.
She's not taking press conferences and shit like that. She doesn't have her own talk show and shit like that. Nope. Like she's out of the way. She is just complete observation mode.
Yeah. No, Chris Ballard is making these moves. Galveston guy, by the way.
Correct.
Why is that guy not the GM of the Dallas Cowboys?
I didn't connect the dots. I didn't know he was from Galveston.
Yeah, so you've got that guy making the moves, but I mean, she's like there on the sidelines, and she's like taking notes or whatever. And Jerry's got to be watching this, and he's like, "How did she turn this around so fast?"
And that's just it. Jerry seeing this shit, and to your point,
he'll never leave.
Ever stepping.
He's never going anywhere. It's like, I'm like, no, lady, can you please stop showing up? Don't go on the sidelines. Get your own radio show. But I mean, the Cowboys, you make the move. Here's the next problem that you have.
Is it enough, Double R?
Maybe down the road.
Plural moves. Cowboys got busy.
The Cowboys did get busy, but here's the next predicament that you're in, because you've got Williams that you're taking the $21.75 million salary. Kenny Clark's 21.5, and Osa is 20.75. It's going to be about $65 million in there. That there's kind of that cap hit that are you going to invest that in your defense?
So, I mean, they'll probably defer it, right? They'll probably get deferred.
Honestly, Wags, I hate to say this, Cowboy fans are going to be pissed off at me, but what I had hoped to see yesterday, look, George Pickens has been great for this football team. I would have dealt George Pickens. You've got CD's your guy. This dude right now, he's going to demand top dollar.
I know, right?
I would have done a deal for him because he could have gone in and made an impact.
So good in the red zone for you guys, though. Like, that's so tough. Like, you're taking away a viable asset, or just a valuable asset that's inside the 20 there, man. That, honestly, if you want to, and Double R, and the only reason when I say this is just because he is the new addition, right? He is, and honestly, that's not true, because Callahan's the new addition as well, right? This could all just be, Callahan's world, and we're living in it right now.
Right.
Or not, I'm sorry. Schottenheimer, my bad.
Yeah,
not Callahan. God, brain fart. But Schottenheimer's world, and we're all living in it right now. But I mean, you have to kind of connect some dots that Pickens being there gives you another red zone piece, a X factor of a red zone piece, because he's got the speed and he's got the separation ability too, right? So he's a big target, great, strong hands. Like, we all know the comps that come with this guy, man. I could see doing that just to kind of, seeing what's out there, seeing what else you can get for the haul. But I mean, maybe if you're looking at CD Lamb and Pickens at being, available for the future next year, I get it. You're trying to find money somewhere, right? And see if you can get a return. But man, just premium people cost money. I mean, that's no surprise, man. If you got to pay a premium for quality players.
That's the thing, and that was kind of my where I was kind of trying to parallel this with those guys that you have now on defense, to where you're going to have to pay them, and George Pickens is going to demand top dollar. I mean, when we talk about contract years and so forth, and we talk about transitions of him coming over to the Cowboys and being so imperative, I mean, then CD Lamb happens to go down, so that cash register just keeps ringing, for him. You're going to have to pay that dude to keep him. So that's where I kind of thought, I mean, I do think that this season is, I mean, just where you've put yourself record-wise and what's happening in the NFC. I don't think that I don't.
You're clearly not punting. You're clearly not. You're not putting the season away. So
I know, and that's where I'm like, could you have done this last week, to where we could have had some of these dudes? Dallas could have had some of these dudes against St. Louis or wherever they are now, Arizona. I mean, it's like, damn. Maybe it's going to work. I think down the road, when you get Overshown back, I think that this is definitely something. But I see a lot of Cowboy fans are hanging their hopes on Overshown when he comes back. I hate to say it, for the moment, I'm kind of with him like I am with CJ Baxter in the backfield of the Longhorns. It's like, yeah, when he comes back, he's going to make an impact, but how long are you going to have him? He can't stay on the field. So, you know, a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, and shits, and whats, and whatever. But
yeah,
to applaud, yes, Jerry made some moves. So that's great, to your point.
Yeah, Cowboys absolutely getting after it last year. I mean, a lot of pieces were moving around inside the like Adonai Mitchell, you know, moving on as well.
Being Mitchell's gone,
being dealt as well. So, dude, yeah, I mean, people going after Sauce Gardner, you know, getting after it. And what did they get with Mitchell too? Did they get?
I think he was just part of the deal.
I got to look that up in just a second there. Yeah. But yeah, more inside of this this Williams trade as we break it down. Gardner, you know, just to give you some more details coming up. But yeah, just big time news going down for 2 first-round picks also is what
26
they got.
and 27.
Yeah. The Colts got.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
So.
But you look at Dallas, so since
Colts
right. So since the trade, you know, with Michael Parsons, I mean, you've got Williams, you got Wilson, you got Kenny Clark. And you still have a first-round pick in 2026. What they've given up, they've lost a second-round pick in 26, a seventh-round pick in 26, and a first-round pick in 27, and Mozzie Smith. So I think that it's very much a move that will help them down the road if you can kind of keep this unit intact, because you have your offense intact, and Dak is going to be this is where I go back to Dak. I mean, can Dak sustain at this level for another 2 or 3 years? I mean, you hope he can. Because the offense is there. The Pickens thing, you know, we'll see how that plays itself out. But that's going to command some money. A little bit of once the Parsons thing was done, that alleviated a lot of the salary cap. But now it's kind of back in there with these defensive additions. So you kind of have to factor that in. But I think this is something that down the road, which is weird for the Cowboys to be looking forward instead of backwards, that could be something good for them. And probably help them win some games this year, Wags. But I think it's just too little.
Well, I mean, better. I mean, that's the move that they make, right? And also, like you talk about that purse coming up and haunting them. So I don't know how much time they have to actually kind of keep this window open, right? With all this talent and all this premium talent is the key, right? The premium talent is what you got to pay for here. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Look, they made splashes. Jerry made splashes yesterday, but probably one of the biggest moves or the one that jumped off the page to me was what Seattle was able to do with going out and getting Rashid Shaheed, trading the Saints Rashid Shaheed, though. This dude's a burner. This dude can fly. And they already got Jackson Smith and Jigba. They got Torrey Horton, rather. Torrey Holt. God, what a flash from the past. They got Torrey Horton that's able to cook something up inside the hashes there in his rookie season that you're seeing flashes of. AJ Barner, a decent tight end that they can work with there. And oh, by the way, you add this dude like Cooper Kupp to your arsenal as well, and it's just it's deadly, man. Walker's a force to be reckoned with there out of the backfield. Sam Darnold's got himself a nice little playground of toys.
Dude, Sam Darnold right now, I'll tell you, on November 5th, 2025, that's my MVP is Sam Darnold right now. I mean, that dude is just fuck. I mean, maybe Jonathan Taylor. Mrs. Gordon Ursay.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, it's very hard to get a running back or give a running back those props, right? Like,
they're not worthy of that.
In this quarterback-driven league, it's going to go to the quarterback.
It'll be a quarterback. Yeah, it'll be a quarterback. But yeah, for that, I'm glad you mentioned that one, because to me, that's the one where and I think so much of this is the two stories are that you have the huge markets of the Jets cleaning house, which I do want to say, if you're going to clean house, that's how you do it right there. For AD Mitchell, I've seen some folks, oh man, stuck going to the Jets. Look, it's a clean start for that dude. Look, get over there and be a part of whatever they're going to try to grow. You just hope that Woody Johnson and that group get their shit together and can put some pieces or get him a quarterback. You hope for AD Mitchell. And then the Cowboys. So everything the Cowboys did. But yeah, the Seattle move to me and the Colts move with Sauce Gardner. Those are massive. Those are right now playoff impacting moves. I think from yesterday.
You speak MVP, candidates or whatever, if you really want to break it down and look at it from if it is in fact a quarterback driven league, and I get it, like Jonathan Taylor having having a trifecta 3 years or 3 weeks in a row, that's outrageous. That's pretty impressive, right? Like you're on a standard or a LaDainian Tomlinson type of campaign. Okay. If you can keep that up, but it's very hard to keep that productivity up, right? Matthew Stafford having one hell of a season right now. I think he only has 21 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Matthew Stafford right now. And by the way, he's 6th in the NFL right now in terms of yard production, 2,147 yards through the air. So Matt Stafford is my bid for MVP of the league right now.
And it'll eventually, I mean, hell, who knows? This may be our NFC championship right here. These two guys that we're talking about, Darnold and Stafford, because those two teams seem to be obviously the most productive offenses in the NFC, and those teams the most consistent, where you don't really know what you're going to get with Philadelphia. Philadelphia is kind of like that, that old shoe that you can always rely on, that you need to put on, where they're going to make a move. It's kind of like Kansas City, over in the AFC, but yeah, Darnold, and I think it's it's almost like win. It's not if, but win from Philly, right? Yeah,
like
you're waiting for.
They have exactly why it's Jennifer Love Hewitt. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, well, it's like when you go, like if you're waiting for a train wreck to happen, and you're just sitting there watching. Speaking of train, did you see what happened to Vandegrift's band 18-wheeler? They were like going to the.
Did not. Is everybody okay?
Oh yeah, everybody's fine. It was just full of instruments. There was nobody. It was the 18-wheeler that carries all the.
Well, still, I mean, gear flying all over the place.
Oh, well, yeah. So they were going to San Antonio to the Alamo Dome for the 6A.
Was it around band camp? Was it around band camp?
It was around band camp. It was around band camp for the.
Be careful with those flying flutes.
Watch out for the French horn. So the truck gets stranded on a railroad track there in downtown San Antonio, and train comes hauling ass, just wipes it out. It's like, whoa, damn, crazy.
Dude,
crazy.
Where's the stops or like the blinking lights? You know what I mean? Right? The railroad.
Yeah, and the train guy, it's like, it's one thing if it's like a little Miata sitting on the train tracks. You remember when the Duke boys would get hung on the train track?
Hold on, is this at a station? If there's a station, there's a conductor there, right?
No, this was just like at a crossing, at a cross area.
Okay.
Yeah, in San Antonio. So yeah, and this thing gets wiped out. And it's like I think one of the schools from Pflugerville and some of the San Antonio schools, they all pitched in, let them borrow instruments, let them do all this stuff, and they got to do whatever. But all their shit got wiped out. And it's like, man, that's crazy. How does that happen?
I don't know. You know what? Thankfully, it was just gear and wasn't
absolutely
any children or anybody that's engaged with or shit, just any person. So
yeah.
Where do you want to go next, amigo?
Hey, speaking of San Antonio, so my buddy calls me last night that lives in San Antonio, fellow Spurs fan, and he's like, "Hey, dude, I don't know if you know, but the proposition passed. Y'all aren't getting the Spurs." I'm like, "What?"
Was there legislature in to move
to build
the Spurs to Austin?
I knew that there was a bond in place over there to build him a new stadium that's going to come in with renovations to the Alamo Dome and to build him a downtown on the Riverwalk kind of stadium. $1.4 billion
for Austin acquiring.
I never heard they were coming to Austin. And I think that's where, like, Austin is always the one to where it's like if a franchise is going to move, they're going to Austin. And it's like, what? I mean, where the hell are we going to put them? Right. I mean, hell, we don't have an arena. We're gonna put them at where they have the rodeo.
We don't have any more room for another sports team in here. I mean, I'm sure we can make room as long as the owner wants to pay for their own stadium.
Well, I told my buddy, I said, we already have the Austin Spurs. They play in Cedar Park. We don't need that.
We have the Austin Spurs. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, but if you are in fact new in town, there just happens to be a new lawyer in town, and when the storm hits and all the shit hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to attorney for any type of accident that you might be in, right? And he's right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. right? He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, burnt orange, hook 'em, and he brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom. Oh, but you know what? The best thing about him is you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless you get that green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom. He's going to go after those insurance companies. He's compassionate with his clients. He's going to blow the case wide open. Don't even mess with the insurance companies. Let him blow the doors wide open for you, all right? He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud. He's a friend of the show. Went to school with BK. Did some studying. He's a fighter for the people, though. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Again, let Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Call today, 512-938-8929. Email my guy, Ryan at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And speaking of local and speaking of a long time, it is our friends at Covert Bee Cave, the Covert family of dealerships. I mean, you know that name. You come rolling up into the ATX. I don't care if the Spurs are coming or not. You know the Covert name. You may not know the Spurs in Austin, but you know the Covert name. CovertBeeCave.com. Check them out right now for weekly specials. Go see them this weekend.
Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
It's a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Thank you very much. The Travis County Exposition and Heritage Center. I've been there lots of times, saw the ice bats there. I just don't think that's the spot that you're going to put the San Antonio Spurs, which doesn't matter. They're not coming anyway. What are they going to do with the Frostbank Center, you say? It is going to be retrofit to be a full-time livestock rodeo type of thing. That and Joe Harry and your mama's Coliseum, the Freeman Coliseum, in the words of the great Michael Hayes from the Free Birds. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. You're looking for this amazing home theater system, whether it is the viewing and the sound. Lots of NBA basketball tonight. We're into basketball season. UT men playing last night. We'll talk about their matchup with Duke here in just a minute, but it is AV Consultations football weekend coming up. It's a bye week for the Longhorns. It's a bye week for the Cowboys, so you can watch stress-free with AV Consultations.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Football is awesome. Our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Check them out today, avconsultations.com. Also got to tell you about my man, Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. For over 4 decades, these folks, father-son team, have been taking care of Central Texans with their new home projects or indoor renovations, outdoor spaces now. Going to get back in the 90s, I think, by Friday, but you'll cool off a little bit first part of the week, and we'll be very much on a roller coaster back and forth, but you will want to spend some time outside. It's not unbearable. If you've got that outdoor project, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects there. And get your free estimate if you are a TSU listener or viewer. That number, 512-633-9580. You give our man Mike a call. Be sure to mention TSU. They'll come out, take a look, take your vision, put it together with any ideas that they may have. And I've heard Buck talk about this, and I've mentioned this here before. When we did our bathroom renovation here in our primary bath, it was a situation where they went in and tore that tub out. They found all these issues that were going on under there that we had no idea about. They said, we're taking care of this so you don't have to deal with this in the future. That's what they do for you. They are locally owned and operated. Check out the BBB ratings. Check out the Google 5-star ratings. All of that is there. Again, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home. So your pool project is like right there, right?
Man,
you're like sniffing the finish line.
I can feel it. We're at the tip, buddy. I can feel it.
You're about to climax.
I'm about to explode. I'm about to explode. We are right there. We are right there.
So is it? So I mean, and again, this
they're putting
done by the weekend.
I'm not no bullshit. They are putting the finishing texture on right now,
dude. So I think it's like Friday and Saturday. It's going to be like 90.
You said not. We will be. I'll be taking the dip, and I don't know if I've shared this with you, but my dog, like before the texture and coating even went, it's just the shell. It's just the concrete, right? And it's still, it holds water. It can hold standing water. And it did rain, okay? So this shithead, he's out here. And we haven't had the little pool that we've been putting out. We usually put out for him. And he loves to swim, right? Just likes being in the water. He sees a ball in the effing bottom of the well. And he's just like, oh, and there's water there. We're gonna have a day of it. Right after his bath. And dude, I'm shit you not. Right after I did the floors and everything too. House is a mess. Like I lost shit. Like I'm just like pick him up, take my shirt off, pick him up. We run up to the shower, and thankfully we got that big ass shower to where I got the hose. I could just but still, like I can't wait for it to all just be done. Grass is getting ordered. It's getting delivered here on Friday. Sods getting delivered. We're putting sod down. Shit's getting back to normal. So
that's going to be the nice part for you is that, you know, once you have everything done to where, especially with new sod and all that, the dogs, I mean, they can't get that muddy. I mean, all you're going to have to deal with is more dirt.
This son of a bitch will find a way. He will find.
He's going to go get in there, dude. You're going to go dive in. Going to come in and shake. You know, when you give a dog a bath, what are they?
He'll be like, "You see what I did? Can I get a treat now?
Yeah.
You see? Did you see?" Yeah. No, but it's great. Like I can't wait, man. We're excited here. It's gonna be fun. And honestly, dude, I can't wait to like host a party and have people over and have like, you know, the TSU fan and the TSU fan come over. It'll be fun.
So you seriously are gonna invite like everyone over, right? It's
if people want to go, like, sure. I mean, no, you can't stay the night and shit like that, but yeah, we'll do a nice little soiree, man.
I know a lot of
little Clark W. Griswold style, you know what I mean? If there's enough left over in this bonus check of, you know, Jolly of the Month Club, you know, I'll fly everybody in to help dedicate it, you know?
Yeah, well,
all that bullshit.
When we have the party, or when you have the party, I'll have to call some favors into my friends at Wilco Sheriff's Department, because I got a feeling that one could get.
From my experience, if you invite the Wilco Sheriff's Department to the party, you're gonna be all right. So
yeah, well, yeah, we had a karaoke party one time, and they came rolling up, and it was my buddies, and they're like, "Oh shit, we should have known."
One thing I do need to invest in is a karaoke machine. Got to get a karaoke machine.
Oh man, you can do it. You can do it on the DL, man. All you need is YouTube. You can silence the real singer and just have the music playing.
No, dude, can I offer? I'm often very critical and pessimistic about our Longhorns here, and we'll get into Longhorn hoops. You know, we had Longhorn hoop last night too that I want to break down and talk about too. But
yep,
we've talked about the NFL a little bit, and we'll get back into the NFL, especially tomorrow for Thursday Night Football. But I wanted to offer a little bit of optimism and positivity moving forward, right?
For the football team?
For the football team, yeah.
Okay, good.
And I know that we've kind of been, there we go. Yeah. There we are. I don't even know what that jingle was I just did there. It kind of was just lying in my head there. But we do have the college football playoff projections. Okay. And as expected, Longhorns first team out, looking in, right? Right behind. Of course, we're going to be in the conversation just to drive us nuts. Yeah. People are often said, well, how in the hell did Virginia get in over the Longhorns, right? Automatic bids. Okay.
Automatic bid. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can't deny it. It's going to happen. But yeah, it's, and you know, people are going to bitch, but it's something to shoot for. Okay. Now let me give you a little bit of optimism here. All right. Last week was the best our offensive line played. Okay. Best grades, best best projection. I mean, best everything. They were in continuity, best synergy. Maybe you have figured out the key. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Often at times during midseason and usually after midseason, you start to lose the battle of attrition, right?
Yep.
People get banged up, especially inside the trenches, right? Trench warfare is brutal. It's ugly. It's nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Often you're rotating offensive linemen, right? Or you're going with pieces that might not be your best line or your best offensive line, right? To be optimistic about what's going on, we have gone through the majority of our season, and we have just found our best line. Now, counterpoint, you can say, why did it take this long to find that? Sure, that's a very valid question that I want answered for sure. But also, if the answer is maybe playing coy, and again, I'm tinfoil hat here, maybe playing coy, and we just maybe started preserving the best offensive line moving forward to going into the biggest part. And again, none of this makes sense. I'm just hypothetically, like, why would you risk your season, with 2 losses already? I understand that. This is all tongue in cheek. Okay. But optimistically looking at it through a lens like this, you can say you have your best offensive line moving forward, going into the biggest, most critical game where you need the best offensive line, right? You have a bye week, right? To get these reps, to get the synergy down. Again, it's only 2 weeks. I get it. Georgia's been firing on all cylinders with their line for a while, okay? I wouldn't say firing on all cylinders, but they've got their trench warfare down, okay? Us moving forward, finding the best combination, going into arguably the most critical offensive line play of a game, I would say that probably best case scenario that we do have, our top offensive line figured out going into this, right? So again, I know I've been very critical. I know I've been, doomsday, the sky is falling, but just approaching it from a little bit of an optimistic standpoint, there is that.
Yeah. Well, and I see, and kind of the one thing where I've gone back to is, seriously, how is Notre Dame ahead of Texas? But here's where, because to me, when you look at the quality wins and so forth, Texas is beat, whatever. We don't need to go down that road, but it wouldn't matter anyway, because Texas isn't an independent. So Notre Dame was going to, that's just how they made this make sense, in my opinion, the committee, to where it's like, we've got to seed Notre Dame somewhere to where they're going to be in there regardless. I think if Texas would have been 10, they wouldn't have been in anyway, because they're not independent. But this is where you look at this thing, Wags, that we have pulled up here, and it's still with Bama and A&M, or A&M and Bama, I guess, because they're 3 and 4. You can still win the conference if you're Texas. You can still go get that.
Everything's in your hand. It's just like we've been saying, you're in playoff mode, bro. It's went out. Like the playoff season started 2 weeks, or I guess last week.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if you're able to beat Georgia, there's Georgia number 5. You're sitting right there. Hell, you slot Texas into that 5 spot and you get Memphis or UNT or whoever it's going to be that gets themselves in. But I talked about this yesterday. You had stepped away to where it's like with Ole Miss is the one to me when it comes to whether it's going to be 4 teams in, because I guess it'll be 4 SEC teams that are going to get in. I think 5 are worthy, but I don't think that will happen. I don't think that'll be allowed. But Ole Miss, to me, is the one. They still got to play Florida to where they can maybe play themselves out of this.
Right, and that's why I was going to ask, like, if we beat Georgia, does Ole Miss bump up to 5 and we take the 6? But what is Ole Miss? Like, Ole Miss has been in some nail biters, right?
Yeah.
They've played some close games, but, they've lost, I'd say, the one game that they should have won, in my opinion. So
Yeah. And they got to go to Starkville. They have the rivalry game at the end, so that'll be on the road. I guess Georgia plays Mississippi State this week too. So it's like you hope that you get the Mississippi State team that you saw against Texas in at least 2 games this year, because there's 2 teams primed for the beating right there that can help your cause. But like you've talked about, you got to win.
Yeah.
If you're Texas, you got to win. Ole Miss and Georgia can go shit the bed all you want.
Any surprises of the playoff projection here?
I mean, not really. This is all pretty clear to me. This is along the lines of what I thought that we would see. I am kind of surprised that there are 2 Big 12 teams in there. And again, I know this is the first rendition of this that we'll see.
Yeah, and we talked about how this is going to change drastically after this week too, right?
Yeah, because
or it could change drastically after.
Right, because Tech and BYU, one of them is going to get eliminated this week. Yeah, because they play each other. I still think that it's weird that you look at this and it's like, hey, Virginia's in there and Texas isn't. But I mean, that's not Virginia's fault. That's Texas's fault. But I mean, I think this is pretty spot on, right? I mean, it does suck being the first one out.
No, but again, I mean, it gives you something to play for, right? It gives you something to chomp at the bit about. Like, it's 4th and goal every play around here, man. That's how it's got to be. That's got to be the mindset. That's got to be the attitude moving forward. And hell, man, it's 1 week at a time, right? 1 week at a time.
And that's really where you got to go in there and you just got to take care of business, because we can set up all the hypothetical scenarios that we want. But I mean, if you don't go out there and take care of business, it doesn't really matter. And I've seen some where it's like, how did Louisville get left out and how did Miami get left out? Well, Miami has just fallen off the rails.
Right. They've right. It's in a era, or I guess industry of what have you done for me lately, or you're only as good as your last trip. Miami's kind of shit the bed. So, but I agree. Like, I think Miami's again, like, I don't know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was fooled. Maybe we were all fooled by Miami. I was fooled by LSU. I think a lot of us were fooled by LSU. So
both of those teams fool my ass, because after week 1, I'm like, man, watch out for Miami. I parallel teams all the time. It's like Miami to me is kind of like Green Bay in the NFL, where it's like, man, a couple of different times I'm thinking that you're like rock solid shit. And
can I say something else? Can I stay on the optimistic lens here? I like being left out.
Up to you. I like being negative though.
I like being counted out. Right? Like, I love when someone, I love just kind of not. It sucks to be the afterthought, but it really drives the shit out of you, right? It motivates the shit out of you. Mm-hmm. And anybody that's been the afterthought, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yes, sir, I do. Yes, I know, and that's where I really think that for this team to put itself, I mean, I even heard after this past week to where it's like, you remember Arch was going to win the Heisman hands down before the season ever started. Then he's no good. And I heard them say on the broadcast, well, this guy might be playing himself back into that again. He's not, but
I don't want to hear that
here
shit.
They come.
Keep putting them down. I don't want to hear that shit.
Exactly. That's what I want to hear. I mean, yeah, I think some of this, what this has done, it's made this team have to persevere to where everybody has talked them down to where they're no good, the program's no good, overrated, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's winning ugly wags, all of these people. And that's why I think the Texas-Georgia game is going to be so intriguing, because they're doing the same shit, but it's just not with the magnifying glass on it like it is for Texas, which I think it should be more on Georgia, because they are always winning, and they're winning ugly. But that's that Longhorn on the helmet, man. That's what that brings. And Arch Manning and Steve Sarkisian.
Just wanted to offer my optimistic lens there. On this hump day, congratulations. We got through the pessimistic 2 days of the week, manic Monday and terrible Tuesday and hump days there. And now it's Thursday tomorrow, man. Drink yourself into a slumber. Here we go.
It really is. And you just have to stay composed, and you have to, this is where it's so hard. I think for the coaching staff, maybe more for the players and the coaching staff, to where you have to block out all of this noise and these made for TV productions of all of this stuff and the drama that's built into all of this last night. And it's like, boom, there's Texas.
And that's all it is. It's all production, right? It's all produced. You said it is all produced.
And dude, I got to tell you, honestly, with everything that this team has been through, that this program has been through, with this as the result in the first CFP, I'm happy with this, right? Because I'll totally take it.
Survive in advance, baby. Survive in advance. Let's go.
Yeah, people are bitching about, in the AP ratings, OU's still ahead of Texas. I don't care about AP. I don't care about the coaches poll. This is the one that counts. All that shit don't mean nothing. Boy, I sound like a reverend over here.
You are, man. You got my nipples hard.
I'm gonna get my Bible out or something here.
You got me ready to go. Hey, you know what? Can we talk? You want to talk some Longhorn hoops? Burnt orange hoops?
Dude,
huh? Hoops?
If we want to have an optimistic conversation, let's talk Longhorn hoops, because I'm optimistic after that shit.
So the trend in the identity of this team the past couple of seasons has kind of been pushovers, in my opinion, right? Very besides Dylan
100.
Dessou, right? And Dylan Dessou was a unicorn, okay? But besides Dessou, it's been very tough to find that calloused forward, tenacious forward underneath, and people that can battle and people that can get rebounds, right? Again, there is no moral victories. No such thing as a moral victory. And I didn't think that we would beat Duke last night, but I was very happy to see how deliberate the offense was at getting into the offensive set, right? And immediate, I mean, no hesitation at all. Start executing the offense as soon as you cross the line, right? Love that. Love the defense. Love the intensity. Love the aggressiveness of the team. Okay. Yep. And battling on the boards, right? Missed a lot of bunnies. All right. Missed some layups. But again, you fought and you strapped for the rebounds. Okay. It's evident, or at least in the first contest, right? And again, it's Duke. It's the Vitel invitation. But there didn't appear to be a pure shooter out there last night, right? Yep. And that's kind of what it was lacking. Like Swain was good, but I don't necessarily know if he's going to be the pure shooter, right? It looks like he's a Swiss Army knife to where he can do anything out there.
Mm-hmm.
But again, glad that he was able to transfer over. But yeah, I like the product that's on the floor right now, and the attitude of the team right now so far, right? Again, it's early, it's one game, but it sucks to lose, but I like the performance of what I saw.
Yeah, Swain had 6 rebounds. He was 2 for 5 from 3-point land and 16 points. I mean, that's a pretty damn good little score line right there, for him. But he comes in and he knows Sean Miller's system, so he's going to make an immediate impact. What I liked last night, to me, it always seemed like last year when Jordan Pope was out there on the court, it's like that dude seems. What's his role?
I don't know. And that's funny, right? Because that's a guy that can get a shot too. Yeah. Like that's a guy that can get up and get his own shot. But it's just like, who is executing the offense? And maybe, I don't know, maybe the team's just still trying to find their like you said, their role, their synergy there. But
and last night,
I did like Pope, what I saw. Defensively, I loved what I saw. So.
Yeah, Pope looked like he just seemed more in rhythm, I guess, than anything else. Where it's like, okay, this is what he scored 15 points. I mean, that's pretty good. You're out rebounding Duke at the half, and again, that's only one half of basketball, but you're out rebounding them. And man, I just love to see how the offense was moving around a little bit more, to where before it was like nothing, and you saw a little bit of motion in the offense last night. So. Hey man, one game. We talk about.
And again, you're going up against, and like I said, Duke reloads, right? Like, sure, there's no flag and Kneppel or anything like that, but there's the Boozer brothers now. You know what I mean? They still have Evans that's just lights out. So and again, and that's what I guess that's what I need to articulate here. The Longhorns don't have a shooter like Evans.
Right.
Okay. That can just, wherever you're at behind the arc, dial it up and it's daggers. It's lights out. Right. Like, I love the hustle from a lot of our guards, but I'd love to have Trey Johnson on this team one more year.
Man, that would be tremendous if that was still there. But I mean, I really do think that, and I like the fact that you come out, like we talk about the football team. I mean, first game of the year, Ohio State. I mean, these guys taking on Duke last night. I mean, I know you lost by 15, but shit. I mean, for the most part, it was a competitive game. I didn't think. I mean,
you're playing in Charlotte too. R, right? Like it's basically a home away from home for the Blue Devils there. Yeah. Again, I know it's not Cameron Indoor, and Cameron Indoor can get absolutely nuts and chaotic, but you're still playing in Duke territory.
Yeah. So I mean, I think you look at that. You look at that production right there. I mean, if you're a Texas basketball fan, and that's where basketball is so different. You come out, yeah, you drop game one, you see a lot of positive stuff, but you know what? That doesn't matter. You're still right. It ain't like football, where you come out and you lose the first game of the year, and it's like, oh shit, it's going to be a tall order to get into the tournament. That's not the way this works, and especially to me, Wags, in an SEC that I think will probably produce about as many tournament teams as it did last year. Play yourself into the top 10, play yourself into the top 12, and you're going to be fine. Way early. Way early.
Duke, 10% better in terms of field goal percentage, and also in 3-point percentage too, right? So you're looking at 42% from the field, and then also from 3-point land, 39% from the field for Duke, and then for the good guys there, 32 from the field, 32.2 from the field, and then 3-point line, 29.4. So just about a 10-point differential in both aspects.
Yeah, and Hunter's point right here, and Wags, I think you and I have talked about this a lot, to where it's like, yeah, UT basketball does get a lot of patience, because I don't consider, like, when we talk about standards, I mean, standard for the UT basketball team
is basketball school. It's a basketball school.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, look at that arena. They built that arena because it's such a basketball school.
It's a basketball school, man. Come
on.
There's
concerts every other day in that place. But yeah, I mean, it's going to get a lot of patience. I don't set expectations for UT basketball like I do for football.
I don't know. I kind of did. Like, I know Kentucky is in the SEC, and there's some blue bloods in the SEC, right? And Pearl was building something with Auburn. But damn, dude, like, when you leave the Big 12 and you're just sitting here thinking, like, finally, you don't have to play Kansas. You know what I mean? Like, finally, you don't have to go into Fog Allen, right? Like, shit. But I don't know. I'm waiting. I am optimistic. Okay, that's the word of the day, Pee Wee Herman. Optimistic.
And Wags, whatever we're doing today, our man Mike McCall says he's got a jackhammer in his hand, and he is so fired up by our conversation that he's about to, like, destroy some shit. So whatever we're talking about is, but yeah, with
glad to motivate you. Hopefully, it's in positivity, Mike.
That's right. I feel like Augie Garrido over here, but it's like, so.
Nick
I mean,
Saban. Nick Saban, dude, running through a brick wall. Hunter, speaking of Hunter, you just pulled up a comment about what Hunter said. Hunter sent me a clip, an old school clip about Nick Saban, right? And basically, his caption was, "This is plain and simple. This is why Brian Kelly got fired," right? And it is the mindset. It's the mentality of Nick Saban, and being like, yeah, sure, we got it. To paraphrase the snippet or the soundbite, it's Saban saying, yeah, sure, we won the game, but that's not my stand. That's not up to standards. If we want to win national championships around here, we got to hit the standards that we're not reaching right now, and that's just not LSU football. Yeah. And there was not that mindset, right? And you didn't see Saban pointing at kids and singling out individuals and throwing his coordinators under the bus. He was owning shit. He was owning it up, right? You didn't see that with Kelly.
Yeah, you do that
now. Shit, it's no surprise that you're hearing all these testimonials from former players of just how much of a shithead he was. So
yeah, man, and it's like I say this all the time, especially now with social media. When somebody's all pissed off at a restaurant, they get on Facebook or whatever, and they want to talk about how bad the workers are and the service and the food. Dude, there's roaches in it. I'm like, have you called them and let them know, or you just?
Bro, I got off of that shit. Like, I'm still on Twitter just because I like Twitter. I like the ability to be able to talk to anybody that I want to. Right? Now, they're probably not going to talk back at my ass, right? They're probably not going to respond, but at least I have the ability. If I want to tweet at an athlete and say, "Hey, I got a question for you,"
my man, you've been trying to get a hold of Sydney Sweeney, haven't you?
I'm married, buddy. I'm happily married. I don't.
Okay. When you said that, I'm like, okay, all right. Yeah, CB. Happy National Donut Day.
It's
Wags and I.
Donut Day. What's your favorite? I wish you would have known this. We should have top 5 donuts. We gotta do some make goods on our top 5, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I still have the last
Add
one.
Add this one to the list. Top 5 donuts. We'll put the top 5 donuts in here.
I'm a very simple man, Wags. The round right down the road. The Round Rock donut glazed whatever. It's got all the jizz on it. That's the one that I like. I mean,
Well,
it's
that
a very
doesn't sound simple. Jizzed donuts doesn't sound simple.
well, it's that stuff they put on there. I don't know what they put on there, but it's that flavoring on there. Just the regular glazed one. I don't need anything fancy. Maybe
I like Round Rock donuts. I got to tell you though, my East Coast ass, I am a fan of Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts isn't bad.
Dunkin' Donuts. It's more so their coffee. I like their. God, I even said it like a Easterner. I like Dunkin' Donuts shit. I like their coffee. All right, I like their coffee.
We had the Shipley's over here, which was right down the road from Round Rock Donuts. It was over there where the Chinese place is, and the CC's Pizza, and that Surplus, and that Christian bookstore behind the Whataburger off of 35. We had a Shipley's Donuts there, and now it's gone too. And by the way, I swear you told me this. I didn't know that we have a Panda Express over here.
Yeah,
now.
Panda Express. Panda Express just got here. There you go.
Wow.
Now you can get your Chinese food fixed there.
We got a coupon in the mail, and the wife is like, "Where's there a Panda Express around here?" I said, "I don't know." I went out driving. I'm like,
right by the house, right on 620. What else did I want to say real quick before we got out of here?
Something about donuts, probably.
I think yes, it was favorite. All right, so I say I'm simple. I love the jelly filled donut. The lemon filled donut is fantastic with the powdered sugar on the top. But also, if I'm gonna go chocolate style, I love the it's not. I don't know if it's the eclair, if it's considered the eclair, or because I don't like the Boston cream. Right? I like the pudding. I like the chocolate donut with the pudding inside, not the Boston cream, because there is a significant difference. All right, pudding filled donuts are fantastic, but Boston cream, it's just there's not enough. Right? There's not enough filler into that for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I gotta have my fill. You know that.
Speaking. So for folks that still want to kind of poo-poo on the Texas football team and where they're at versus where they're supposed to be and so forth, Coda Text Line, our man, associate producer, actually full-time producer, CB sends over. 12 years ago today, Steve Patterson was hired as the AD for the University of Texas.
Hey.
God. Oh my God, what a mess that was.
A blended 6%. Right?
You remember that shit?
Overall, it's going to be a blended 6%.
Yeah, it's like, what is all this?
We got to go get these drops. I have these drops somewhere on my hard drive, so I just got to pull them up and get them into the system here.
That was you think about those times, and I feel bad for Charlie Strong. I mean, because look, I've been a Charlie Strong fan for a long time. Then I saw that long finger, and I'm like, I love that dude. But it's like, I mean, the position that he was put in.
20 seconds.
You remember that?
Hold on. I did hear that right, didn't I? Like you had some questions about Charlie Strong, and then you saw his long finger, and like, man, I love that dude. Is that how that came out?
Remember when they won the Texas OU battle and they handed him the golden hat or whatever it's called over there, and that dude is like pointing, and that his finger looks like it's about 10 feet long.
I remember the finger, but I didn't know that is what was the turning point for you. I thought maybe crowning the hat, but it was the finger for you. So is it one or two? Are you envisioning two fingers, or what are we going with here?
I just meant he was happy is what I meant, but it was like, I always felt bad for Charlie at that time. And then Tom Herman, the Tom Herman era to me was just comical. I mean, just from the headbutting to the double birds and the everything and whatever was going on behind the scenes and with that other coach.
That was a simulation. That was how much can you endure, right? Like that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah.
When it's all said and done with, when we're looking back in history of Longhorn football in this program, that was just a simulation to see a little experiment to see what we could endure. All right.
Yeah, that was what's that show that just got canceled? Ridiculousness. That's what that was. That was just some
chaos theory. Did that get canceled? Chaos. What's the show that just got canceled? Chaos theory.
No, but yeah, I mean, think about that. I mean, where is this program now to where all of that shit? Oh my God, it was just a train wreck.
So, and Sark said something. I don't know if we have the sound for this, right? But ESPN played a snippet the other night, or it was last night, and it was basically, and I'm paraphrasing Coach Sarkisian right here. It's There you go. Damn, bro. Damn.
See, aren't you glad he taught me how to share the freaking screen? Think about that.
For those
later.
of you guys that aren't watching and that are listening to us on the app, the free app that we have, Rodney just pulled up the picture of Charlie Strong. That has to be animated. That is edited somehow. That is not real.
I don't know, man.
And maybe it's just an angle. Maybe it's the same angle that the officiating crew from the SEC had for the Vanderbilt game.
That's what it was.
But this angle makes his finger look like it's the entire length of the skyline here. So yeah,
it's like
perhaps it's just a funny angle there.
It's like he's at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas and he's pointing and the end of his finger is in Roanoke. That's Roanoke, Texas.
Whoa, dude, that is so long.
Almost
All right,
where.
Yeah.
All right. No.
Well, what else? What else do you want to get into? What else we got to do? Jay Guns, what's up? Oh shit, that's right. I'm sitting in for you. Hey, I gotta go pee real quick. I'm sorry. Let me go pee. I forgot that I was sitting in for Eric right now. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. Sorry to put my
Wag sees that finger. Wag sees that finger and he has to go pee. What's that all about?
Come on, man. I don't know. It gives me a little bit of a tingling sensation.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to show this Wags.
I've really got to piss, man. What?
I know you do. Check this out. Hey, isn't this pretty funny? This is the South Lake Carroll head football coach, Riley Dodge.
Okay.
They played on Halloween, which is Friday. Look at the shit his sons wore.
Oh, my God.
Are they riding on the back of the dragon? Like,
no, it's one of those like blow up mascots.
Oh, I got you. I got it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what they brought out on the field? I can't laugh too hard. I'll actually piss myself in my old age. I'll be right back.
You're all good. You're all good.
These mascots, man. It's like so it like finally happened over here. You know, I just I finished up my tenure doing some Westwood games. They used to have the TP, you know, for the Warriors, and I guess they finally made them take that down because now it's just like a W that they run through. You know, it's like the inflatable mascots, man. It's like
I wonder whenever they were told they couldn't run out of the TP anymore because shit, Lake Travis played them in the COVID year whenever like every team's non-district schedule got reduced to one game. Lake Travis played them the first game of the 2020 season, and they ran out of a TP then. So
I think I remember calling games as soon as last year or as recent as last year where they had the TP. I think I've called so many of them. Hey, speaking of that, and again, I hate to, when you come on, I'm just like throwing Central Texas shit at you. Did you see the great Craig Cheshire is retiring from Stony Point after 42 years? He gone.
I did not. Has he been at Stony Point his entire tenure pretty much?
No. He's been there since Stony Point came along, and there were some great runs. I was their play-by-play guy for like after 2 years after they started. I became the play-by-play guy, and they're like, we were like on the cusp of going to state, dude, where it was just like amazing teams. And then Cedar Ridge came along, and that's all she wrote. But yeah, he's been their coach since the get-go, man. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Round Rock ISD. They just have killed all those high school sports teams. Stony Point's basketball team has been pretty good, but I know they got a few kids that aren't supposed to be there. But hey, everyone does around the Austin area if they're winning, to be honest with you. And everywhere in the state of Texas.
Yes.
If you're not pulling some of that, you ain't winning. And,
I've had discussions with folks in different, let's just say, schools, to where it's like, oh man, I don't know what we need to do. You know, we're trying to develop our players and we're trying to do whatever. I'm like, you need to hit the portal. And they're like, that's not a real thing. I'm like, bullshit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I said, come on. You know,
yeah, that's why you lose 4 games a year to teams that are
right.
I don't know, man. I think like the UIL in some of these districts, everyone's got blood on their hands. They're not calling UIL, right?
Right.
Where in other districts, it's like a kid will move for a legitimate reason that isn't to play football, and they have to sit out. Like in East Texas, for example, Carthage, Gilmer, all these other schools get so many move-ins every year from the town over. They're always cleared to play.
Yeah.
There's a kid named Ismail Kamara. He's currently ranked a 5-star by us, by 24/7 Sports. He's originally from France. Went to this like international school basically in Florida his freshman year, and then moved to Gilmer. He gets ruled ineligible for his sophomore year. And like there's kids that move in from the town over that are cleared every fucking time. It was just BS. And like this year he's finally playing and he's ragdolling kids for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Another thing I thought you'd be interested in, same with Wags once he gets back from peeing. We got beer sales. Or alcohol sales. I don't know how many of these schools don't sell more than just beer. But the amount of units sold and the total revenue, Nebraska has made the most money off of alcohol sales in the 2025 season. I believe LSU is second. That sounds about right.
Yeah. They're drinking away their sorrows over there.
Oh, yeah.
and Nebraska's like, hey, Matt Rule, I mean, you've increased alcohol sales. Thank you, buddy. You need a new contract.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people are surprised LSU isn't one, but like, man, if you ever spent time around the Midwest, you know those people can drink, and they're beer drinkers too.
Yeah,
like Wisconsin's numbers are close to 1 million. Minnesota's one of 4 schools over 1 million. Oh, sorry, I read this wrong. Tennessee is actually second, not LSU.
Yeah, okay, well, that's they kind of go hand in hand, I think, those two. But you're right about. I've been to a couple of car races up north, short track races, and I mean, I happen to think that I can drink some cold beer, with the best of them. But I mean, those people, I'm like, oh, God,
oh yeah,
goodness.
Derek Vanetta said Nebraska. It's the first season they've sold alcohol in the football stadium, and they're putting up numbers like this.
That's what it is. Well, then you may wear off. Remember when they didn't have beer at DKR? I remember that. Those were long days.
Now they sell. You can buy a cocktail and pay extra for the Yeti, like the custom Texas Yeti. That's what this is.
No, see, that's just that's Jerry Jones marketing right there. That's just smart.
Oh yeah.
Is Texas on this list somewhere?
No, they're not, because these are all like freedom of information requests. And some schools aren't submitting that data, or they're taking extra long to get back. But a lot of Big Ten schools on here. UNT clearing 6 figures, not bad at all. I'm curious just how much this, because if they're at 2 million, they probably have 2 home games left. Probably finished around 2.5, 2.4.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that is going to Matt Rule's extension?
I know. I mean, that's a kind of half-hearted joke about that, but then I see it and it's like, well, shit. No, that makes sense.
The money from alcohol sales, does that go to rev share? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah. And good call there. Steve Patterson was the one that brought that on, and now you have this happening at DKR. Little girl.
This is an old video, right? This is from last year.
Yeah, I think so. Look at her. Bottoms up, Jack.
Yeah, I think I saw this last year.
Damn.
That's got to be juice, dude. I mean, or still, even
like a Bud Light can to me, dude.
That is a
koozie.
That is nuts.
One of my daughters right there. That's one of my daughters.
Yeah, Wags. That was a long piss.
Yeah, sorry, man. I also had to make sure the dog got out too.
So. I thought he was gonna say I'd take a shit too. I'm like, okay, that's good.
Nah, you're all good.
All right, boys.
You're all good.
Checking in with y'all. I'm gonna jump out of here. And now I'm gonna go piss. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Amigo. Appreciate you.
You got it, dude.
All right, man. Where do you want to go first? Did you see any basketball? Or go ahead. It's your show. My bad.
No, you're all good. Welcome to the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan Scruggs. That is Wags, not Eric Henry. Eric is on a flight from
we do look similar though.
Yeah, I mean, they probably wouldn't even have known if I didn't tell them it was you, not Eric. Eric is on a flight from Charlotte, I think. I don't know. Where did Texas play last night? That was in Charlotte, wasn't it?
Yeah, Vital Invitation, Charlotte, North Carolina, basically Duke's backyard.
Yeah. I didn't watch a ton of it. I watched like the very end of the first half and the last 10 minutes, or actually I watched a fair amount of the second half, but I stopped kind of paying attention about 10 minutes into the game, into the second half, just because I knew what was about to happen. Man, it is kind of funny. Mike Elko in some of his press conferences this year has kind of talked about the battered Aggie syndrome, right? Fans that are always like, man, we're going to fuck this up somehow. We're not going to win this. We're going to lose a game. And by giving it to the other team, we're going to start 8-0 and lose a bunch of games. Every year it's going to happen, right? That's how I feel about Texas basketball.
Oh, you're that you've kind of trained your mindset that way.
Yeah. And like I can be a homer for Texas basketball. I'm never gonna write anything about Texas basketball. I'm cheering for them, I'm rooting for them, but like, brother, it's the same shit my entire life. Outside of that 1 year,
I get it.
The 1 year with what's his face, the pump fake God. You know what I'm talking about?
Dylan Dessou?
No. He was great though. Serge Abari Rice. That's what.
Oh, right.
That my shining prince of Texas,
Mr.
basketball.
Fundamental, absolutely.
Yeah, if I had in my lifetime, if I could make a roster of my favorite Longhorns, he'd be on there. If I had like 12 guys, Jacobin Brown's on there, Isaiah Taylor's on there, Kerwin Roach is on there, Cam Ridley. Man, these kids don't know nothing about Cam Ridley.
Serge Abari Rice might be one of my favorite names. Of college basketball all time. Are you familiar with Majestic and Scientific Map?
What?
Those are real players.
Prince eBay. Oh.
Majestic and Scientific Map were guards that played for Virginia, and I think the other guard played for Georgia Tech back in the 90s or aughts.
Their last names were Math and
Map, like a map, like you read a map, right? But their first name, one of the brothers was Scientific, and the other brother was Majestic. Some of the best names in college basketball, man.
Oh yeah,
and Serge Abari Rice is up there with him on that list.
Serge Abari. The best thing too about that year is every time Texas won, some Twitter account or Instagram account would post like you just lost to Serge Abari Rice, and like it's like the pixelated deep fried meme where there's like laser shooting out of his eyes, and the song in the back is like the Texas Longhorns song, like bass boosted. I miss those days. Like, Chris Beard, you got to be better at picking them, man. Come on. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't have.
You did see a little bit of the game though.
Yeah, I really don't have much analysis to offer. I wasn't watching it that in depth.
No, can I offer like some optimism though? Like I get that what you're saying, like it's the same shit over and over again, but can I offer a little bit of breath of fresh air, right? And I'm very critical about the Longhorns, not just football but basketball too. The ideology seems different, right? It feels almost like the ideology or the mindset of when Chris Beard was on the team, to where it's tenacious, it's calloused basketball, it's being able to battle down low, where almost we've been non-existent inside the paint, except for probably the anomaly or the exception of Dylan Dessou, right? Like we usually get beat on the boards, J-Guns, usually night in and night out.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they had a dude over like 6'10" or 6'11" on the team last year.
Right.
That's why they went and bagged.
And there's been no rim protection. There's been nothing. Right now, you could say, how much rim protection was there last night if you lose 75 or 75 to 60, right? You're also going up against the Booze, one of the top five. He'll be a top five. Boozer's going to be a top five selection in the NBA, right? Duke just reloads, and Duke's a top-notch program. They're probably going to be, inside for the conversation in the Sweet 16. No surprise, right? We're not breaking news here, okay? To lose, there's no moral victories. I said this an hour ago. No moral victories at all. But to be able to go in there and compete, especially in Vitel's Invitational, and to win the battle of the boards, right? To get into your set very early,
right? To where you're not being lethargic and hesitant and waiting for 10 seconds to be on the shot clock and then start the motion and get into your offense. As soon as they crossed the line last night, they were very deliberate and they were going into their offense. That gives me a level of optimism, right? A level of hope. Okay. So again, it wasn't a win, but it's stuff to build on. I do think that we lack a pure shooter.
Yeah. And also like the whole team is transfers. It's
yeah. I mean, Miller brought some dudes in for sure.
And I don't know. I wasn't trying to be like negative or whatnot. Like,
no, but you're being
not
real.
supposed to win last night. That's
just being
a
real.
good team that'll play for a few rounds in the tournament, or at least should. I don't know. I love to see this, Jonathan.
I love the fact that you're real about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that just sit here and act like everything's fine. It's not fine.
Oh yeah, man, I miss these Texas teams. The kids these days don't know anything about DeMarcus Holland. What do you know about DeMarcus Holland? Not shit.
Educate me, enlighten me, please.
No, he was just like I think he was like a 2 or 3 year starter. He was like a 2 guard, 3-and-D. Wasn't a great shooter though, because like that was before I guess the 3-point shot had fully taken over basketball. That was around the time Steph Curry was like becoming a big thing. But I don't know. They're like those Texas teams weren't great, but man, they were so fun. They were so fun. Like the main memory that comes to mind, the Javon Felix UNC buzzer beater at the drum. Joe Schwartz.
Joe used to come on the show from time to time.
I'm pretty sure. Isn't he coaching now?
I don't know.
I think he's coaching. Oh, I had no idea.
Going midday with Trey and BK.
Huh. I had no idea DeMarcus Holland and Prince eBay were teammates, but that's a sub. Dylan Ositkowski. He's more recent, but still a good pull. I haven't heard that one in a minute. Joe was on Mulkey's staff. Jesus Christ. What a job.
Oh man, I gotta get him on the show now. Oh man. I want the scoop, Joe. What perfume does she wear? I want it all.
Wags, you're gonna be like, all right, first question. What do you think about the way she runs the organization, practice, and just structures everything? Okay, second question. How pink is it? Like, that's some shit you'd pull. That's what Wags would do. You're like, so Coach Mulkey, tell me
what's
about
the status of the roast beef? Is it moist? How are we looking?
All right. That's where I draw the line. That's where I draw
it too, amigo. I'm with you.
All right. So 1-2 talk some recruiting.
Sure.
I think I brought it up earlier in the week, but in case I didn't, Texas might have its focus centered on a 2027 quarterback. I've talked about this being important. Yes, you have Diabell coming in the year before, but even though he's been on his varsity program since the 8th grade, he is arriving at Texas with the least amount of career high school pass attempts out of any Longhorn quarterback in the Sark era. And that's counting Quinn Ewers, who only started for 2 years at South Lake Carroll. Diabell's been on his varsity team for 5 years, and he has less pass attempts than Quinn Ewers did in 2 years. And again, he is less than Malik Murphy, Trey Owens, Arch Manning, any quarterback that has arrived at Texas through high school, he is less than. And that's also including Quinn, who didn't play 1 year in Ohio State. That's notable. Like,
that's not good.
Right? No, it's not. And he's had, and I'll talk about Dylan Berriman in a second, Antoine. He's had his junior and senior year ended early due to injuries. The junior season one happened at the very end of the regular season. It was like lower leg or ankle.
Junior and senior year?
Yeah. In his senior year, it was game 3 when he hurt his shoulder. And when I wrote about this, someone is like, it's not a season-ending injury. He just opted to get a procedure so we'll be healthy for spring ball at Texas. That's a season-ending injury.
Season-ending, buddy.
Yeah, so that is something I'm watching. Like, it's not like Texas can – I mean, with the way they're recruiting quarterback, they kind of, I guess, could afford to not take a QB or have something happen like Trey Owens where he gets passed over. But the smart thing to always do is recruit at least one quarterback a year. That's what Sarkisian's always going to do every year. He's at Texas. They've offered 3 2027 quarterbacks. First two, Peyton Houston, and I can't believe I'm forgetting this kid's name. Brady Edmonds. He's out of the Los Angeles area. Brady Edmonds committed to Ohio State like a month after Texas offered him.
I've heard of this kid. Yeah,
he's at Huntington Beach. Actually, a really good player, but his parents went to Ohio State, and I mean his family's got money. He grew up going to home games,
right.
and they donate a ton.
My dad is all over him. My dad's on the Big Ten recruiting scene because he's in Maryland. Shit, this dude's already locked in as a Buckeye.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. So they offered him and Peyton Houston the same day. Recruited Peyton Houston, but didn't ever really push a ton. He ended up choosing LSU over Oklahoma. Oklahoma actually thought they had him in the bag. He actually silently committed to Oklahoma. It was done. And then he's like, hey, I'm going to take this visit to LSU.
Oh,
I forget what game it was. It was some big game. And Oklahoma's like, all right, we're not worried. And LSU ended up getting him. So that kind of swung things open. Texas already knew they weren't really going to push for Peyton Houston. So they had Kavian Bryant camp in June. They liked him a lot. Recruited him hard, pushed for him, but he chose Texas Tech. They offer earlier playing time.
What's the pool besides money? What's the pool? What can be the attraction in Lubbock?
He plays earlier there than he would at Texas, and he gets paid more. And if Kavian Bryant told Texas, hey, I'll come here if y'all guarantee me I can play basketball, because they weren't really trying to do that, maybe. But they never really put that on the table fully, to my understanding, or Texas Tech did. They will let him play basketball. And I don't think that was the deciding factor, but I think it was part of it. And the two most important things were playing time and money. But anyways, so the 3 QBs they've offered, they're not going to Texas. They need to offer someone else. They need to figure that out. I've talked about several different names I like, but one name I never mentioned because, quite honestly, I thought they'd look elsewhere first. Smithson Valley, 2027 quarterback, Ty Knutson. Was not a full-time starter last year. Kind of split quarterback duties with this kid named Cade Spradling, who was a senior. Spradling was a really good high school player that is kind of like Haynes King, where a lot of his game is just being tough and gritty. He's now at Air Force. He was Air Force's quarterback signing, which kind of tells you the level of player he is, type of player he is. So since he's graduated, Knutson's the guy. I'd say his stats, but Smithson Valley doesn't log them. So I don't know if they are, but they are 8-1, and they're playing Victoria East tonight, or not tonight, tomorrow on Thursday. And AJ Milwie's going to go watch him play. They had this kid on campus for the Vanderbilt game. Is there anything specific they told you about what you need to do to get an offer? And he said they just told him they want to see him throw in person because they've never seen him do that. They like what they see. Maybe they pull it. We don't know. But Milwie's seeing him tonight, going to be notable. Think he could definitely end up as a quarterback option for Texas. He has Texas Tech, Texas A&M, TCU, schools like that. But those 3 schools all have quarterbacks committed.
Just all Texas schools?
No, he has more offers than that.
Okay.
He has UTSA, Tulane, Oklahoma State recently offered him. But the biggest ones, the 3 biggest ones, A&M, Tech, TCU, all 3 already have quarterbacks committed in 2027.
Sure.
And he visited A&M earlier in this year, even though they already had a kid committed at the position in the same grade. And he's going to Tech this weekend, even though they also already have a kid committed at the same position in the same grade. So I don't know what that's about. But if Texas pulls the trigger, I think that's where he would end up, and it would probably happen rather quickly. So just wanted to talk about that. Going to hit on some of these questions. AJ Abrams. David Keith Williams said, as good of a recruit as Jamarian Carlton is and as productive as the senior year he's had, I think he is a comparable recruit to Richard Wesley rather than a defensive end fit with Wesley. I think they both could be 265 to 270 as sophomores and are both strong side defensive ends. I think Texas needs a weak side defensive end that would play behind Colin Simmons like Trent Henderson, not like Carlton. What is your
good point? Yeah.
So you're pretty on the money with this. Like Henderson is definitely more the speed edge than, bigger edge to stop the run that Ethan Burke or Wesley are. And those Burke and Wesley like body types and frames are harder to find. They're usually the higher paid edge rusher, especially if they can, really rush the passer and get home for sacks like Richard Wesley can. I think Carlton is a blend of both. I genuinely think he could be both. This kid is currently 6'4.5", 260 pounds. He has a wingspan over that's like 6'11". It's almost 8 feet or almost 7 feet. 10-plus inch hands, and he's been Temple's best basketball player since his freshman year. He's a 4-year starter in basketball. And each game, it's like a double-double, and he gets like a putback or 2 dunks every game. Like, he's really explosive. And the way he's put together, he can hold.
So he's like a Hayes.
Sorry?
So he's like a Jackson Hayes?
I mean, he's not going to go D1 in hoops because he's a 6'4.5", post.
Right. Okay. So he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that length. Gotcha.
Yeah, but
he's got that type of athleticism.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to talk about. And he's run a bit of track. Let me pull up this video. I have a video of him doing some freaky shit. Pause. This is from whenever I went out to see him in the spring. Like,
Jesus.
With him, like he can end up as a buck or jack. Like he's explosive enough, and the way he's put together, he can be a speed edge, kind of the Colin Simmons position to dumb it down. But he also has a big enough frame where he could hold over 300 pounds and like grow into a jack and be what Ethan Burke is, or slide into the interior D line, which is why we have him ranked as an interior D lineman because he can get up to 300, and it's just God-given.
Look at his ability to rotate his hips like that too. Like his footwork's fantastic. The way he picks them up and puts them down too, very quick.
And like, man, this is all off the muscle. He doesn't have a trainer. He doesn't, play with any 5-on-5. That's now a thing for offensive and defensive linemen. Doesn't do any of that. Works a job. Plays basketball. Plays football. Blue collar kid. Mom works in the post office. Like, phenomenal young man. And whether he was going to Baylor or SMU or Texas or UTSA, I'd be saying that. So I get what you're saying. You do make a good point. Like Trent Anderson, if it can be a perfect scenario, you take him over Carlton for this reason David Keith Williams explained. But I do think Carlton has enough versatility that he could be either, and also like you don't say no to him because he doesn't perfectly fit the description. You take his commitment, 7 days of the week. So, yeah. What other stuff do we have? We're getting Rip Hamilton mentions. This one said Dylan Behrman is committed or not. By my estimation, that would put them at 10 or 11 D tackles next year. Yeah, the D tackle numbers for next year all start and end with what Hero Kanu is going to do. Is he going to leave for the draft, or is he coming back for his final year of eligibility? That decision is going to influence how Texas approaches the portal at the position, not really if Dylan Behrman's in the class or not. But speaking of Behrman, people have asked, like, what's going on here? Well, he posts late last night. He thanks Sark. He thanks, Texas football for recruiting him, but that his recruitment is 100% open and, he's looking elsewhere. And then 20 minutes later, he deletes the tweet, doesn't respond to any messages for like an hour, and then says, I'm still committed to Texas. I'm 100% committed to Texas. So that's where this is at. If you want to ask me, have I wrote a decommitment story and it's saved in the back end? Yes, I have. You have to have it prepared. And, signs like this, you have to have that, right? So as of right now, I guess he's committed. That's what he's telling us. Texas hasn't told us they've dropped him. This isn't a kid they would drop in my eyes. But, yeah, I wouldn't say he's a hard commit by any means. I would describe him as a soft commit at this time. And that is everything I have on Dylan Behrman. And again, he deleted the decommitment tweet. What other stuff do we have here? David Keith Williams said Dylan Behrman could be the most important D tackle / nose tackle committed to Texas. The other D tackles are playmaking D tackles or combinations of that and nose tackles. Behrman is a true anchor and nose tackle, which Texas does not have. Yeah. These are my texts I sent to Hank last night when we were talking about Dylan Behrman. I said, I doubt they dropped him, but it would be dumb as hell if they did. He had to have been under market value for a top 100 prospect on the D line, and he's a true A gapper. Kendall Gervil isn't. Richard Anderson is, but what are the chances? So again, don't think they're dropping him just because it would make basically 0 sense. But shout out David Keith Williams. He knows ball. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's on the shit today.
He's a true A gapper. Kendall Gervil isn't, and like Richard Anderson is, but I think Texas has low chances there. If they could do that, I mean, that great get. Richard Anderson's a borderline 5-star. But Behrman is going to stay in the class, or Texas would like to keep him in the class, I think, unless they can pull something off crazy like, getting Richard Anderson. So, yeah. Man, Mick Kabongo mentioned, or Mike Kabongo. I always forget what it is. Yeah, CB, I think he did play with that team of former Texas players. Manchester Reds and went to high school for a year with Connor Lambert down here in San Antonio. I remember him being super nice. I think he plays pro in Japan. Wow, I didn't know that. I went to school with a kid who was his cousin, and whenever Texas and Texas Tech would play, he would wear a jersey that was like a half Texas jersey, a half Tech jersey, because Connor Lambert's brother played for Tech, and they'd like be on the floor together playing against each other. Pretty cool deal. Yeah. Well, on the money, David Keith Williams. Woodcrest said, I know Sark said he wasn't using this week to prep for Georgia, but he's absolutely been prepping for Georgia since Monday, right?
Bullshit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Of course, Sark
and
not even since Monday. Like, you prep for teams like Georgia, you know that how big that game is, how much is on the line, not just win-loss records or conference records, but recruiting. Both teams know how important this is. And you're probably like, why does that matter? Like, each school can just outbag the other school's offer. Yeah, you have a good point. But the shit that happens on the field still matters regardless of how much money these schools have, So, yeah.
Breath of optimism here, right? On a hump day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course it took us a while to figure out our best off a seamlessly logical, what seems to be a logical, just get the max reps in there, our best combination of our line. It for some reason it took us this long, but optimistically, okay, no one's hurt. All right, our best offensive linemen aren't hurt going into this game, right? And we do have the best combination of the offensive line going into this game. Right, and it's 2 weeks.
I will say
2 weeks to prep for it, and Georgia usually has their shit together for trench warfare.
Yeah, I will say, giving him his flowers, like I think he's back to 100% now. But Trevor Gooseby has not been 100% most of the games this year,
for sure.
And he's still pretty much the best O-lineman every game, which is crazy. So, it's kind of weird. Like, you want the player to do well. You want him to have success, to have a good career, but you almost don't want him to do well where there's no decision between returning or going to the NFL after this year. Like, you want him back. So, man, here's a name I haven't heard in a while: Sheldon McClellan. Y'all are getting in the bag today. I'm trying to think of some other good ones. I hope no one mentions Greg Brown. You're casual if you do that.
Well, they just did.
No, he didn't. I didn't.
You
see
just
it.
did.
Oh, well, yeah. I was saying I hope no one mentions it. Yeah, Antoine brings up Chad President, Davion Curtis getting it done. Yeah, Davion Curtis, former Longhorn.
So Greg Brown, real quick story. Greg Brown, when he was at the 40, would still come up to the Brushy Creek Community Center and play pickup games with kids that were probably 2 feet shorter than him, and he would just destroy and dunk all night long. Like
in high school?
No, he was in college, and he was still coming up to the community rec center and just dunking on people. Like,
during his 1 year at Texas?
Yeah.
Bro, he was like,
my son's got a picture with him.
Horrible mental eval. Horrible. He's also held back 2 years.
Correct.
And Him, Garrett Wilson, DJ Thorpe, who's Otis Thorpe's son, and my stepbrother were all on the same AAU team in middle school.
God.
And I would watch Garrett Wilson, Greg Brown, and DJ Thorpe just take a bunch of white kids to the woodshed and like church gyms at 8 a.m. on Saturday and Sundays. Like it was dope. Greg Brown and DJ and Garrett Wilson are like throwing down dunks as 7th and 8th graders. Like some wild stuff. And I've talked about it before, but Garrett Wilson was a kid that grew up in the Lake Travis school system, played youth ball, Pop Warner, through the middle schools, all that. We all knew. And like by middle school, this dude is going to play in either the NBA or the NFL for a long time. And speaking of him, he needs to demand a trade. Like, I know it's too late to deadline pass, but like, brother, you're the only one left on the ship. It's you and Breece Hall. You got to get out of there, And I saw a tweet, like, the biggest loser of yesterday's, all the trades that the Jets made, the biggest loser is Jeremiah Smith. They have 3 first-round picks next year. Probably going to be picking first overall. Like, it's over, buddy. And again, Garrett Wilson, you need to get out of there, man.
Yeah,
Seriously.
it's also like Woody Johnson. Who in the hell would want to play for the guy? Like he does run everybody off. It's not just a trend. It's fact. It's on the sheet, man.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Antoine asked about this earlier. In case you missed it, Sark was asked, what do you think of this hectic coaching carousel and job security in college football, etc. And he went on for like 2.5 minutes.
Talking about who you're going to hire, right? Talking about who you're going to hire, like
yeah, exactly. That was the
who's the succession plan?
Yeah, and like he makes a good point, but like it's what college football is nowadays. Like the people who have the influence and the power to influence athletic directors or presidents or chairman of the board to make coaching decisions are the same ones that have funded the roster for the last few years, and are paying that coach too. Like very rarely will a coach's contract actually come fully from the school, and especially buyouts too. Like LSU isn't paying Brian Kelly's buyout; that's coming from a booster and donors. And there's fatigue there. Like I brought up an example, like Justice Terry, he's making 7 figures this year. He's making a lot of money, and he's a true freshman D lineman who really should not be playing because the closer you are to line of scrimmage, the longer it takes to play. Like I made this point. I know he can rotate in, that's fine. But like he's like 7th on snap count amongst D linemen right now and has, I think, 38 snaps on the year. And he's making 7 figures. Like imagine being the Texas booster donor who's basically paying Justice Terry to be on the team. And it's like, dude, this ROI is dog shit. And there is no ROI because the people that have this much money to donate to put players on the team already have access to practice and everything else. There's nothing else they can add on top to make it more worth it. And it's not like if Texas goes to the Natty or Final Four, they get a $5 million bonus or anything. They never get the money back. And most of these people, it's a drop in the bucket. They got fuck you money. It doesn't matter. But not everyone is like that. And luckily, Texas has more of those people than pretty much anyone in college football. But donor fatigue is a real thing.
It's for sure, yeah.
And
people want results regardless.
Whenever people are spending this much money, the college athletes go from college athletes to pro athletes where people feel a lot worse criticizing them, talking shit about them, saying how bad they are because they know how much they're paying that player. And on the flip side of that, the expectations rise. When these people are spending this much money, they're going to be pissed off if they're losing games. So
results are real, man. Expectations
and like,
are real,
the entire country, for the most part, has this natty or bust, right? They have this natty or bust mindset. Realistically, there are at most 10 teams who have a shot at going and winning a natty each year. But there are dozens of teams that have the natty or bust mentality. Maybe the mentalities have to change, but like one thing I brought, like there's some Tennessee fans. It's a very small faction of their fan base that are like, man, screw Josh Heupel.
They're idiots, I would think.
I know. But like Josh Heupel, can Tennessee really compete for a natty every year? No, they can't But can Josh Heupel go up to the podium and say this is a program where we're aiming to win 10 wins every year?
Yeah.
No, he can't say that.
They can get 10 wins.
No, but he can't say our program's goals are to win.
I misinterpreted what you were saying. Sorry.
It's our program's goals are to win a national championship.
Right.
So the expectations are higher than ever because you now have the transfer portal and all these other things where you can flip a roster faster than ever. You have a lot less time and there's no grace period. And like the thing I try to drill into any kids that try to come to me for advice, like drill into their heads, like, buddy, there's no, I'm a true freshman. Like I can get adjusted to campus, meet some girls.
There's no acclimatization.
Like that shit's out the window. Right. I don't care at all.
No more grace period.
Right? Yeah. I don't care if the entire plan the whole time is for you to not play a snap in redshirt as a freshman. Like if you're not busting your ass every day and getting better, they will cut your ass or they will cut your NIL deal in half and say, you're either taking this or you're going in the portal and see ya. Pick one. Like the grace period does not exist at all at any level of college football. And all the reasons I brought up is why we're here. So yes, Sark has a point. Who are you going to hire? But we got to this point because of everything I just mentioned. And I mean, also, like, I do think one thing too, and I'm going to kind of contradict myself here because I've said this, but like, yes, I think the candidate pool is going to be spread out, but at the same time, like, just because it's not a big name doesn't mean it can't be a good hire. Like, how many people are talking about Kurt Cignetti getting hired in Indiana?
No shit.
No one.
And now he's the marquee name, right?
Yeah. Like
when does that happen for Fritz?
Yeah, so I don't know. But those are kind of my thoughts there.
And again, like I know it's only been 1 year at Houston, like, but he does have a track record of success, right?
Yeah, I mean this is year 2 in Houston, but
correct. Well, thank you. Yeah, but this is the year that they started to turn it around, though. I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, Antoine brings up a good point. Why the F are teams, example, Miami of Ohio, firing coaches at a cyclic rate?
Because they want instant gratification. They want results right now.
Yeah,
but see, to that point, though, when you fire somebody, regardless, you're going to have regression, right? Like, even though you might have a roster built up for success right then and there, if you take the a coach out of that play or out of the institution, you're taking 2 steps back, regardless of whichever way you're looking at it. Sure, you might be able to progress and move forward, but you're still going to have a little bit of regression moving forward.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I don't know, man. It's what college football is. This is where we get whenever there are 3 mega agents that run the sport. Like, so many people have viewed NIL and rev sharing and all this as, the players now have the leverage. And they do for the most part. But the truly top tier of college football coaching, the elite tier, the maybe 5 or 10 guys have more leverage than ever before. Like, Jimbo Fisher literally held A&M hostage for the dumbest contract of all time because he was threatening to go to LSU after going like 8-4, 9-3. And it's documented. LSU and Scott Woodward's dumbass were dumb enough to try to actually hire him. That was a real thing. But
yeah,
Jimbo Fisher he wasn't even a top 10 coach at any point during his A&M tenure. I'm not talking about Florida State or that he won a natty with famous Jameis, any of that shit. At A&M, during his tenure at A&M, could you ever say confidently he was a top 10 coach? No. And he was a top 10 highest paid coach because that's how it's set up. And I'm pretty sure he's a Sexton guy, right? So, I don't know, man. And one thing I think is really interesting, I was talking to someone about this yesterday, like, no one's really bringing up Clark Lee from Penn State. Clark Lee also, I mean, we don't know if Vanderbilt has offered him an extension and he hasn't signed it. Like, we do know for a fact Ole Miss has put extensions on the table for Lane Kiffin that he has not signed. We don't know that for Lee, though. But, Lee, thinking about Penn State, it's not a bad job. He's been in that region. He knows it. And the thing you also have to think about if you're Clark Lee, and that I know he's thinking about, he's risen. The level of expectations have raised, right?
Sure, yeah.
At Vanderbilt. But let's say, I mean, they're about to lose 40-plus seniors and people from this team to attrition or the NFL. next year the team's going to look a lot different. And I'm sure they'll hit the portal well. They have a great personnel and scouting team that does a better job than 90% of college football. But like, how much pressure's on him if he goes 2-10 or 3-9 next year, even though he just brought them to back-to-back the most successful seasons in program history, or at least since like World War II, right? What are the expectations there? Like, can he go 5-17 in a 2-year stretch and keep
Does
his
he have
job?
a 2-year grace of losing seasons after the 2 years of successful seasons?
Yeah, so like that's what I'm kind of thinking, because like it's like, man, the Penn State expectations, but also Vandy's a really hard place to win. It's a hard place to have consistency. And if I'm him and I do not know for a fact that I'm pretty much untouchable because I'm basically the best coach in program history, like it makes you think about leaving a lot more, especially when you remember Vandy's only paying him about $5 million.
Right. Well, it depends on how spoiled they get after 2 seasons. The fan base, rather, right?
Yeah. So
I think they have to temper expectations and realize, like, if my point is, if we're talking about this, if we're having the conversation of the turnover and the succession that's needed at Vanderbilt, you'd like to think that whoever is looking at their program and planning for their program with their recruitment, that's also been brought up too, right? Hey, like we have a 35% of our rosters out of here, after this season, so massive turnover.
Yeah,
but to that point is, maybe this is what you were getting to or alluding to. Is this the perfect time for Lee to kind of, hey, Penn State, man, that Happy Valley's looking pretty attractive right now.
Yeah, I mean that could be an option. I don't know who they hire. Like, I don't think there's a lead candidate right now, or like Lane Kiffin is obviously the guy for Florida or LSU. There's no guy for Penn State right now.
I did have Matt Rule nabbed, but not anymore. Like, I thought for sure
even before the extension, like I was like, eh.
It was a big buy. Like, they had just bought out James Franklin, but Penn State has money, right? Like, I thought they'd have to shell out another probably like 50. I think Matt Rule's buyout was 54 before.
Yeah, but that's if Nebraska fires him. If Matt Rule leaves for another job, he only owes Nebraska like, I think it's around $10 million.
But
there's 2 different buyouts: the get fired buyout and
then
the job buyout.
Then the purchasable buyout, right?
And the person with the highest leave for another job buyout amongst head coaches in college football is Dan Lanning. If he ever leaves to take a job elsewhere, or at least if he did it this offseason, he would owe Oregon $20 million. But that's the most.
Gotcha.
And it's crazy because, like, if Georgia fires Kirby Smart, they owe him like $108 million. If he leaves, he owes them like 6.5.
Yeah, but they're not. But my point is, the school that's getting the school that's courting that coach is paying that bill. Right?
Yeah, like, most of the time that's what
Penn State. I know that they just paid Franklin. They're also going to be paying Matt Rule's bill to leave Nebraska.
Yeah, but I mean, they'll do that. Like, that's what
100%. Like,
every school does that whenever they hire a coach.
Right.
You know,
like, and that's what I was. It's been done before.
And like SMU still banging their chest over Rhett Lashley's extension. Like, he can still leave this offseason. He can still leave. And like Matt Rule signed an extension with Baylor in like November and left like 2.5 weeks later for Carolina, the Panthers. So doesn't mean a ton. Sticky brings up Brian Hartline for Penn State. I don't think they're going to hire him. I'm very curious when he's going to leave, though, because eventually he will. And I'm sure Miami and the Florida schools are going to be happy because they can actually recruit receivers again.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. If Brian Hartline gets the Penn State job, like, is he going to be able to recruit receivers at the same level? Penn State has money. They don't have Ohio State money. And also, like, can you think of a single Penn State receiver in the NFL right now not named Chris Godwin?
Drake London?
Drake London went to SC.
Oh, there you go. Good point. Is there not a?
And I'm pretty sure Godwin's Penn State. I think it was Penn State. I'm kind of confusing myself.
Franklin had a run at.
They had Allen Robinson. I don't know if he's even still in the league.
Franklin had a run at Penn State before he went to Oregon with Nix. But besides that, yeah, no.
Yeah.
There is another wide receiver from Penn State. Like I thought I mistake London for it. There is another.
I know, like, there's a rookie with the Chargers, Keandre Lambert-Smith, but he got drafted out of Auburn or signed out of Auburn because he transferred to Auburn. Jahan Dotson, like,
no, that's not who I was thinking of. He is recent though. That is not the dude.
Hey, they shit out linebackers and running backs though.
That they do. Definitely running backs.
Hey, want to bring this up because I think it's pretty interesting. This dude named Nathaniel Selman, or Salmon. Sorry, not Selman. He's from Europe. Forget which part. But was a basketball player that was actually playing pro basketball in Australia. Ends up getting invited to the NFL does this thing that they hold at IMG Academy where it's like a month-long basically training camp. And it's a bunch of random, like, overseas international football players. They get invited because, you know, sometimes you can stumble upon a freak show and there's a ton of potential there, right? And all 32 NFL teams have, like, reps and scouts here watching them. And some of them get invites. This guy, he got an invite to the Chargers mini camp or whatever, like, the lowest tier form of training camp or off-season stuff is. Didn't get invited to be on the team or the practice squad.
Right.
And the NFL also requires that all 32 teams invite at least one player to mini camp. So that's how we got there. But not on the team or the practice squad. So he goes back to Australia. He's going to play basketball. And then someone hits him up and is like, yo, you can play college since you have eligibility. He gets in contact with the NCAA clearinghouse, and he has 4 years to play college football. And this is like a 22, 23-year-old grown-ass man.
Man-child from Australia, from down under that wrestled alligators and shit.
And he's like a 6'7", 250, 260-pound tight end. You know, it's very interesting, right? And it's kind of similar, like in basketball. I know there's a guy that Louisville signed. He won't be eligible till next year, but he was in like the G League for a year or two. And then is now playing college, even though he made money in the G League and everything. And, like, where are you drawing the line there? They have to say 5 for 5. Those are the eligibility rules. You have 5 years to play 5 years. And you have to do it directly out of high school or JUCO, or you can't do it. Or if you do, let's say you go play minor league baseball for 3 years and want to play football like Quan Cosby, right? You do 3 years, and then you want to play football. Since you were 3 years into a 5-year clock out of high school, you only get 2 years to play football. Do something like that. Like, they have to figure that out. Stephen Gavea, he is 6'7". Oh, Jesus Christ. I knew y'all were doing that. Oh, God. Y'all are 12 years old.
I went in and asked my kid yesterday, right? I say kid, my son. He's not a kid anymore. But I went in and asked my son in the middle of his Madden league, and I was just like, hey, so what the hell's 6'7"? He just looks at me and goes, bro, just get out. And I'm like, what? No, tell me, what is it? He goes, it started with like AAU basketball. This dude was a hype sensation, and he just said, hit him with the 6'7", and then everybody just started saying 6'7" randomly, and it blew up from there. That's it. Now get out of my room. Verbatim. That's what my kid said.
You let him talk to you like that?
Hell yeah.
Former Marine letting your son talk to you like that?
It's his world. I pay the mortgage.
Yeah. What games does he play?
He the main three, the trio, Madden, 2K, and college football. That's what he plays. He does. I'm the one that's in the shooters and all the other crazy shit. Like, he walked in, I was playing Elden Ring Elden Ring. I was getting ready to say Skyrim, but it was Elden Ring. He goes, God, I'm so glad I took after Mom. You're such a nerd, calling me a nerd and a geek and shit like that. So whatever.
Yeah.
He's the cool one of the family, so that's why he runs the coop, I guess.
Could be worse.
Man, it's all for the print. Everything, and hopefully when he has a kid, like, everything's for his son, right? If we are, I always say this, if I'm like a 10th of my old man, like, dude, I'm a success, right? And hopefully, you instill that in your offspring. Like, your offspring should be better than you. So,
yeah, yep. How much time you got, Wags?
I got a couple minutes on. We ain't got anything pressing.
All right. What do you know about, where is this? The Battle of the Ravine.
Texas history, huh?
No. State of Arkansas.
State of Arkansas?
Yeah. So
the Battle of the Ravine. Oh,
let me set the stage. So Reese Davis from College Game Day.
Okay.
This is from a week or two ago. He was somewhere and reporters got him asking about, how does it work for College Game Day? You know how they try to go to like one FCS or small school each year. And he mentioned the Battle of the Ravine. So what's the Battle of the Ravine? Well, D2 rivalry game in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. It is between, I believe it's Henderson State and Wichita Baptist.
Is that their campuses?
These are their football stadiums. They're only separated by this road.
Holy shit.
Yeah, in town in Arkansas, in the middle of nowhere. I actually know one of my main a source of mine actually played at Wichita Baptist, and I sent this to him, and I'm like, I never realized that school was in bumfuck Arkansas. And he's like, yeah, we didn't really have anything to do. We had a bar when I was on campus, my 4 years there, but it closed down, so I have no idea what the kids do nowadays. But this is how close the stadiums are. And like the pregame tradition, the away team will walk from this other stadium to the stadium they're playing at. And they're making a big push.
Well, like a march?
Yeah, and this game is the same day that Texas and Georgia play. So that's what they're up against. And I highly doubt the SEC or ESPN's going to pass on Texas Georgia for this. But
whose base is that? A neutral site baseball field? Like whose baseball field is that? Like,
that is a good point. Yeah. Hey, Jake Bayless brings up a good point. It'd be pretty easy to pull the fire alarm. The other team's dorm.
Oh, never mind. I see the other baseball field over here. Okay, that's Cliff Harris Stadium. What? I don't know what the hell.
Yeah. Also, I've had this saved in the bag for a little bit for a slow day on the show, but we got the worst uniforms in college football.
Oh, Tulane's got to be there, right?
What? You're not a fan of Tulane's?
It's the green and the teal. It's, I don't know. Maybe in hockey it worked for the Whalers.
They got some good ones. These are horrible. These are Notre Dame ones.
That's shit. That's, what are you, the Yankees? Come on, bro.
I don't even remember them wearing these, but the pins.
Was this in New York? Was this for like a New York subway type of theme or some shit? Because they're trying to pull off the Yankee shit and it sucks.
Yeah, I assume. These Florida ones. I forgot about these. These Gator ones are good. Ohio State. That's Joe Burrow too.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's a terrible look.
So those ones aren't that bad.
Yeah, I actually think that's legit.
I think these OU ones are pretty good. They never wear them anymore.
Those kind of remind me of like the 95 Cowboys. They kind of look like a little traditional. I'm all right with that.
These are bad. I don't remember them wearing either of these, but
I'm shocked we hadn't seen any Maryland Terrapin uniforms here.
Oh, they're on here somewhere. I think
was going to say, like, that's why Maryland couldn't win in football a while ago. They were too worried about, oh my Jesus. Oh,
yeah. Jake Bayless. The Minnesota ones are on here. These Georgia ones I forgot about.
That's it. That's not even the same red.
They wore them once, I'm pretty sure. Nebraska, yeah, these stunk. Looks like the periodic table, like the
yeah. And how many electrons and protons you're getting?
Yeah.
Who's that? Yale?
BYU.
Oh, BYU. Jeez.
Bib jerseys. Michigan. These could be worse. I don't mind those.
We don't do that.
I never saw. I didn't even know these existed.
Is that Leak?
Huh?
Is that Chris Leak?
You're asking the wrong guy, brother. Memphis Seahawks style. Never knew these existed. It's like the tiger wrapped around the helmet, like Seahawks style. These were hard as hell. The Oklahoma State ones.
Oh, with
people
the sheriff?
hated these. I thought they were cool. I was also
the helmet was cool. I can't remember the jersey.
These
Was the jersey just straight? Was it just straight dark?
I guess. A few teams had this format that Oregon State had at these
sports bra.
The West Virginia fans also hate these. I thought these jerseys were just
the white looks clean as shit.
Yeah. I don't know what that's about. Miami, yeah, they wore these a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I can't do the camouflage, the digital. I mean, shout out to the digital Marine Corps print, but yeah, can't be doing that.
Yeah, South Florida, those are pretty.
That's
bad.
a lot. That's loud. I mean, I appreciate loud green, but you got to have like a little bit of.
These aren't as bad as the booger green Seahawks uniforms. These are better than the Seahawks ones. These are horrible. Indiana. That's pretty Cincinnati. I never thought these were actually that bad from A&M. That's also like this is 20. I mean, that's Kellen Mond, so I don't know how far.
It's the fishnet print, though. It looks like for me. Like that's just awful.
That's Wazoo.
That's just
Florida State. They haven't worn all gold in a long time. That's Colorado State. Those aren't that bad. What is that? That's also Florida State. Yeah. Michigan again.
Tennessee. Yeah. I can get down with that's all
this
right.
is just the Adidas template, man. They had those random patterns and stuff.
See, and that's just it too. Like the color scheme's fine. It's the print, right? Like
these are pretty dog shit. Pitt.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Pitt's traditional blue.
People keep posting the same ones, man. I don't even remember Bama wearing these pants.
Is that Henry?
It looks like AI though.
Yeah, that's AI Henry. That's video. That is EA Sports generated Derrick Henry right there.
This Iowa ones. Those aren't that bad. Get nice some retro ones.
Those were the shit. I thought the Seminoles,
Montana. What?
That looks like a high school team, Middletown, that we used to play back in the day.
Yeah, Georgia Tech again. God, they keep posting the same ones. When I looked on here, TCU, yeah, these ones are bad. TCU, I will say, their rebrand was such a downgrade. Like, their uniforms used to be so much better than they are right now, and their purple doesn't even look the same color. Auburn, I love the drop font.
Yeah, that's
drop shadows.
I'm down with that. I can rock with that.
Yeah.
Again, EA.
These are BYU. These are bad. Since when were they wearing yellow?
Yeah. I've never seen yellow involved there.
State again.
That's awful. That's bad. That's old and awful.
Yeah, these Northwestern ones are pretty bad. That's TJ Watt right there, too, for Wisconsin. And these weren't bad at all. Like, this is the Sumlin with the swag copter and stuff.
Are you down with the blue, though?
Blue.
The blue on the helmet?
Well, that's the sky reflecting. Dummy.
Oh, my bad.
You're good. You're good.
I'm wondering if I'm colorblind there for a second. You say, I don't see blue. What are you talking about?
What do you think about these? They're wearing these later this year.
I don't know. I'm not big with it's the blue on that green, right? If there's more of like a solid gray base to it, I could be down with it.
Yeah.
But like there's too much of the blue on or the green on the blue for Tulane.
Yeah. Now these atrocious.
Yes.
It's also like
the print of the numbers, dude.
And awkwardly just standing there.
It's just like
while like 13 pit boosters just lose their minds.
Well,
they haven't done these.
I do see. Here's the thing. I like the purple on purple, man. I like the purple on purple scheme for Clemson.
Yeah, I don't think they really ever wear it, but I'd like if they did like purple bottoms, white top, white helmet. I don't know.
I think they do orange bottoms and white top, but yeah, that'd be sick too.
Yeah, those are bad. Illinois.
I kind of like the all gray there, man.
Yeah, Illinois jerseys are pretty much an updated version of the ones on the right. People keep posting the state ones. People hate this one. The eggshell uniform.
I can get down with it. I like the combination schemes from Oregon, man. And I know that Maryland catches a lot of flack with the Under Armour branding and Under Armour, combinations and shit too. I like the back and forth that Oregon and Maryland do with it. I think it's distracting at times. I get it, but sometimes you get some really banging ass combinations. Like this is cool.
It's also funny because like they haven't worn these jerseys in 2 or 3 years. Like there's literally a Pac-12 logo on there, and whenever kids go take visits to Oregon and they take their photos on the official visits, Oregon lets them pick whatever uniform combo they want. And they're like kids wearing jerseys that haven't been worn in legitimately like 5 years on their official visit photos. It's like, dude, what the? It's just random. And
Right.
I think it's cool. Kids think it's cool, and that's all that matters in recruiting. But yeah, this dude is tripping. I love SMU's uniforms, especially these. Now, their black ones suck. I think those are atrocious.
Yeah, it's too hard to from like a broadcaster point of view. It's too hard to see. Too hard to tell.
These Mizzou ones weren't horrible. Yeah, these ones are bad.
Dog shit.
Pittsburgh.
There's just so much going on. There's 3 layers right there on that jersey.
Yeah, Iowa hasn't worn these in a long time. The all yellow. Those aren't that bad. LSU baseball jersey. All orange for Tennessee. Oh, God. These are bad. I don't remember these from Houston. Syracuse. Those are also bad. These are like if Texas tried to make like a reflective burnt orange helmet.
Some things it's just better to left. You leave perfection alone, J Guns.
Kansas. Jeez. Or oh my God, they played Colorado.
That's a bad combo. That looks like that's the Howard the Duck look, right?
Yeah, dude, I actually watched this game. They played Colorado. It was the year Colorado went to the Pac-12 championship with Philip Lindsay, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game, the Pac-12 championship. It was in at Levi Stadium, like the second year it opened.
That hurts my eyes.
Indiana, look at Michael Penix. These aren't that bad. Huh. The helmet stripe was a curse. I don't know. What are these? This is Washington?
Washington or Pitt? It looks like it's Washington. Look at that sky. That's Pullman. Or no, that's not Pullman. Pullman's in Washington.
3 shades of orange. These are like the Saints uniforms that have a different shade of gold on every part of the uniform. And these ones weren't horrible, man.
Not bad. Not again, it's the print. Like the scheme is fine. It's the print, dude.
Nebraska.
Yeah, thanks, CB. I corrected
Notre Dame. Okay, this is in 2018, the Shamrock Series in New York City.
State.
Yeah, those are bad. Jesus, I've never. Is this real? Is this a real?
There's no way. Look at the digital print on the.
Look at the helmet.
That's not real, dude.
Yeah, that's not real. Damn, people had the Michigan one listed on here. Or Minnesota one, whenever I looked at it. Damn, that's kind of lame. I thought there were a lot more.
Oh, excuse me. It's not you, it's me.
Quote these. Oh, these are bad. They're cool. They just need to be darker.
That's got to be made up too. That can't be real.
No, these are real. I remember when they wore them.
That the Sun Devils, that curse of Sun Devil isn't edited on right there?
No, I don't think so. Tennessee. The same ones. Oh. Who is this?
I don't know. I love
Iowa.
I get the shout out, like the shout out to the military and the shout out to the ROTC. I get that. That's great and all. But the jerseys suck.
You're being disrespectful at this point to the military with how bad those are. What? That looks the same as like any regular Bama jersey. West Virginia. Yeah, these were bad.
That's Will Greer right there.
The helmet just doesn't match. These aren't that bad. Those are Utah jerseys. These are horrible.
Yeah, garbage.
Look how empty SMU Stadium was, too. Oh, what?
Yeah, I like the traditional red, white, and blue for SMU, man.
Yeah. Jeez.
What about San Diego? What about the Aztecs? I've always thought like San Diego State Aztecs had banging uniforms too.
Hey, what are Texas fans' opinions on these?
I'm not a fan of them.
Some people have begged for them to make them real. They never should. They're wearing burnt orange or white for the dawn of time. Like
I'm not a fan of them. I like the classy look I love the icy whites or the stormtroopers.
Yeah.
See, again, like even that shit, right? Like Florida State had some banging color schemes, dude.
These are horrible. I don't even know what school this is.
I love the all gold. We had garnet and gold for my high school, one of the high schools I went to too, and we did went to as well, and we did a all gold and an all garnet color scheme for our alternate uniforms. They were pretty dope, pretty banging.
These are Pitt. These are pretty cool. I think.
Is that Pitt?
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I don't remember these.
Keep a white helmet.
These are bad. Any grading on a uniform looks horrendous. Florida State, these aren't bad at all. Very mid 2010s though.
I like if it was gold on the shoulders, the garnet on the shoulders throws it off for me. Like I need a little bit of the gold right there. And I'm not a fan of the blending for Oregon. Like anything that kind of like blends and fades in. And that just looks like dog shit. That looks like an AFL team.
UNC, they nowadays have some pretty good uniforms, I think.
Where do you have with that? I can get down with that Miami jersey. With that Miami.
Hell no. Pitt.
And right there too. Go up like print and decals going across one more. Print and decals going across the uniform, like the numbers like that. That's dog shit. Michigan's trying to do too much. Michigan usually tries to do too much with their stuff.
UCLA. I do not remember them wearing those. I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we got. Happy Hump Day. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede Podcast with Vince Young, Mac Brown, and Bob Balu. Or Bob Baloo. I mess it up every time. I don't know.
We'll go with Balu. I like Bob Balu.
I think Jake wants me to show the Minnesota jerseys. I'll show them.
Sure. Yeah, sure. We got time.
Minnesota football jerseys. Ugly. I think that's the best way to search for it.
Do you have time for some baby back ribs, or do you have time for an awesome blossom?
What are you referencing?
The Office. I don't think Christian has time. I have time. We have time here.
Man. Why can't I find these?
You're okay. Take your time. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Old Minnesota Gophers.
Suspense is making everybody crazy and sick and delusional. Boom, 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 boom. While we're at it, National Donut Day. Everybody, if you can, I don't have the comments pulled up here.
Jake, do you want to DM it to me on Twitter? Oh, he did send it to me. Okay, sorry.
He slipped into your DMs, but it is National Donut Day. List your favorite donuts in the chat channel here, please, as we look for the Minnesota Gophers. If it says row the boat on the fucking jersey, I'm going to lose my shit.
Wait, when did Jake? I don't see this. Did you DM it to me?
It's on your OnlyFans, he said.
Okay, now it loads. That was weird.
There it is.
Okay, here we go. These are them. Drum roll.
Gross. What are they? Are they trying to do the row the boat? Seriously, what the hell is that?
This is way before PJ Fleck.
Is that a boat? What is that?
I don't know. Woodcrest ass.
That is 90s, bro. That is so. Look at those shoulder pads.
Oh yeah, man. Look at we used to call it something different in school. The T-bar.
Yeah. Look at the face mask.
man. At Lake Travis, when I got to high school, still had a few helmets left that had the quote T-bar, and they only went to C-team players on the freshman level. Lake Travis is one of probably like 50 schools in the state of Texas that has enough kids for a freshman C team. Nice. And they only play like 5 games a year.
Freshman C team. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, they actually call it like Lake Travis Red, but I mean, we all know what it is. There's
but still, like, to have that many people to where you're fielding a C team just for your freshman team. Like, that's.
Yeah. Man, they got 2 JV teams, and one of them has the B team has like 100 kids on it. Yeah.
You better be good. You better be good.
They don't cut anyone, so
no, that's
you can be on JV B team for 2 years, have to be on a freshman C team. You still wear that varsity jersey as a senior. But Woodcrest said, are they ever going to ease up on the tradition and allow an alternative Texas uniform? Highly doubtful, at least while CDC is there. And I don't see Texas ever hiring some AD who wants Texas to wear black jerseys, or they actually give that AD enough power to make that happen. Yeah, I don't think we have any more questions. David Keith Williams says, I think it'd be great if Texas were burnt orange cleats with their home uniforms. That'd make the uniforms perfect, at least in my opinion. I don't mind it, man. I like the clean all white look, you know, basically what they wear on the road, except the jersey's different.
I would love burnt orange in the shoe. Maybe if it's not all burnt orange, like burnt orange check marks. I think they already have that shit though, right? But they're just usually all taped up, like the ankles are taped up and stuff.
Yeah. CB brought this up. Yeah, A&M 10 years ago. Or glow-in-the-dark jerseys. I forget which program it was. There's a G5 program somewhere that usually wears like 6 or 7, Jesus Christ, 6 or 7 different uniform combos in a year. Yeah, I know. And they decided to cut it down to 2 to save as much money as possible, because like uniforms are getting all that done is super expensive.
So, can you hear that?
Huh?
My kid's telling my wife's working from home today, and she's asking about the 6-7 shit, because I guess we're on delay and she's watching the show. And she's asking my kid what was dad talking about for the 6-7 stuff, and he's out there talking about 6-7 to her, and I can only imagine the conversation and the look on her face when she hears about 6-7. So go ahead. Old people conversations, man.
Oh yeah. All right, but we're really gonna get out of here. I'm also about to record an episode of the State of Recruiting podcast.
Oh, right on. And where can we find that at?
Horns 24/7 on every podcast platform. You can also watch the visual of it if you'd like to see Hank and I's lovely faces on YouTube under the Horns 24/7 YouTube channel. You can also find the podcast on the site. Completely free to listen to. We try to keep it between 20-30 minutes, somewhere around there. So short and sweet. You know, all the news from one week. And we record on Wednesdays. Episodes come out Thursday morning. So y'all check that out. The one that comes out tomorrow will be our 3rd episode after taking about 2-3 years off from recording them. So, yeah. But like I said earlier, this week's episode of the Stampede podcast of Vince Young, Mac Brown, and Bob Ballou is what's up next. I'll be on here tomorrow with Eric Henry. Appreciate Wags for hosting with me the last 2 days and filling in. Y'all have a great Wednesday. Happy hump day and peace.